Chapter 1, Being Dumped at the Beginning, the Identity of the Rich Man is Exposed. September 20th, 2023. Rose Cafe, Gangnam City. Yi Chen, let's break up. A girl sitting in the booth, who was as pretty as a school beauty and dressed gorgeously, glanced with disdain at the young man opposite her who had delicate features and sharp edges, and was definitely a handsome guy. The girl's name is Su Jiao, the school beauty of the performance department of Jiangnan University, and the boy opposite her is Yi Chen, the #1 handsome boy in Jiangnan University. I was blind in high school to be your girlfriend. At this point, Su Jiao was full of regret. If it weren't for you, I, Su Jiao, would be a big star now. To tell you the truth, Brother Kuei has already agreed to let me act in a play. You and I are destined to be from two different worlds. Looking at the boy in front of her who had nothing good except being handsome, Su Jiao had never felt so disgusted as she did now. Brother Kuei was still the best. He bought her a bag and gave her a house to live in. I must try my best tonight and try to get the acting deal. Ding. Detection, host has been dumped, perfect life system is being activated. Yi Chen was tasting red wine when he heard a voice in his ear. System? It's finally here. 4 years. Damn it, he traveled to this parallel world 4 years ago. He will never forget that day. He thought he had slept with a stunning goddess and awakened the system, and would be at the peak of his life from then on. However, the system told him that the system activation had not been triggered. Ding. The perfect life system was activated successfully. It is the first time for the host to activate the system. I will give you a gift pack as a reward. Would you like to activate it? As my heart was racing, the voice of the system came to my ears again. Open. As an old online literature bookworm in his previous life, Yi Chen knew this operation too well and felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of Rose Cafe. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the 3000 Pagani Wind God Supreme Edition. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Kowloon #1 villa worth 1 billion. 3 consecutive voices made Yi Chen feel extremely sad. Separate? Knowing that he was about to embark on a tough life, Yi Chen's mind was instantly opened up. Certainly. Su Jiao curled her lips and looked down upon Yi Chen when she saw his dazed look. How could a poor loser be worthy of her, Su Jiao? Good. Yi Chen was surprisingly calm, but Su Jiao was stunned when he heard his words. That guy agreed so easily. Shouldn't he shamelessly try to keep me here, and then I'll crush the last bit of his dignity? How could this happen? Is there something wrong with the script? Su Jiao didn't know what she missed at this moment. In this case, from now on, there will be no more. Before he could finish his words, a fragrant breeze came from not far away. He looked over and saw Su Jiao standing there in a daze. A beautiful goddess appeared before my eyes. Her oval face was as crystal clear as jade, her skin was as smooth as ice and snow, she had an excellent figure, and she was charming and affectionate, happy and angry at the same time. Master Yi. The beautiful woman bowed slightly and spoke in a sweet voice, especially the slight curve at the corner of her mouth, which was enough to charm many people. Here are the keys to your Pagani Huayra, and the purchase contract of Kowloon #1 villa. I'm Lu Menjing, the president of Rose Cafe. What? Looking at the blinding Pagani Wind God car keys and the stamped purchase contract of Kowloon #1 villa, Su Jiao's mind suddenly buzzed, and even everyone in the coffee shop was shocked. Goddess Menjing, the beautiful CEO of the coffee shop, is so respectful to that boy. Who is Lu Menjing? She has been the president of Rose Cafe for many years. Naturally, she can see the tricks here at a glance. Then she glanced at Su Jiao inconspicuously and said, Master Yi, this girl has not passed your test. Security, take her out. In full view of everyone, Su Jiao was carried out with a look of despair, her face full of shock, and there was only one thought in her mind, that Yi Chen was actually a hidden rich man. Failed the test? No. I missed something. In an instant, the entire coffee shop exploded. Worry. This scene is even more melodramatic than that in TV dramas. Are all rich young men so good at playing games? The test is so decisive. The girl suffered a great loss. The scheming woman wanted to get promoted, but she didn't know that the rich man was pretending to be a poor loser to test her. This is absolutely explosive news. Wow, that handsome guy turned out to be a rich second generation. Paganishi Winchi, oh my god. I like it so much. I feel like I'm in love with this handsome guy. I'm not after the money. The coffee shop immediately became bustling with activity. Yi Chen felt the girl's screams and confessions, with a smile on his face. That's right. This is the correct way to lead a tough life. Yi Chen was enjoying being the center of attention. A sweet and lovely baby who looked like a fairy came running over and hugged Yi Chen's thighs. Daddy! I found you, Daddy! Puff! Hearing the words of the super cute little Lolita in front of him, Yi Chen spit out a mouthful of red wine. Little sister, although you are cute, I am not your father. Daddy lied. Miao Miao will not admit her mistake. As she spoke, the little girl carefully took out a photo and said, Daddy, this is you. Then, he took out a document from his backpack. This is a paternity test. Mommy said you are my daddy. This skillful operation really shocked everyone in the coffee shop. Their eyes fell on Yi Chen again and their expressions changed. Chapter 2 Miao Miao, who is your mother? The coffee shop was completely silent. This is... Lu Menjing looked at the paternity test file opened by Yi Chen, identifying Yi Chen and Lin Shiyin. According to the DNA test results, the sample to be tested cannot rule out the possibility of being the biological father of the child to be tested. Based on the analysis of 15 unstated reasons, the possibility of this biological relationship being established is 99.9999%. Oh my god! How old is Yi Xiao at this age? But he already has a cute 3-year-old baby. Ding! The host triggers the mission, recognizes his daughter, and is rewarded with 100 million renminbi. The system voice rang in his ears at this time, and Yi Chen was stunned when he heard it. System, is this really my daughter? Certainly. The system answered Yi Chen's question without hesitation. Master Yi, here is a piece of paper. After Yi Chen saw the piece of paper, he flipped it open and it clearly said, 4 years ago, the presidential suite of the Cardiho Hotel. Boom! Seeing this information, Yi Chen's heart was shocked. He remembered that day too clearly. That was the first day he traveled to the parallel world. Also that night, he had sex with a goddess-level woman. Although he didn't know how beautiful the girl was, she was definitely very beautiful. Oh my goodness! This cute kid, is she really my daughter? He. Dad, I believe it now. The cute baby was unhappy at this time. He pouted his little mouth and turned his head away. His playful and cute look made people laugh. Yi Chen, ahem, that's too sudden. With a dry cough, Yi Chen held the cute baby in his arms, stood up and was about to leave this place of trouble. By the way, Miao Miao, why are you here? Holding Lin Shiyin, Yi Chen had a special feeling in his heart. Could it be, this is the feeling of being a father? Aunt Lily brought me here. Lin Shiyin smiled and grabbed Daddy's clothes with her 2 little hands, as if she was afraid that he would run away again. Mom finally agreed to let Miao Miao look for you. As soon as I left the coffee shop, a beautiful figure approached me. The person who came was none other than the scheming woman Su Jiao, who refused to give up. Yi Chen, I just said something in anger. Let's start over, shall we? Her pitiful appearance made people feel sympathy for her, but Yi Chen was not moved at all. After all, he would not waste his precious time on such a gold digger. Who are you? Yi Chen didn't care, but the little guy got upset. Don't bother Daddy anymore. Dad belongs to me and Mommy, She glared at Su Jiao fiercely and proudly, kissed her own father to declare her sovereignty, and then hugged her father's neck tightly. She loved this feeling very much. Lu Menjing, who was about to let Su Jiao give up, smiled knowingly when she saw the little guy's assist. Menjing, drive. He glanced at Su Jiao without any fluctuation in his eyes, and gave instructions to Lu Menjing. Good. Indifference is undoubtedly the best response. Lu Menjing opened the Supreme Edition 4-seater Pagani Huayra supercar, which is the latest model this year. It is priced at 30 million but is out of stock. I don't know where Yi Xiao got it from. Buzz. The roar of the beast faded away, leaving Su Jiao in a mess. That Yi Chen, he actually has a 3-year-old child. Pagani Huayra? 3-year-old child? Kowloon 1 Villa? She has always been materialistic, and happened to have looked up Kowloon No. 1 Villa, which is the king of buildings in the best community in Jiangnan City, worth 1 billion yuan. It is a place that countless wealthy people and dignitaries want to buy but cannot enter. Pa! At a certain moment, without any warning, Su Jiao slapped herself hard. It turns out, the clown has always been me. Does this mean that Yi Chen had already had sex with another woman before he started dating me? How so? Su Jiao's eyes were empty, and she no longer had the pride she had before. From now on, they were indeed in two different worlds, but Yi Chen would become her unattainable dream. Pagani Huayra, in the car. That's right. Yi Chen thought of something, coughed and asked, "Meow meow, who is your mother?" Lu Menjing was stunned when she heard this and almost lost her grip on the steering wheel. What was going on? Yi Shao's child was already 3 years old, and he didn't even know who the girl was. Ahem, is this a bit too much? Even though the person he was complaining about was his boss, it was so unfair to that girl. Oh. Miao Miao was not surprised by this, and then took out her cell phone. "Look, this is my mom." Hee, Aunt Menjing, my mom is pretty, right? Miao Miao showed off her phone to Lu Menjing, but when Lu Menjing saw the goddess who looked like a wallpaper in the phone, her beautiful eyes opened wide. Meow meow, you. As if she had discovered a huge secret, Lu Menjing took a deep breath and said, "Your mother is the top singer Lin Shiyin." Yes. Miao Miao took back her phone, and then flipped through several photos of the mother and daughter, which made Yi Chen a little uneasy. Lin Shiyin is a top singer and is also known as the Little Queen. It can be said that he is the most popular singer in the music scene today. The most important thing is that Lin Shiyin is the pride of Jiangnan University, and she even tops the list of the top 100 most beautiful campus beauties in the history of Jiangnan University. Yi Chen was filled with emotion for a moment, wondering what kind of stunning goddess he had slept with back then. Chapter 3. Dad, come quickly, there are so many baby frogs here. Lin Shiyin. She was a legend in the music world and the dream goddess of countless boys in China. Who would have thought that the girl back then would become a pop diva? Hee, Daddy and Mommy are pretty, right? Seeing her dazed father, Miao Miao said with a smile, "Mom didn't allow me to say it, but it should be okay since my father knows." That's right. Listening to the two of them showing off their affection, Lu Menjing smiled slightly. "Young Master Yi, today is the annual temple fair in Jiangnan City. It's quite lively every year, why don't we go for a walk?" After a pause, Lu Menjing continued, "I'll take this opportunity to find some servants to clean and tidy up the villa." Temple fair. Hearing Lu Menjing's words, Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with little stars. "Okay. Dad, let's go there, okay." Miao Miao's sweet and coquettish voice, shaking her daddy's arm coquettishly, made Yi Chen's heart melt when he heard that look. Okay. Yi Chen smiled slightly, having such a little lover is actually quite good. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, none. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Kowloon No. 1 Villa. Wealth, 100 million renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen had never felt that making money was so easy. The system is really nice. It rewards Yi Chen with a small goal just for recognizing his daughter. He is looking forward to the future even more. Ding. The host triggers a random task. The temple fair will be the envy of others, and the reward is god-level cooking skills. While I was daydreaming, a system voice rang in my ears, and I was stunned when I saw the task. Was I envious of others? Is this showing off your love? God-level cooking skills, the rewards are quite good. Dad, can you tell a story? Miao Miao looked out the window excitedly. When Mom is free, she always tells me stories. Oh. Yi Chen, who was in a good mood, pondered for a moment and said, "Then let me tell you a story from the Wizard of Oz." Soon, the car stopped in front of the temple fair. Wow. When she arrived at the temple fair, Miao Miao looked around with her big eyes at the dazzling array of stalls, especially the many shiny things. Hee, it's so beautiful. Daddy Miao Miao loves it here. From her smiling face, it can be seen that she is really happy. She runs towards the distance with her little feet tapping. At one point, the little guy stopped in front of a stall and blinked his crescent eyes. "Daddy, come quickly, there are so many baby frogs here." "Little fairy, how about this once?" The stall owner saw that business was coming and a cunning look flashed in his eyes. Daddy, I want to play this." Lu Menjing was very observant and brought a small basket to pay. Wait. The little guy put the ring in his hand into his father's hand. "Come on, Mua." She kissed her father on the cheek affectionately and did not forget to cheer him up. This scene made countless people envious. The father and daughter have such a good relationship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging. Lucky card, X1, cost 100 renminbi. Of course I wouldn't refuse the little guy's request, but I've redeemed the lucky card before that, so I won't let my little lover down. Hey! With the blessing of the lucky card, he got a frog by tossing the ring and handed it to the little guy. The children around him all looked at him with envy. Wow, Daddy is awesome. The little guy felt the gazes of the children around him and raised his chin as if to say that his dad was awesome. Not long after walking, the shouting caught the little guy's attention. Dad, it's so lively over there. Dada took a step forward, pulled his father's hand and came over. After arriving at the center of the field, he looked at the rules of the game: throw the melon seeds into a small black bowl, then cover it, and let the players guess. If the guess is right, the amount of money bet will be paid. Note, the bets are arbitrary, no cheating. Dad, can we play this? After looking for a while, he pulled his father's clothes and looked forward to it. Come on, boss, let's do it once. He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. With the lucky card in hand, he was naturally not afraid of the game in front of him. Okay. The accomplices who were keeping watch nearby saw the man handed over $100 bills. Their eyes lit up. They couldn't tell that he was a fat sheep. They liked this kind of tourists who were stupid and had a lot of money the most. Afterwards, the stall owner put 3 melon seeds in a small black bowl and quickly covered the ground. Kids, guess how many there are? The stall owner smiled like a cunning fox and patiently persuaded us. 3. The little guy spoke without thinking, and the boss smiled with satisfaction when he heard the answer, which was obviously just as he expected. Okay, let's see. As he was talking, the stall owner couldn't wait to open the small black bowl. However, when he saw the 3 melon seeds lying under the bowl, he was stunned. How could it be possible? I clearly took out 1 melon seed. How come there are still 3? Chapter 4. Daddy is so nice, Mua. Yes. The little guy didn't know what the stall owner was thinking. When he saw that he had guessed correctly, he said to his father proudly, Dad, you see, I told you it was very simple. Great. Yi Chen naturally knew that the unscrupulous boss had done something wrong, but it was obvious that the lucky card was better. Hee, come again. The little guy took a $100 bill from the stall owner and had 2 in his hand. Okay. The stall owner took a breath, thinking he had just made a mistake. 2 melon seeds. The little guy was looking at the 2 melon seeds thrown into the small black bowl and speaking. The stall owner was very serious at the moment and held his breath as he opened the small black bowl. Impossible. The stall owner was completely confused, and his accomplice was also dumbfounded. How could this happen? The boss failed twice. Could it be that he was playing the long game to catch a bigger fish? 400. 800. 10 minutes later, the scene exploded, and the stall owner dared not let the little guy come again. Damn it. Hee, Papa, it's so simple, why don't they play it? The stall owner's mouth twitched, his eyelids twitched wildly. Wow, so simple. Let's go. Yi Chen naturally knew the reason and took the little guy away from the venue. Immediately afterwards, the tourists behind him were excited. Only a fool would not play something so simple. Dad, it's so fun here. I like it so much. The little ones were chattering. There was a wide variety of gifts and toys, as well as all kinds of delicious and fun things. As long as our baby likes it. He pinched the little guy's face lovingly. The invisible dog food was the most deadly. It really made the surrounding tourists envious. Damn it, he tricked me into giving birth to a daughter again. Daddy is so nice, Mua. The little guy was in a very good mood and kissed his dad on the cheek affectionately. The super healing voice and the cute scene made everyone around smile like an uncle. After strolling for a while, the 3 of them arrived at the Temple Fair commercial street area. Lu Menjing looked at the bustling commercial district and said, Young Master Yi, this is one of the few most prosperous commercial centers in Jiangnan. Young lady came in a hurry, she probably hasn't changed her clothes yet, why don't you? Although Lu Menjing hadn't finished speaking, Yi Chen already knew what she meant, and then the group came to the flagship store of international brand Dior children's clothing. Welcome. Sir, what can I do for you? As soon as she entered the door, the beautiful shopping guide looked at the goddess like Lu Menjing who was following respectfully behind her, and her heart was thrilled. The fact that such a beautiful girl could be like this was enough to show that the father and daughter were extraordinary. Meow, buy whatever you like. Now that I have a small goal in hand, it comes easily and I won't feel bad when spending money, not to mention that just a few pieces of clothing won't cost much money. Hee, really? Hearing that her dad dotes on her, Meow smiled and gave Mua a kiss as a reward. Long live Dad. Dior Children's Wear Flagship Store. Daddy, this skirt is so beautiful. Purchase. Dad, I like this bag so much. Purchase. Daddy. Purchase. Buy. Buy. Half an hour later, I came to the cashier. Sir, the total consumption this time is 328,672. You only need to pay 328,000. Good. I handed the bank card to the receptionist calmly, and the card was swiped with a beep. However, the receptionist was stunned when I handed the card to her. Take care, sir, and welcome back next time. The shopping guides all saw them off respectfully, and only breathed a sigh of relief when Yi Chen and the other two left the flagship store. However, only one shopping guide, the lady at the front desk named Xiao Mei, looked dazed. Xiao Mei. The colleague next to him waved his slender hand in front of his eyes, but he still did not react at all. What is it? Xiao Mei finally responded after being called several times. Another colleague looked at her suspiciously. Are you okay? The handsome guy has gone far away. We can't covet such a rich second generation. Ahem, what are you talking about? Xiao Mei swallowed her saliva and said, You know what you saw when you swiped your card just now? I'll check the screenshots for you. Thinking of something, Xiao Mei skillfully retrieved the card swiping record of Yi Chen just now. Please check the balance. At Xiao Mei's reminder, the colleagues looked down and soon frowned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. As they counted, the colleagues' breathing became rapid, and finally turned into deep shock. What? 100 million balance, my god. With a swish, all eyes turned towards the direction where Yi Chen and the other two left, and their expressions had completely changed. Good job. What does a card with a balance of hundreds of millions mean? Xiao Mei, why didn't you tell me earlier? It would be great if you could leave away. That's right. Even if I can't be the mistress, I can still be the fourth or fifth mistress. The colleagues at Jicha couldn't help but complain about Xiao Mei, and at the same time looked at her with disappointment. This girl didn't even bother to leave a note. It really was true what they said about girls with big breasts being brainless. Xiao Mei lowered her head and blushed for a moment. She wanted to slip a note just now, but was afraid that her colleagues would laugh at her. Chapter 5 Mom, Daddy has found a lot of rivals for you. While the little beauties were discussing, Yi Chen brought his little cotton jacket to the Gucci children's clothing flagship store. After a lot of shopping, it was almost night when I came out. Looking at the supercar filled with all kinds of brand-name children's clothing, Lu Menjing was amazed. These were enough to cover her salary for the previous 1 or 2 years. She could not experience the happiness of rich people. However, she came to the conclusion that Master Yu was going to spoil his daughter to the sky. Nizi, are you happy today? In the supercar, Yi Chen asked his little cotton-padded jacket, his face full of fatherly love and doting. This was something Yi Chen himself didn't even realize, it came completely from the heart. Yeah, I'm super happy. The smile on Miao Miao's face said it all. Hee, Daddy, where are we going next? The expectant little one looked at his father with those crescent eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Of course I'm going back to the villa. Yi Chen touched Miao Miao's head and laughed indulgently. This feeling of being a nanny was actually quite enjoyable. Miao Miao, we are going home. Lu Menjing looked at Miao Miao enviously and said, Oh, there was even a moment when she wanted to be Yi Xiao's daughter. Okay, Aunt Menjing. Miao Miao responded very politely. Obviously, although Lin Shiyin was very busy with her career, she had not fallen behind in educating Lin Xiaomiao. Because of this, looking at this sensible little girl, Yi Chen felt even more guilty. Now he has so much happiness in just one day, you can imagine how much he has missed in the past 3 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of making others envious at the temple fair, and you will be rewarded with god-level cooking skills. While the two beauties were talking, Yi Chen heard the sound of system rewards. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, god-level cooking. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Kowloon No. 1 Villa. Wealth, 100 million renminbi. As expected, the skill column on the attribute panel broke the record of 0 and achieved god-level cooking skills. At this moment, various knowledge and skills about cooking emerged in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen had now become a master chef. The 5-star chefs in this world were just apprentices in front of him. From this, we can see how high Yi Chen's god-level cooking skills are. Ding ling ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. It was my roommate LSP Wang Zihang, who was the second in the dormitory and also the captain of the LSP trio. Hey, boss. After answering the call, Yichen put the phone away from him. A voice from the speaker came out, "You are not authentic. We've been taking roll call for you all day, and you're just having fun. Hey, how's it going? I heard that Su Jiao asked you out. It tastes good, right? Ahem." After hearing the vulgar words, Yichen hung up the speaker. Lu Menjing was stunned and her face turned red. It was unknown what she was thinking. That's it. Hang up. I'll go back for the opening ceremony tomorrow. He paused, thinking of something. Also, I'm not going back to school tonight. Beep beep. After saying that, Yichen hung up the phone. However, the LSP trio on the other side were furious. What the hell, the boss isn't satisfied yet. Is Su Jia going to be killed by the boss? However, if they knew that their boss had reached the peak of his life, I wonder what their reaction would be. Jiangnan City, Kowloon 1 Villa. Squeak. The sound of a supercar came from afar and stopped in front of the villa. 8 maids stood on both sides, bowing down. Hello, master. Hello, young lady. 8 maids, all school beauties, singing sweetly in unison. Such a visually impactful scene is definitely the treatment that every boy has long dreamed of. Go to work. Lu Menjing smiled gently. From her boss's slightly stunned reaction, she knew that her arrangement was just right. Yes, housekeeper Menjing. The 8 maids responded, and then followed the young master who hired them and left. Even Yichen couldn't help but be amazed at such upbringing and treatment. He didn't know how Lu Menjing found her. You know, any one of them is at least 8 streets ahead of Su Jiaya. Master Yi, are you satisfied? Lu Menjing looked at the 8 maids with pretty backs and asked carefully. Well done. Yichen nodded slightly, and Miao Miao muttered quietly at this time, it's over, it seems that mom has a few more rivals in love. Miao Miao took a few photos while secretly watching, in which Lu Menjing and 8 maids were clearly visible. She then sent them to her mother Lin Shiyin. At the same time, he kept typing, Mom, Daddy has found a lot of rivals for you, come quickly. Chapter 6 If the young master were my husband, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Magic City, Thompson Villa. Crash. The bathroom door opened, and a beautiful woman in an ice silk nightgown came out. At this moment, she was wiping her wet hair. The beautiful woman was Lin Shiyin. Little guy, you have a conscience. Looking at the message sent by her precious daughter, the beautiful woman's lips curled up in a curve that fascinated countless people, and opened her phone. When she saw the content of the message, her pretty face turned black and anger rose in her chest. That bastard. Looking at the photo, it's fine if there is only one Lu Menjing, but now he has recruited 8 gorgeous school beauties. What is that guy trying to do? The sense of crisis is coming. Moreover, there is an unprecedented sense of crisis. Men are really pigs. Wrong. At some point, Lin Shiyin realized something and stared at the picture her daughter sent. This location. Kowloon 1 Villa. How is this possible? Seeing this, Lin Shiyin was completely upset. How could that bastard live in the Kowloon Villa, which is worth 1 billion? She took a deep breath while whispering, and then looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance of the villa with her beautiful eyes. Yichen, how much have you hidden from me? You know, not everyone can live in the Kowloon Villa. In other words, the heartless man whom she had protected for 4 years at the cost of her reputation was worth at least 10 billion. Baby, mommy will be back the day after tomorrow. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shiyin sent a message to her daughter. Although Miao Miao is only 3 years old, she already knows quite a few Chinese characters. From an ordinary person's perspective, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a child prodigy. Wow. On the other side, Miao Miao was full of excitement after visiting her father's villa. Dad, your villa is so big. It's much bigger than Mama's house. Ha, as long as our Miao Miao likes it. Rubbing Miao Miao's little head and seeing the little girl so happy, Yichen felt even happier than when he got the system. It seemed that he was really controlled by this little girl. Gurgle. The little fellow who was checking the performance of the commercial street, at one point, his belly cried out in protest. Daddy, Miao Miao is so hungry. The pitiful look made the fair-skinned and beautiful maid's eyes sparkle. The little lady was so cute. The little guy is hungry. Listening to the little guy's words, Yichen was also itching to try his hand at cooking. Wait, Daddy will cook for you right away. Really? When Meow Meow heard that Daddy was going to cook for her right away, her face was full of sweetness. Dad can also cook, that's amazing. Moo-ah. Obviously, no matter how good Daddy's cooking skills are, a wave of kissing is inevitable. When Lu Menjing saw the dog food in front of her, a smile appeared on her lips. It was obvious that she had become accustomed to the daily dog food from the father and daughter. The maids looked at this scene with great envy. The young master is really good at pampering people, I love him so much. Yeah, and the young master is so handsome, the young lady must be very happy, right? Of course, if the young master were my husband, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Listening to the words of the beautiful maid, Meow Meow smiled and proudly raised her swan-like neck, as if to say, look, this is my dad. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the rhythmic sound of knife skills. Then Lu Menjing and others looked around. Oh! The knife shadows were like lightning, and the flying scenes made everyone stunned. Master, your cooking skills are so good. Although they don't know much about cooking, the cooking of their young master looks amazing. Come on, Daddy. Meow Meow was extremely excited to see her father so prominently in the spotlight, her eyes full of envy and admiration. It turned out that her father was much more capable than she had imagined. Wensi Tofu. Crouching Dragon playing with Pearl. Dragon and Phoenix bring good luck. The 3 dishes were finally presented on the table, and the maids watched with gusto. This is, a 5-star chef is no better than this. Master, this is too much. It's just a meal. No, I'm hopelessly in love with the young master. What should I do? Lu Menjing looked at the boss of the kitchen. Young Master Yi was even better than the Prince Charming she had imagined. If she could get young Master Yi's high-quality genes, it wouldn't matter even if she had to take responsibility. Thinking of this, Lu Menjing's face turned red, and no one knew what she was thinking. The tempting dishes made the maids swallow their saliva. But at this moment, the aroma of rice wafted through the air, drawing everyone's attention back. What a delicious aroma of rice! Is there such a magical rice in the world? Just one sniff is enough to whet your taste buds. Lu Menjing sniffed the familiar smell, her beautiful eyes fixed, and then her gaze fell on the full, crystal-like rice grains. Young Master Yi, this can't be Jingyang rice. I was lucky enough to see it once. Rumor has it that this kind of rice costs tens of thousands of yuan per pound, and there is no market for it. Chapter 7, It's fun to pamper a girl for a while, it's always fun to pamper a girl. What? Hearing what housekeeper Menjing said, the 8 maids' faces changed drastically. What a joke it is to charge tens of thousands of yuan per pound for rice. Their annual salary is 300,000, which means a year's salary is only enough to buy 30 kilograms of rice? Thinking of this, the maids all gulped down their saliva. My God, according to this calculation, they would have to eat several hundred in one mouthful. This is not rice, it's clearly gold. Oh. I didn't realize Menjing knew so much. Yi Chen also had a new respect for Lu Menjing. This girl had good knowledge. Meow Meow looked at the rice curiously. Dad, this rice is so expensive. That's just the beginning. As long as our baby likes it, even if it's 100,000 or 1 million yuan per pound, Daddy will buy it for you to eat. He pinched Meow Meow's little head lovingly and said, eat it while it's hot. It will be bad if it gets cold. Aha! Meow Meow the chicken nodded its head while pecking at the rice, with a smile on its face. Amu took a bite of the rice and said, wow. Very delicious. Afterwards, he took another bite of the dish, which made the maids very envious. He. While eating the delicious dishes, Meow Meow looked at her favorite dad with a smile. Dad, you are so good to me, aren't you afraid that I will be proud? Silly girl. Yi Chen ate a mouthful of delicious food that made him sigh, and looked at his daughter with doting eyes. It's okay to be proud, it's no big deal. Wow. The maids gulped down their saliva while being forced to eat dog food by the young master and his daughter. Oh my God, do we have to do this? The dog food is too sweet, but I really want to keep eating it, what should I do? Woo. Pampering a girl is fun for a while, pampering a girl all the time is fun all the time. The young ladies are so enviable. They really want to carry their own young masters away, lock them up in the room and kiss them softly, only allowing them to cook for them and show them their love. Hiccup. Not long after dinner, Meow Meow burped, covered her bulging belly, and looked at the delicious rice and dishes. What should I do if I can't eat anymore? And I want to eat. So angry. Meow Meow cutely put her spoon on the dining table, pouted and complained about her belly. It's all your fault, huh? It was a very graphic scene, and the maids burst out laughing when they saw it. The little lady is so cute. All right. Seeing his little girl puffing up her pants, Yichen showed his doting side again, saying in a warm voice, "Baby, if you want to eat, Daddy will make it for you every day." Really? After hearing what Daddy said, Miao Miao looked at him seriously and then raised her little finger. "Then Daddy, let's make a pinky promise." Haha, okay. The father and daughter then hooked their little fingers together. "Let's make a promise that we won't change for 100 years, and the one that changes is the puppy." Yes. Miao Miao immediately became happy. "Daddy, you finally promised Miao Miao." Lu Menjing looked at the field and couldn't imagine how much dog food she would have to eat in the days to come. "Daddy, Daddy." Miao Miao quickly shifted her attention and called Daddy in a cute and coquettish way. "Let's play the big bad wolf game, okay? I'm a little white rabbit, come and catch me." Just like that, the father and daughter began to chase each other in the living room, and Miao Miao's healing laughter could be heard from time to time, as if to melt away all the negative things in the world. Lu Menjing and the maids watched this scene with silly smiles on their faces, as if time had stopped at this moment. More than half an hour later, Miao Miao snuggled in Yi Chen's arms and fell asleep. The little girl was exhausted after the day. Yi Chen held the baby carefully, looking at the little guy in his arms. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a charming arc. From the maid's perspective, he looked extremely handsome. How much good fortune must the young lady have accumulated in her previous life to have met a father who dotes on her so much like the young master? To be honest, if possible, they would really like to replace the young lady who was held in the arms of the young master. That must be an extremely happy feeling. Pity. They knew that they could never replace the young lady's position, and perhaps the young lady could sleep there. Ding. The host is getting better and better at doting on his daughter, and I will reward you with God-level music ability. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Is there such a operation? A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She carried the little guy into the room under the envious gaze of the maids. The maids raised their slender hands over the abyss, wondering how great it would be if they could get the young master's high-quality genes. Chapter 8, Yi Chen, the male god, is he a hidden rich man? The next day, early morning. The first ray of golden morning light poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness. The morning sun shone on a pretty pink face. Even though she was only 3 years old, she had the face of Lin Shiyin, a man who brought disaster to the country and the people. Struggling with sleepy eyes, the little guy woke up from his sleep, and what caught his eyes was the daddy he was hugging tightly, with his little hands holding tightly as if afraid that the daddy would run away. It turns out I'm not dreaming. When the little guy saw his daddy smiling, he couldn't help but smile, looking very cute against the backdrop of the rising sun. Little girl, what are you thinking about? Lin Shiyin was secretly rejoicing. At one moment, her little nose was scratched lovingly. Then, the little one saw her father, who had woken up with eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Dad, I thought I was dreaming yesterday. The cat with a happy face is in the arms of her father. Yesterday was the happiest day for Miao Miao, As she spoke, her joy was revealed on her rosy face without any concealment. Silly baby, what are you thinking about? He rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, which made Miao Miao squint her eyes in enjoyment. It was obvious that she enjoyed the feeling of daddy rubbing her little head. But even though children speak without restraint, Yi Chen felt uncomfortable when he heard it. He felt inexplicably sorry for this little guy. He knew that the more you want something, the more you fear losing it. Dad, can you tell me about the Wizard of Oz? The little guy tilted up his white neck, looking at his dad expectantly. His invisible coquetry is the most deadly. Just imagine a fairy-like little girl acting like a coquettish person like this. Who can resist it? Of course. Yi Chen had a loving smile on his face, and he held the little one in his arms and told a story. A sudden and violent vibration woke Dorothy up. If she had not been lying on the soft bed, she might have been injured. The vibration forced her to hold her breath, and she had a premonition of what had happened. Father and daughter are a little affectionate. After breakfast, we drove out of the villa. Dad, are we going to your school? Miao Miao is very smart. Thinking about the phone call her father received yesterday, she opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Of course. Daddy is going to perform a show today. Thinking about Jiangnan University's opening ceremony today, Yi Chen smiled. This might be one of the few times he would go to school in the future. As for why? Of course, it's very simple. To put it bluntly, going to school is nothing more than getting a good degree and then finding a good job. But this is totally unnecessary for Yi Chen, who has already reached the peak of his life. It can even be said that going to school is a waste of time. If you use that time, wouldn't it be nice to kiss the little ones? Really? When Meow Meow heard that her daddy was going to perform, she immediately became excited. Great, daddy is going to be awesome again. The little guy clapped his hands. Although he didn't know what his dad was going to perform, he knew it would definitely be amazing. Because daddy is Superman. At least that's what the little guy thinks. Soon, Jiangde was in sight. Boom! As the roar of the beast came from afar, it immediately attracted many students at the gate of Jiangnan University. By the time I reacted, the supercar was already close. This is Pagani Wind God. Of course not. Moreover, the 4-seat Supreme Edition is still out of stock at 30 million. Oh my goodness, a super rich second generation has come to our school. Then, the supercar came to the guard side, and the window was rolled down, revealing the handsome face in front of all the students. Everyone was shocked. Brotherly, please excuse me. Yichen said to the security captain, and Brotherly was stunned when he saw Yichen. Student Yichen, you are amazing. The security captain gave Yichen a thumbs up and then raised the railing. Yichen, my god. He is actually a hidden rich man. In an instant, the school gate was in an uproar. Listening to the students' heated discussions, Li Ji's mouth twitched. Thinking about getting on the road, Yichen looked in the direction where the supercar left, his eyes full of complexity. Wow. Meow Meow thought about the heated discussion and stared at her dad with sparkling eyes. Dad, you're so angry. Of course. Yi Chen was not surprised by this. Now that the identity of the super rich man was exposed, it was like a bolt from the blue. Dad is the most handsome hunk in the school. In front of your own little one, you naturally have to maintain your image. He, Daddy is great. Meow Meow was smiling happily, and she looked 1,000 times happier than if she were the school hunk. It turned out that her dad was even more powerful than she thought. Humph, he is worthy of being my dad. For a moment, the little guy thought so proudly. If Lin Shiyin knew, she would be jealous and envious. Ding! The host triggers a random task, the musical talent explodes, and the reward is a mysterious blind box X1. As he was speaking, Yichen suddenly heard the sound of the system triggering a task, which made Yichen stunned. The system was really getting more and more sophisticated. The whole place is filled with excitement. Isn't this exactly what I want? Only in this way can I better establish my image in the little one's mind. I am quietly looking forward to the upcoming opening ceremony. Chapter 9 Boss, U1 TB, the one taking over. School, auditorium. The opening ceremony was held at a busy venue where many students had already entered. Squeak. At this moment, there was a sound of brakes and the car stopped suddenly at the entrance of the auditorium, which instantly attracted the attention of many students, especially those from the student union, who were all stunned. What the hell? The ultimate version of Pagani Wind God, the rich man, has arrived? Could it be a big star in the school? Everyone cheer up. A well-dressed boy was giving orders to his subordinates from the student union. This man was none other than Li Bin, one of the LSP trio and the third oldest in the dormitory. Maybe she is a celebrity with long legs. LSP's true face was revealed at once. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Yichen suddenly appeared in front of the auditorium with the little guy. Puff! Li Bin, who was drinking lay-by to relieve his craving, spat out all the lay-by when he saw the person coming, but his eyes widened to the extreme. Wow! The person who got off the supercar turned out to be the boss. The sudden scene really made Li Bin Lei feel burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. This shouldn't be the case. The script is wrong. Shouldn't the person coming down be a long-legged celebrity? Oh my goodness. Pa! Seeing Li Bin in a daze, Yichen raised his hand and patted the back of his head. Seeing this scene, the students in the student union didn't dare to say a word. He was the only one in the whole school who dared to do this to their student union propaganda minister. The head of our department, the most popular school idol of Jiang University. But, who would have thought that Yichen was actually a hidden rich man? Binzi, long time no see. He glanced at Li Bin, then introduced him to Meow Meow. Little guy, this is your uncle Li Bin. Hello, Uncle Li Bin. Meow Meow looked at Li Bin, who was choking, with a smile on her face. Her sweet voice made Li Bin stunned. The voice was so pleasant to hear. Hello? Li Bin waved at the little girl, then pulled Yi Chen aside. Boss, where did you kidnap this beautiful little Lolita from? Aren't you afraid of being approached by the parents? Roll. Yi Chen raised his foot and was about to kick Li Bin, but he dodged it. This guy is always a dog that can't spit out ivory. Stop it. Yi Chen rubbed the little guy beside him. Binzi, this is my daughter. Ha! After hearing this, Li Bin was completely dumbfounded. All the student council members. His eyes immediately fell on the super cute Meow Meow. This little girl will definitely become a super beautiful goddess when she grows up. What? That little Loli is the male god's daughter, oh my god? Suddenly, the sound of swallowing saliva was heard in the room. Everyone was in an uproar. Li Bin was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Could have swallowed his saliva, and Li Bin immediately pulled the boss aside, because he was afraid that a riot would break out in the field if he stayed any longer. Soon, in the backstage lounge of the auditorium. What? Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan, who rushed over after hearing the news, heard Li Bin's words. The pupils of the two LSP trio widened and their eyes fell on their boss in disbelief. The boss is a super rich man, and he has a daughter. Finally, the three men's eyes fell on the little guy. Meow Meow looked at the shocked expressions of the three uncles with a smile on her face, because she knew it was all because of Dad. Hello, three uncles. Please introduce yourselves. Meow Meow greeted me politely, her heart melting with her sweet voice. My name is Lin Shiyin. I'm Daddy's daughter. My mom is the famous little diva Lin Shiyin. I like listening to stories. Oh, Lin Shiyin. Sister-in-law is Lin what? Li Bin murmured for a while, then his eyes widened, and so did Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan. Boss, you. Senior Lin Shiyin, the most beautiful campus goddess in the history of Jiang University. Ah, beast. No, my goddess, boss you bastard. In an instant, Wang Zihang and the other two felt their hearts broken, because Senior Lin Shiyin was the goddess of their dreams. No, to be precise, she was the dream goddess in the hearts of all the boys. But, such an existence was actually taken away by the boss. They were naturally upset, and if the news got out, they had no doubt that the boss would be killed instantly. Wrong. Wang Zihang then made a bold guess. Boss, you are not the one who will take over. Boom. As soon as Wang Zihang finished speaking, Yi Chen hit him on the head, causing him to scream in pain. Take over your uncle. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at the captain of the LSP trio. For years ago, I did sleep with Lin Shiyin. Snap. When these words came out, the three of them felt extremely broken-hearted. However, when they heard Yi Chen's account of what happened, they couldn't help but feel struck by lightning. What? The boss hit the nail on the head, and he also asked senior sister Lin Shiyin to raise his daughter alone for 3 years. What the hell did I hear? Oh my god, beat me to death, I must be dreaming. Chapter 10, Stop Singing, My Male God. Come home with me and have a baby. Oh little. Wang Zihang and the other two looked at their boss with resentment. Not only did he sleep with the goddess of their dreams and not tell anyone, but he was also a hidden rich man? Are they going to be allowed to live? It's unbelievable, boss, you are really a rich second generation? Dong Kuan still feels like he is dreaming until now. The boss is a hidden rich man. Isn't that too cool? That's nothing. Meow Meow listened and said proudly, Dad lives in Kowloon 1 Villa. Besides, there are many beautiful aunties. As she spoke, Meow Meow skillfully opened her phone and said, Look. When they looked over, Wang Zihang and the other two saw a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. In the scene, their boss was eating delicious food, and he was being served by 8 school beautiful maids, and there was also an extremely beautiful housekeeper. Boss, who is this goddess? Can you introduce her to me? Li Bin fell in love with Lu Menjiang at first sight. She was so beautiful, like a fairy. Hee, Uncle Li Bin. This is Daddy's personal butler. He seems to be the president of Rose Cafe. Meow Meow thought about it and nodded before speaking, but Li Bin was stunned by what she said. Private butler? Cafe president? In this age where there are more wolves than meat, the boss actually wastes resources like this. Wang Zihang and Dong Kuan were envious. It turns out that the happiness of rich people is not something we can understand. Binzi. Yi Chen skillfully changed a song accompaniment from the system panel. When I sing later, help me play the accompaniment in the USB drive. Oh. Hearing his eldest brother's words, Li Bin was stunned for a moment, knowing that his eldest brother had just recognized his daughter. Hey, it seems that we are benefiting from our niece. Wang Zihong and Dong Kuan looked at each other. It seemed that the boss was serious this time. Leave it to me. Li Bin patted his chest and assured everyone that as the Minister of Propaganda, he still had this power. At the same time, the auditorium exploded. Hey, have you heard that Senior Yi Chen is a hidden rich man? Of course, driving the Ultimate Edition Pagani Wind God. That Su Jiayao from the dance department has flown to the treetops and become a phoenix. What a shame, why not me? I like Yi Shen so much. It would be great if he was my boyfriend. The audience was in an uproar, all talking about Yi Chen driving a supercar to school, which was truly too explosive. As for the live broadcast of the Jiangnan University opening ceremony, the number of fans has soared to over 10,000 due to the sudden appearance of a super rich man. Obviously, they saw a loser-esque counterattack in Yi Chen, not to mention that he was the campus idol of Jiang University. Next, enjoy the dance Pure Land of Bliss performed by our super beautiful schoolgirl. On the podium, a sweet-looking goddess-like Minister of Culture and Arts, Chen Xianer, uttered a pleasant voice, which blew up the entire place. Oh! When they heard the campus beauty goddess group start the show, the students at the scene immediately became enthusiastic. At this time, more than a dozen girls wearing cheongsams with slits appeared on the stage. Her slim figure and pretty face alone have already attracted enough attention. Obviously, Jiang University spent a huge amount of money on this opening ceremony. The clothes alone are estimated to have cost a lot of money, so this move naturally has the suspicion of recruiting students. For a while, the live broadcast room of the opening ceremony was in a frenzy, and the fans watching the live broadcast were dazzled. Chen Xianer came to the stage with the announcement card. When she saw the next person to appear, her beautiful eyes lit up and her voice became louder. Okay? Next, we invite Yi Chen, the sophomore music student, to perform a song called Little Dimples for us. Wow! The girls who were discussing heatedly in the audience all turned their beautiful eyes to the stage when they heard Chen Xianer's words. God Yi, it's time to go on stage. Wow, Master Yi is a talented music student and a wealthy man. I'm really looking forward to it. My dear, I love you, come home with me. My male god, stop singing and come home with me to have a baby. The announcement caused a phenomenal sensation in the entire audience. The host Chen Xianer smiled slightly, obviously not surprised. In fact, she also liked the handsome junior boy very much. It was a pity that she heard that he already had a girlfriend. Wow! Miao Miao in the audience was stunned as she watched the boiling atmosphere. Daddy, he is so popular. Feeling the enthusiasm, Miao Miao's heart was filled with joy and pride. Of course. Wang Zihong looked at the field and smiled slightly. The boss is a well-known figure in the school, he is handsome and talented. Hey, look, niece, you will definitely see a different side of your dad tonight. Li Bin and Dong Kuan looked at each other, nodded in agreement, and looked towards the stage with full of anticipation. At some point, a handsome face appeared on the stage, looking particularly charming under the incandescent light. Wow, the boss is so handsome. Li Bin looked at the boss who appeared on the stage with envy. Damn, if I had half the boss's looks, I could definitely conquer 90% of the school beauties. Roll. Look at what you have accomplished. Wang Zihong rolled his eyes at Li Bin, then said with emotion, my goal is to walk through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on me. Tisk. Dong Kuan looked at the two with disdain. In front of the boss, you are all scum. You know, the boss is the man who slept with the goddess Shiyin. Miao Miao listened to the three uncles' complaints, her eyes curved into crescents, and she shouted towards the stage, come on, daddy, you are the best. Chapter 11 Yi Shen, come with me. I can warm the bed and do the splits. On stage. With everyone's attention on the opening ceremony, the number of people in the live broadcast room has soared to 30,000. I'm still looking for someone to rely on. And a hug. Who will pray for me and worry for me? Be angry for me, make trouble for me. With his super warm voice and the magical blessing of God-level music, the noisy scene fell into silence. Under the lights, Yi Chen at this moment looked like the Prince Charming in all girls' minds. Wow! Miao Miao always opens her mouth wide and says, Daddy sings really well, just as good as Mommy. Hee hee, I like it very much. Really? Listening to their boss's voice, Wang Zihong and the other two looked at each other and wondered why they hadn't noticed that their boss could sing so well before. Wow! In the first row of the audience, Principal Zhao Qiming smiled and said, "This little guy is good, very good. Maybe I can become the second Lin Shiyin in the future." Good. The professor of the music department nodded in agreement. "Principal, I think we can introduce Yi Chen to Shiyin." I wonder what Lin Shiyin would think if she heard this conversation. In a corner of the stage, school beauty Chen Xianer's mouth curved into a smile. She was indeed the person he liked, starting with her looks and ending with her talent. The number of fans in the live broadcast room also experienced an unprecedented surge at this moment. Dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful features. I can't sleep every day because I miss your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, my life is complete. The sweet attack came, and the fans in the live broadcast room were completely excited. Oh my god, who is this guy? His singing is so awesome. My male god is so handsome, I miss him so much, boo-hoo. Brother, you are so handsome and you sing so beautifully, give me a chance to live. Shocking, a man could have made a living with his looks, but he chose to rely on his talent. My male god, I love you. Come home with me and I will give you 30 villas. The number of fans in the live broadcast room also broke the 100,000 mark, and was soaring at a visible speed. On the screen, no less than 100 barrages whizzed by every second. The audience at the scene also expressed their love and affection. Jokingly, if they could hear such a sweet song every day, they would never get tired of it. The boys are all so envious. My god, if they had this singing ability, they would still be single today. Why is there such a big gap between people? Ahem, I feel like the boss is going to get angry. Wang Zihong coughed dryly. He knew that this opening ceremony was broadcast live simultaneously in the Dosha live broadcast room. God knew what the situation in the live broadcast room was now. Hey, maybe the boss will surpass his sister-in-law in the future. Li Bin chuckled and spoke with a prophetic voice. But no one knew, in a corner of the auditorium. A woman wearing sunglasses, this person is the phoenix that soars into the sky in the hearts of countless girls, Su Jia. That guy. Su Jia clenched her teeth and regretted it, more than ever before. She never expected that her dumped boyfriend could sing so well. It can be said that even without the identity of a rich second generation, his future is still limitless. Su Jia, Su Jia, do you know what you missed that day? She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She had wanted more than once to save the situation with her proud techniques and oral skills, but she knew very well that doing so would only make Yi Chen hate her more. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. After looking at the caller ID and considering for a moment, I finally answered the call. Hello. King's Landing Hotel, okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Su Jia left reluctantly. From the previous call, she obviously knew what was waiting for her next, which was nothing more than some issues about water bill collection. A little. The song ends and everyone is silent. This was also true in the live broadcast room, where the audience was still immersed in the sweet melody, unable to extricate themselves. This lasted for more than 10 seconds before the audience gradually came back to their senses. Oh! Thunderous applause mixed with howls filled every corner of the auditorium. It sounds so good, so sweet, Yushin, I love you. He's handsome, rich, and sings beautifully. I love him. It would be great if my idol was my boyfriend. Master Yi, please come with me. I can warm the bed and do the splits. Oh. Many cute girls at the scene stood up excitedly, looking as if they were ready to pounce. Such actions put the student union under great pressure for a while. Li Bin and his LSP trio watched this scene, and the villain in their hearts shouted, "Let go of the boss, come at us." Chapter 12, The Emperor's Set Meal, Stunning Trio. Magic City, Thompson Villa. Opening her sleepy eyes, a stunning girl sat up and stretched. Her beautiful figure was faintly visible under her thin nightgown in the sunlight. Unfortunately, no one saw the scene, otherwise the battle would definitely have lasted for 300 rounds. Yi Chen would never know that this fairy-like figure was favored by only one person, and he had no idea how happy he was. Ding dong. After stretching, she looked at the proud abyss with a confident arc on the corner of her mouth. In terms of figure, no one has ever surpassed her. The phone rang and I saw it was a video sent by the old principal. I'm still looking for someone to rely on. And a hug. Who will pray for me and worry for me? A heartwarming voice sounded, and Lin Shiyin was stunned. It was obvious that this song was very touching and the singing was also superb. looking around. When her eyes fell on the handsome face on the screen, her eyes could not help but pause. Why is it him? Surprised, stunned, unbelievable. All kinds of emotions surged into my heart at once, followed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Good. No matter how rich that guy is, her greatest pride is in the music industry. Now, she feels that the singing talent that she is so proud of is not as indestructible as she imagined. As the video played, Lin Shiyin couldn't help but be drawn into it. Wasn't this the kind of love she had longed for? You know what, putting aside everything else, that guy is indeed quite attractive. Realizing something, Lin Shiyin shuddered. That guy is just a jerk. What's so charming about him? At this time, Principal Zhao Qiming sent another message. Shiyin, this little guy is pretty good. Good. Lin Shiyin glared at a guy in the video and typed perfunctorily. Then Shiyin will have the chance to help him in the future. When Lin Shiyin saw this, the corners of her mouth couldn't stop twitching. Support? What a joke, she was ready to kill someone, and you asked her to help. Oof. After the chat, Lin Shiyin's sharp eyes fell on someone in the video. Help that bastard, unless the sun rises from the west. Next to Jiangnan University, Junlin Hotel. As one of the few top hotels in Jiangnan City, it is said that this hotel has just been rated as a 7-star hotel. Gulp. Looking at the extremely luxurious top-level hotel, the LSP trio swallowed their saliva after getting off the car. Boss, are we really going to eat here? Obviously, this was the first time for the three of them to come to such a place. It was rumored in the outside world that this was a den of money, and if you went in, you would not be able to get out without spending tens of thousands of dollars. Come in, I've made all the arrangements. Yichen smiled slightly. Although the three of them were not very good at it, they got along well. It was a good opportunity for them to experience the feeling of being at the peak of their life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of blasting the musical talents, and you will be rewarded with a mysterious blind box X1. Entering the King's Landing Hotel, Yichen heard the system voice in his ears. Open the blind box. Without hesitation, Yichen said. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity of King's Landing Hotel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level martial arts abilities. Wow! Yichen was stunned when he heard two consecutive voices from the system. 100% equity of Junlin Hotel? God-level martial arts ability? Good job. The system's operation, is it trying to show off again? The familiar scene made Yichen think of his previous experience in the Rose Cafe. Dad, it's so beautiful here. As you enter the lobby on the first floor, you are greeted by the magnificent and luxurious decorations, especially the large chandelier in the center, which would cost you millions. The various decorations are all luxurious. Yeah. Yichen was also quite emotional. It would not have been like this before, but now he knew that this hotel was all his. Third floor, luxurious private rooms. Sir, can we start with the imperial set menu? The beautiful staff with slim figures and good looks were respectful. After all, those who could order the imperial set menu were the hotel's distinguished customers. Let's get started. Yichen was very satisfied with the service of King's Landing Hotel, which was quite humane. Open 3 bottles of 1982 Lafite for me. Yes, sir. Gulp. After hearing what their boss said, Wang Zihang and the other two looked at each other and said, Boss, you are crazy. A bottle of 1982 Lafite costs 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, or even more than 100,000 yuan. Li Bin took a sip of water to calm down, but when he saw the introduction of the imperial set meal on the menu, he spat out all the tea and screamed, What? Emperor's set menu, 188,000. Wang Zihang and Dong Cohen. Oh my god, boss, you are such a spendthrift. I swallowed my saliva and thought, oh my god, this meal would cost more than 300,000 yuan. Knock knock. The door of the private room opened, and a beautiful staff member pushed a cart to the round table in the private room. King crab. Australian lobster. Foie gras puff soup. Lobster stew with rice porridge. The LSP trio was shocked and envious at the sight of the dishes. They had never seen such a scene before. No wonder a table of dishes cost 188,000 yuan. It made sense that they were robbed. Sir, would you like to open the wine now? A beautiful staff member spoke in a sweet and pleasant voice, which seemed to have some kind of magical power to calm people's minds. Open all 3 bottles at once. Wang Zihang and the other 2 didn't dare to say a word at this moment. Damn it, they are the eldest brother and brothers after all and they can't lose face. But isn't the eldest brother spending a bit too much? Chapter 13 Dad, it's that vixen. Come on, cheers. After clinking their glasses, they started eating in the private room. Wang Zihang and the other 2 were so touched that they felt that they had not been called the boss for a year in vain. A meal cost more than 300,000 yuan. All the meals they had eaten since they were born were probably not that expensive. Boss, I won't say anything more. It's all in the wine. Wang Zihang and the other 2 rough old men had tears in their eyes and toasted Yichen with a glass of wine. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wang Zihang and the other 2 looked slightly drunk. But at this moment, the private room was pushed open and 2 figures came in. Sir, this is our VIP room. The girl who was holding the man's arm turned pale when she saw the familiar figure. Yichen, it's you. Dad, it's that vixen. Miao Miao recognized Su Jiayao the first time, and Su Jiayao's pretty face turned even paler when she heard this word. Brother Kuei, let's go. Su Jiayao tried her best to hold Feng Kuei back, not wanting him to have a conflict with Yichen, because the current Yichen was not someone they could afford to offend. Hey, Yao Yao, this is the boy you admired. And that Xiao Yi just now. Before Feng Kuei could finish his words, Yichen slapped him and sent him flying, with 2 teeth flying out of his mouth. This guy obviously violated Yichen's bottom line. Mad, your uncle. Bang! Another strong and loud slap, this time Feng Kuei's facial bones were directly shattered and his face was swollen like a pig's head. What are you doing? At this moment, the hotel manager Zhou Zitian came over from a distance. Feng Kuei was delighted to see him. Mr. Zhou, you came just in time. It's this guy. He hurt someone for no reason, call the police immediately and arrest him. As he spoke, Feng Kuei smiled coldly. As the head of the public relations department of Phantom Entertainment, he often cooperated with the King's Landing Hotel. This kid dared to hit him here. He was simply looking for death. Pa! Zhou Zitian's eyes fell on Yichen, his whole body shuddered, and he slapped Feng Kuei in the face with his backhand, and the slap hit the other side of his face directly. Shut up! After beating Feng Kuei, Zhou Zitian smiled tremblingly. Master Yi, why are you here? Wow! The commotion here had already attracted quite a few people. When they heard Zhou Zitian being so respectful to the young man, they were all shocked. As for Su Jiayao, her mind was even more shocked. What? Yi, young Master Yi, this is the name again. Previously it was the Rose Cafe, and now it is the King's Landing Hotel. Could it be that this hotel is also his? Zhou Zitian, you dare to hit me. The slightly drunk Feng Kuei, feeling extremely humiliated, glared at Zhou Zitian fiercely, but Zhou Zitian didn't even look at Feng Kuei. Manager Feng, from now on, all cooperation between Junlin Group and Phantom Entertainment will be terminated. Oh my god. Wang Zihang and his trio looked at the sudden turn of events and their eyes all changed when they looked at their boss. Wow, the boss is awesome. Not only did he beat up someone else's guest, he also asked the person in charge of the King's Landing Hotel to cancel all cooperation with the other party. Boss, are you satisfied with this treatment? After handling everything, Zhou Zihang bowed slightly to Yichen. Feng Kuei, who was about to shout at the side, heard this and for a moment he was like a dead dog with its neck choked, his face full of disbelief. What? Boss, this King's Landing Hotel belongs to that guy? Immediately, my whole body shuddered, and a bad feeling came over me. Joke? Although he has some power in Phantom Entertainment, he is from a completely different world from someone like the owner of the King's Landing Hotel. If such a person wants to mess with him, he will die without knowing how. Plop. Thinking of this, Feng Kuei knelt on the ground and said, Master Yi, I didn't recognize the great man. Please let me go. At this moment, without Zui Phantom Entertainment and once it loses its partnership with the King's Landing Hotel, the company will not let him go easily. If he is not careful, he will lose his position. Pa! After saying that, he slapped Su Jiayao to the ground and said, It's her. Master Yi, it was this bitch who made me offend you. A scarlet slap appeared on Su Jiayao's pretty face. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't dare to do it even if I had 10 times the courage. There was another dramatic turn. Wang Zihang and the other 2 felt so happy, especially when they saw Su Jiayao, who looked dumbfounded and ashen. This bitch is worthy of being my boss. Phew! What the hell? Fortunately, the boss did not favor that bitch, and only a goddess like Senior Shiyin is worthy of the boss. Roll. A calm voice rang in Feng Kuei's ears. Feng Kuei felt as if he had been pardoned. He crawled away in panic, followed by the distraught Su Jiaya. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Chen again, and they were all shocked. They thought Phantom Entertainment was going to be in trouble this time. Wow. Miao Miao reacted at this time, looking at her dad with big eyes full of sparkles. So this hotel also belongs to Dad, hee hee. Humph, I told you to say Papa, you bad guys. Hung Hung pouted his lips angrily and looked in the direction where the bad woman left. Then he thought of the scene where his father defended him. However, his father was so handsome just now. Chapter 14, Junlin Hotel belongs to Master Yi. In front of the King's Landing Hotel. Hey, director. Seeing the caller ID, Feng Kuei answered the call flatteringly. An angry voice came from the other end. Feng Kuei, you are a loser. Do you know how much money the company will lose by losing the Junlin Hotel as a partner? The company has decided to fire you and never hire you again. Beep beep. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Feng Kuei's mind suddenly buzzed. The lucrative position was gone just like that. At this moment, he was completely confused. He never expected that things would develop so quickly. Brother Kuei, what's wrong? Su Jiao's pretty face turned pale. Feng Kuei in front of her was her last hope. If Feng Kuei didn't care about her, she would be left with nothing. Pa! Seeing that everything was caused by the woman in front of him, Feng Kuei immediately slapped her again and knocked her to the ground. However, at this moment, her graceful figure did not attract him at all. Bitch, get out! He spat, his face ferocious. If you follow me again, I will kill you. Su Jiao was startled by the ferocious look and she just stood there in a daze. How so? He never treated me like this before, and he loved me very much. But when Su Jiao came back to her senses, Feng Kuei was no longer in front of her. It was obvious that Feng Kuei was busy with his own affairs, so how could he consider her? In the private room. Boss, you are so awesome. Wang Zihong swallowed his saliva, looked around and thought about what had just happened. Is this King's Landing Hotel really yours? Yes. It feels like a dream to me till now. Li Bin and Dong Cohen smacked their lips. Although the boss was also very awesome before, he was totally different from now. No wonder you could take down Senior Shiyin. It's so unfair. Wang Zihong was filled with emotion, thinking about how the boss had won over the little diva Shireen 4 years ago. He would be lying if he said he wasn't envious. Hey, boss. Since this hotel is all yours, we won't be polite. The LSP trio grinned evilly, then revealed their domineering aura. Waiter, another serving of king crab. And 2 more Australian dragons. Another bottle of 1982 Lafite. The trio were talking to each other, and the dishes they ordered were always more expensive, making it clear that they wanted to rip off the boss. Go ahead. Yi Chen smiled slightly and waved to the waiter. This little money might take a year or even several years of accumulation for an ordinary family, but it was just a drizzle for him. Okay, old boss. The waitress took a deep breath. When she was serving before, she never expected that this young man who looked to be in his early 20s was actually the owner of their Junlin Hotel. All of a sudden, I felt a huge pressure. Boss, sure. Cheers. After finishing 3 bottles of Lafite, Wang Zihong and the other 2 fell drunk on the table. Arrange 3 rooms for them to sleep. Yes, boss. The waiter immediately asked the person in charge Zhou Zitian, and soon opened a presidential suite for each of the 3 people. Half an hour later. Kowloon 1 Villa, a supercar parked in front of the villa. Master Yi, we're here. When Zhou Zitian saw where his boss lived, he couldn't help but be amazed. Kowloon No. 1 Villa was the dream residence of countless wealthy people. It is indeed a place that attracts countless wealthy people, and welcome home, master. A sweet voice came out, and Zhou Zitian's eyes lit up immediately. There were 8 gorgeous school-level maids, and a private butler dressed in cheongsam, which perfectly highlighted their curvy figures. Boss, that's awesome. Obviously, Zhou Zitian did not hide his envy at all. This quality of life is definitely the pinnacle of life that countless men dream of. Master Yi, I'm leaving first. After saying goodbye to his boss, Zhou Zitian took a deep breath and then left in the car that came with him. Ha! When Lu Menjing saw Zhou Zitian, she frowned slightly and said, that person looks so familiar, I seem to have seen him somewhere. At this moment Yi Chun had already entered the villa, and Lu Menjing asked Miao Miao curiously. "Young lady, who was that person just now?" Hearing Aunt Menjing's words, Miao Miao looked in the direction the car left and said, "Oh. Aunt Menjing, you mean Uncle Zhou. He seems to be the person in charge of King's Landing Hotel." After saying that, Miao Miao also entered the villa, leaving Lu Menjing frowning. At a certain moment, Lu Menjing thought of something unbelievable and looked towards Zhou Zitian again with a changed look in her eyes. King's Landing Hotel? The person in charge? Could it be? Lu Menjing heard it clearly just now. The man was called Boss Yishao. King's Landing Hotel belonged to Yishao. Butler Menjing, do you know that person? At this time, a maid sipped her lips and asked curiously, and the 7 beautiful maids around her did the same. It was obvious that they could see that the man was not simple. He is the president of the Junlin Hotel. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi also has a 7-star hotel. The maids, He looked towards the direction Zhou Zitian drove away. What? One of the few top hotels in Jiangnan, the Junlin Hotel, which is worth over 10 billion, actually belongs to my own young master. Am I sure I'm not dreaming? Chapter 15, Excellent Cooking Skills, Win the Mother-in-Law. Inside the villa. A woman was sitting at the coffee table in the living room sipping tea. Although she was in her 40s, she looked no different from someone in her 30s. Grandmother. Entering the villa, Miao Miao was surprised when she saw the woman. Why are you here? Obviously, from the happy reaction, it can be seen that the little guy likes the woman very much, and this person is Lin Shiyin's mother, Mu Yiling. Of course I miss our Miao Miao. Mu Yiling pinched Miao Miao's face lovingly and her eyes fell on Yi Chen in front of her. You are Yi Chen. Mu Yiling looked at the man in front of her who had been protected by her daughter for 4 years, Miao Miao's biological father. Ahem. Seeing his mother-in-law asking for censure, Yi Chen coughed dryly. Hello, Auntie, I'm very sorry for what happened back then. Hearing that Yi Chen did not shirk his responsibility, she nodded slightly. Moreover, she naturally knew something about Yi Chen before coming. After all, as the wife of the Lin Group, it was very easy for her to understand a person. The fact that you have been able to protect Shiyin for 4 years is enough to prove that you are good. Of course. Before Yi Chen could say anything, Miao Miao couldn't help but interrupt him. She looked so arrogant, as if she was declaring her sovereignty without even looking at who the father was. The clever Miao Miao then gave a brilliant assist. Hee, Grandma. You may not know this, but the food that Daddy cooks is really delicious. Miao Miao smiled coquettishly and pulled Mu Yiling's arm. When she heard that the cooking skills were good, Mu Yiling narrowed her eyes. She usually liked to study food. Yeah. Mu Yiling smiled slightly, then looked at her future son-in-law, Xiao Yi. It seems that you are a good cook. Ha, so. Yi Chen rubbed Miao Miao's little head lovingly, knowing that the little fellow was giving him a great assist. Auntie, you must be hungry. Why don't I help you make something to eat? Okay. Mu Yiling naturally saw what her granddaughter was thinking. They had only been together for a few days, and it seemed that the father and daughter got along well. Hee. Miao Miao saw that Daddy went to the kitchen and went to her grandmother's side. Grandma, just wait and see, Daddy's knife skills are amazing. Oh. Hearing her granddaughter's words, Mu Yiling narrowed her eyes and looked at her future son-in-law in the kitchen. Speaking of knife skills, she was pretty good. Swish. At this moment, Mu Yiling saw the flash of a knife in the kitchen, and saw the skillful knife skills come out. Slices of winter bamboo shoots of uniform thickness appeared on the plate, and each piece was exactly the same in shape and size. What amazing knife skills! Mu Yiling looked at this hand and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Even the look in her eyes when she looked at her future son-in-law changed. This knife skills were much better than hers. A glimpse of the whole picture shows that my future son-in-law must be an amazing cook. Abalone, sea cucumber, pigeon eggs, scallops. Watching the preparation of ingredients and seasonings, Mu Yiling realized something. Could it be that Xiao Yi is going to make Buddha jumps over the wall? Good job. You know, it is rumored that the top-grade Buddha jumps over the wall is so delicious that even monks would be tempted to jump over the wall to eat it. And this is also the origin of Buddha jumps over the wall. Half an hour later, the aroma of the dishes wafted towards her. Mu Yiling couldn't help but swallow her saliva as she felt so hungry. Really? Although Mu Yiling was somewhat prepared, she was still amazed by the cooking skills of her future son-in-law. Obviously, she still underestimated the cooking skills of her future son-in-law. Smells so good. At this moment, the aroma of rice spread out, awakening Mu Yiling's taste buds a little more. Miao Miao saw her grandmother's greedy look and smiled proudly. Grandma, you don't know yet, but the rice cooked by Dad costs 10,000 yuan per pound. It seems to be called, Jingyang rice. At this point, Miao Miao asked Lu Menjing in a quirky way, Aunt Menjing, right? Yes ma'am. Lu Menjing had a very sharp eye and of course knew that the young lady was establishing an image for Master Yi. Jingyang rice costs tens of thousands per pound. As a cooking enthusiast, Mu Yiling naturally knew about the existence of Jingyang rice. She had asked someone to buy some before, but she had no channels. Unexpectedly, I, the future son-in-law, got it. After a while, Mu Yiling took a bite of Buddha jumps over the wall and found it tasted great. The feeling was indescribable. It's delicious, Grandma, Miao Miao narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile, can you believe that she is just a 3-year-old cute fairy with such a clever side? Good. Even a picky person like Mu Yiling had no objection at this moment. It is undeniable that this is the most delicious Buddha jumps over the wall I have ever eaten. Xiao Yi, your cooking skills are amazing. Yi Chen smiled slightly when he received the compliment from his mother-in-law. Not bad. I am sorry for showing off my skills in front of my aunt. You kid. Listening to the sweet talk of her future son-in-law, Mu Yiling liked him more and more. Apparently, she had been bought by a dish of Buddha jumps over the wall without realizing it. If Lin Shiyin saw this scene, I wonder how she would react. Chapter 16 Domestic Luxury Goods, Sky-High Priced Brocade Chonsam. The next day. After a delicious breakfast, Miao Miao blinked her big eyes and asked her father curiously. Dad, where are we going? At this moment, there is not only Miao Miao in the supercar, but also the future mother-in-law Mu Yiling. Shopping at the mall. Yi Chen smiled slightly and captured the stomach of his future mother-in-law. The next step was to capture her heart. Ding! The host triggers a random mission. He takes down the mother-in-law with his boldness. He will be rewarded with 100% of Kunping Securities shares and 1 billion renminbi. Wow! Listening to the system's voice ringing in his ears, Yi Chen was stunned. Kunping Securities shares? With a bonus of 1 billion renminbi? The system is becoming more and more powerful. For a moment, Yi Chen's mouth curled up. He was really not doing this for Kunpeng's security or 1 billion wealth. He just liked buying things for his mother-in-law. If this idea were heard by outsiders, I wonder if he would be beaten to death, or he would be criticized by everyone. Your face is so thick that it is not as thick as a city wall. Xiao Yi, I heard from Miao Miao that you are good at telling stories? Sitting in the car and looking at the luxurious interior, I have to say that my son-in-law knows how to enjoy life, although I don't know how he managed to own the Rose Cafe and the King's Landing Hotel. After hearing what his future mother-in-law said, Yi Chen looked at a little girl and saw Miao Miao pouting her little mouth and sticking out her tongue, looking so cute and mischievous. It's okay. Yi Chen smiled slightly and rubbed Meng Meng's head lovingly, then I'll tell you a story to pass the time. Really? As soon as Miao Miao heard her father telling a story, she immediately became excited and listened attentively. Okay. Mu Yiling smiled. Seeing the little guy so interested, she was in a good mood. The atmosphere in the car fell into silence. A young man was confused in the world and came to a temple on the mountain to find a Zen master. I broke up with my girlfriend of 7 years. Does love not exist? The Zen master smiled and took the young man to the court where a game was being played. Take a look at it and you will understand. The young man pondered for a long time and nodded thoughtfully. Master, do you mean that the meaning of love is like a game? As long as you work hard in the process, the result is not important? The Zen master closed his eyes and said, No. What I mean is, does your breakup have anything to do with me? Puff. When Mu Yiling heard Yi Chen's joke story, the sudden turn made her laugh out loud. Miao Miao listened carefully, and after she realized what was going on, she also started laughing. Dad, that uncle is so unlucky. The extremely healing sound echoes in every space in the car, creating a great atmosphere. It's quite interesting. The future mother-in-law looked at Yi Chen and had a better impression of this most ideal son-in-law. He was rich, very doted on, talented, and humorous. This kind of man is much better than her husband. I wonder how Lin's father would feel if he knew what Lin's mother is thinking at this moment. Daddy, Daddy, can I have another one? Meow Meow's sweet and cute voice came out, and Yi Chen felt very satisfied. He never resisted the requests of his little girl. With a fatherly smile on his face, he sorted out his thoughts. After a while, the young man encountered another problem and asked the Zen master again, "Everyone says I'm ugly, am I really ugly?" The Zen master picked up a glass of water and poured it on the young man's head. The young man was puzzled. "You mean, if I wash my hair every day, I won't be so ugly?" The Zen master replied, "If you are so ugly that you hold water, the water will flow more. If you pour water over your ugliness, you will be uglier." Puff. After hearing this, the future mother-in-law was amused again. This son-in-law's train of thought was really novel. Meow Meow looked at her father, her eyes full of admiration as if they could speak. Just like this, the atmosphere along the way was very good. Soon, we arrived at Jiangnan City CBD shopping center. "Aunt, you finally come here, why don't I buy something for you?" "Thinking about the system tasks, if not now, when will I do it?" This is not good. Although it was the first time they met, Mu Yiling was quite satisfied with this son-in-law, and naturally did not want to take too much advantage of her future son-in-law. How could that be? We are a family all the time. With Meow Meow's help, the three of them came to a Cheongsam shop. "Welcome." Seeing Yi Chen and the other two coming into the store, the salesgirl came over politely and asked, "How can I help you?" Wow. Meow Meow's eyes fell on a product in the window at this time. "Grandma, look at that dress, it's so beautiful." Oh. After hearing Meow Meow's words, Mu Yiling looked towards the window and suddenly found a piece of exquisite workmanship, which was obviously much more high-end than the clothes next to it. This is a brocade cheongsam. Yi Chen was slightly stunned when he saw the cheongsam in the window. "Xiao Ye, do you recognize this material?" Mu Yiling was stunned. She only felt that the cheongsam felt very good and was completely incomparable to ordinary cheongsams. "Aunt, you don't know." Looking at the cheongsam in front of him, Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Keisai is known as the holy weaving. There is even a saying that an inch of keisai is worth an inch of gold. In ancient times, it was used exclusively by the emperor. The workmanship is quite complicated and can only be done by hand. He paused and looked at the tapestry in front of him. If you want to make a cheongsam like this, it will take at least a year. Judging from its design, it must be the work of a famous artist. Boss, good eyesight. At this time, the manager of the cheongsam shop came over and said, "This is the most precious treasure of our shop. It has been here for more than a month and no one has shown interest in it." At this time, the mother-in-law's eyes fell on the price tag, and when she saw the price tag, she was slightly stunned. 1.98 million? Just to make sure he was not mistaken, Yi Chen curled his lips and said, "I want this cheongsam." The mission is about to be accomplished, how can he not be happy? Chapter 17. Dad, this bad woman said Mom is a vixen. Brocade shawl. Lantian jade pendant. Jade bracelet. An hour later, Mu Yiling looked at the large and small bags and said, "Xiao Ye, I'm sorry for making you spend money today. Looking at these, it is estimated that it will cost at least more than 3 million. It has to be said that shopping is a woman's nature. With this wave of operations, if anyone dares to compete with their Lin family for a son-in-law in the future, Mu Yiling will be the first to disagree. This son-in-law is very good. You're welcome, Auntie. They can only play their greatest value in my aunt's hands." Hearing what her future son-in-law said, Mu Yiling felt so happy. He was nothing like the one at home who had no romance at all. At this moment, Mu Yiling was just about to bring the household registration booklet so that the two of them could get their marriage certificate. Where did this wild child come from? While the two were talking, at the entrance of the shopping mall, a charming woman saw Meow Meow running and complained in a coquettish voice, "Master Zhang, look at that little girl. She must be the wild child of a vixen." Stop. Just as the seductive woman was about to leave, Meow Meow's face was full of anger. "You are the vixen, your whole family is vixen. Apologize to me." The powerful words immediately attracted many passers-by to watch. Feng Kuei's eyes fell on Meow Meow and he was startled. Is she that guy's daughter? This is bad. As expected, the seductive woman saw this and said, "Hey, what's wrong? You don't allow people to say your mother is a vixen. You." Meow Meow heard someone slandering her mom. "Dad, this bad woman said Mom is a vixen." Yay. The charming woman then glanced at Yi Chen and looked him up and down. Tisk, a poor loser. Bang. Before the charming woman could finish her words, she was slapped hard and flew away. Seeing this, Feng Kuei hurriedly grabbed Zhang Kun and said, "Master Zhang, that person is. Get lost." Zhang Kun slapped Feng Kuei in the face, then angrily said to Yi Chen, "Boy, you were so bold. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I will let you go, otherwise." At this point, Zhang Kun smiled coldly, "I will make sure you have no place to stand in Jiangnan." Not good. When Feng Kuei heard this, he thought to himself that something was not good, because that guy was a ruthless person. Bang! Sure enough, just as Feng Kuei had this thought, Zhang Kun was kicked and fell to his knees on the ground. He slid more than 1 meter and stopped 2 meters away. With a wow sound, he vomited with his stomach churning. "How dare you touch me?" Spatting out a mouthful of blood, Zhang Kun looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. He obviously didn't expect that the boy to be so confident. "Move you." He glanced at Zhang Kun, who was kneeling on the ground, and raised an intriguing arc at the corner of his mouth. "Who do you think you are?" "Boy, wait for me." Feng Kuei had already helped Zhang Kun up at this moment. Naturally, he didn't dare to stay here any longer, for fear of implicating innocent people. "Master Zhang, wait for me." The seductive woman tumbled and crawled, leaving the scene in a panic without caring about her beauty. Mu Yiling saw it all from beginning to end. He remained calm in the face of danger and acted decisively. Good. Obviously, this wave of operations has greatly increased the points of the son-in-law in Mu Yiling's eyes. "Dad, so handsome." Miao Miao blinked her big eyes, excitedly watching her daddy beat the bad guys away. Mua kissed her daddy on the face and said with a smile, "I knew that daddy is the best." Of course. Yi Chen would naturally not lose face in front of his daughter. "From now on, daddy will beat away all bad guys like this for you." Hearing daddy's words full of security, Miao Miao the little chicken nodded its head, which made Mu Yiling smile knowingly. When she arrived outside the shopping mall, someone had been waiting for Mu Yiling for a long time. It turned out to be someone from the Lin family. "Goodbye, Grandma." After waving goodbye, Miao Miao raised her little pink fist. "Yes." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the bold operation and winning the mother-in-law mission. You will be rewarded with 100% of Kunping Securities shares and 1 billion renminbi. Looking at the little guy's excited expression, Yi Chen heard the sound of system reward in his mind, which made him feel a lot better. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Kowloon No. 1 Villa, 100% shares of Junlin Hotel, 100% shares of Kunping Security. Wealth, 1.1 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. This is what a man with a system should have. Although 1.1 billion in assets is not a lot, it is definitely not a small amount. On the other side, Jiangnan City Airport. Ding-a-ling. A beautiful lady wearing sunglasses, pushing a suitcase, even so, still attracted many boys to turn around and look at her. Indeed, both her temperament and her profile exposed to the air proof that she must be a rare goddess. This girl with extraordinary temperament is none other than Lin Shiyin. "Hello." When I answered the phone, a familiar voice came from the other end. "Hee, Shiyin, have you gotten off the plane?" "I just got off." "What's up?" "If your mother calculates the time to call you, and she is being too attentive to you for no reason, she is either a traitor or a thief." Of course there is something. Mu Yiling on the opposite side was smiling as she looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. "You kid, you secretly hid such an outstanding boy. I agree to your marriage with Xiaoye. Let's get the marriage certificate when we have time." After that, he hung up the phone without giving his daughter time to speak, which confused Lin Shiyin. She stopped where she was. "What, you agreed and even got the marriage certificate?" An ominous premonition came to my mind. Could it be that my mother had seen that guy? Damn, that bastard, what kind of magic potion did he drink with my mom? Thinking of this, Lin Shiyin did not dare to delay for a moment and drove straight to Kowloon No. 1 Villa. As for what would happen next, no one knew. Chapter 18, First Meeting. Lin Shiyin was numb. In front of the shopping center, Longxing Plaza. Dear audience, today is the last day of the love song contest. At this moment, a loud sound came from the stage speakers not far away, which immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Miao Miao also looked over. "Hurry up! As long as you win first place, you can take home the grand prize of 100,000 new Taiwan dollars. and you can also get a Pikachu signed by the little diva Shiyin. The lively sounds attracted many audience members to try their luck, but few dared to go on stage. After all, the contestants who participated in the competition a few days ago were all very talented. Eh? When Meow Meow heard that Mama had signed a Pikachu, her eyes rolled around. Daddy, Meow Meow really wants that Pikachu. Let's go back and give Mama a surprise, okay? Yi Chen, this is not good. Yi Chen coughed dryly. This little guy either wanted him to be in the spotlight or was on his way to being in the spotlight. He felt that he would be left with no friends if he continued like this. No, Meow Meow likes it very much. Poof. Meow Meow acted coquettishly and shook her daddy's arm, with pitiful eyes and humming sweetly, as if to say, Daddy, you don't love me anymore. Ahem, that. Is it not okay for me to go? I really can't do anything about you. Obviously, Yi Chen, who dotes on his daughter crazily, has no resistance to the little girl's coquetry. At the same time, Lin Shiyin, who drove a supercar to the square, stopped with interest when she heard that there was a Pikachu with her autograph. It's still early, it's nice to listen to some music first. Lin Shiyin thought so, but she didn't realize that this place became the first place where she met someone in 4 years, and it was also the beginning of Yi Chen's intrusion into her life. Let me try. With the little guy cheering for him, Yi Chen came to the stage and spoke to the host. When the host saw that it was a handsome guy, his eyes immediately lit up. Obviously, he did not expect that such a good-looking audience member would participate in the last day. Good. Let us all give a warm round of applause to welcome this handsome guy. As the host's voice fell, the audience around him burst into warm applause. This is that guy. Lin Shiyin came closer and saw a figure on the stage, and then soon saw her daughter whom she missed very much after not seeing her for many days in the audience. The sudden change made Lin Shiyin not expect that they would meet in this way. Host, please put down the USB accompaniment for me. Yi Chen was talking to the host, and the host became more excited when he saw the handsome guy who came prepared. Come on, Daddy. You are the best, he. The crowd fell silent. Meow Meow's cheering voice startled Lin Shiyin, but the little guy seemed quite happy. Think of this. Lin Shiyin couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth into a charming arc. The lights were focused, and at this moment Yi Chen's already handsome face looked even more handsome. Whose girl am I welcoming under the warm sun? I walked on that little bridge. You play the piano and play sadness. The little girl singing by the bridge, tears are flowing from your eyes. You said one person is trying to be strong while the other misses his hometown. The warm tone and catchy lyrics stunned the audience. This guy is quite capable. This is the unanimous thought of the audience at this moment. Especially the girls, they put their hands together in front of their chests and stared at the boy with misty eyes. With his handsome face and beautiful singing voice, he looked like their Prince Charming at that moment. That bastard. While Lin Shiyin was sighing, she saw the infatuated looks of the girls, and a subtle jealousy rose up in her heart. She looked at someone on the stage with a hint of resentment in her eyes. I knew it, Daddy is awesome. Meow Meow had no idea what her mother was thinking at the time. Her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at her super talented and handsome father. There were many children in the audience, and they looked at Meow Meow with envy and jealousy. They also wanted such a powerful father. How great it would be if this was their dad. In that case, they must study hard and move forward. Yi Chen was not surprised at the audience's reaction. After all, it would be strange if they did not react in the same way. Since the system produced God-level music, it naturally had a blessing beyond the common people's cognition. For a moment, as the song sounded, everyone's thoughts appeared in their minds, with scenes of beautiful encounters. She has long black hair and bright eyes. Girl, you make my heart flutter and my heart beat fast. You said that no one was around and you were wandering alone. You look elegant and graceful. Sitting on the bridge, I listened to you singing. At some point, the audience began to sway their feet to the heartwarming melody, and the corners of each audience member's mouth curved up involuntarily, as if they had become the protagonists of various stories, listening to the beautiful girl they like singing by the bridge. The picture is warm and beautiful. Just like that, there was no sound to disturb them. Even Lin Shiyin came back to her senses as if she was in a trance, because she found that the boy on the bridge was actually some hateful guy. Then her eyes changed when she looked at Yi Chen. That guy's song is poisonous. Chapter 19. Father and daughter show off their love. Lin Shiyin is so sweet. Poisonous. That's right, this was the result Lin Shiyin got after trying it. She then narrowed her eyes and looked at someone warily. That guy is so scary. Thinking about the feeling just now, even though I hate him, I have no resistance to his songs. No wonder my mother was fooled by him. It seems that we must be careful with this guy. Thinking of this, Lin Shiyin immediately said, but this guy's singing is really good. A little. Pa 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 pa. When the song ended, many audience members applauded and there were many howls. Wow, the handsome guy sings so well. I feel like my ears are pregnant. The songs of those popular singers are nothing compared to those of handsome guys. Oh, come on, handsome guy, you have to be responsible for me. For a moment, those who didn't know would have thought it was a concert. The girls were so eager to jump on him that the host was scared. He never expected that the guy in front of him was so awesome. Ahem, what is that? The host coughed dryly at this time. I think you can guess the level of this handsome guy. I declare. The first place in this love song competition is this handsome guy. Then, the awards were presented, including 100,000 new Taiwan dollars in cash and a Pikachu autographed by the big diva goddess Shiyin. Long live daddy. Meow Meow, who was holding Pikachu, had an extremely happy look on her face. The host even gave Yichen a thumbs up. Brother, it would be a pity if you don't sing with your level. Do you want to try your hand at singing? I can help you contact an agency. The host spoke familiarly, and he naturally saw the potential in Yichen. With a little work, he would definitely be a phenomenal singer, and would beat the current popular young stars by at least 180 blocks. Entering the music industry? Hearing the host's words, Yichen shook his head, not interested. Wouldn't it be nice to spend some time with my little girl and cultivate her relationship with her if she has time to develop a career in the music industry? The sweet dog food was all over the place. Meow Meow enjoyed the touch of her father's big hands, and her little face was full of enjoyment. Gulp. Many children look at other people as doted fathers and feel extremely envious. The audience looked at Yichen strangely. Was he trying to trick them into giving birth to a daughter again? Humph. However, even though I thought so, I felt very jealous in my heart. Obviously. It would be a lie to say that I'm not envious. Just think about it, who wouldn't want to have such a super cute daughter? If they had such a lovely daughter, they wouldn't trade her for the throne, let alone the music industry. This father and daughter. Tutu forced a mouthful of the sweet dog food into her mouth, and Lin Shiyin was stunned. Why are these two guys like this? Are they afraid that others don't know they are father and daughter, or what? Poof. With a delicate snort, Lin Shiyin secretly left the square in order to avoid being discovered by the two men, and drove towards Kowloon No. 1 villa. The more she did so, the more she felt that the little girl must not stay with this guy for too long. Otherwise, if this goes on, there will be no place for her in that girl's heart. Half an hour later. Yichen drove back to the villa with Meow Meow. Hello, master. Hello, young lady. As soon as I returned to the villa, I saw 20 burly men guarding the villa professionally. These people were sent by Yichen at the request of the Kunping security chief. Meow Meow, go in first. He pinched the little guy's face, then followed the leader to the lawn. Young Master Yi, I am the captain of the team, codenamed Tianlang. Looking at the spirit and energy of the heavenly wolf in front of him, especially the unique murderous aura on his body, it is no surprise that he should be a mercenary king. You will be in charge of the villa from now on. Yichen nodded with satisfaction, and continued, remember, no matter who it is, anyone who threatens the safety of the villa will be killed without mercy. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Calling Tianlang here alone is to give him a death order. This is the most important place for him in the future and he must not be negligent in the slightest. Yes, Master Yi. Tianlang responded respectfully, then returned to his post to inspect the safety of the villa. When Yichen arrived in the villa, the maids were chattering around the big Pikachu. Wow, this is the goddess autographed Pikachu. Miss, you are so happy. It's the goddess autograph. If only I had one. Yeah, me too. If that happens, I will be so excited that I won't be able to sleep. The maids kept chattering, while the personal housekeeper Lu Menjing seemed to be hesitant to speak, looking at the signed Pikachu. She wondered how they would react if they knew that the young lady was the goddess Shiyin they were talking about. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of another supercar came from far away. By the time Tianlang and his group reacted, the supercar had already stopped in front of the villa. Snap. After pushing the door and getting out of the car, what came into view was a beautiful figure. After seeing the beautiful figure, the 20 people of Tianlang were all shocked. The young lady is here. Chapter 20. Daddy and Mommy, let us go back to our room and sleep. Hello, madam. 20 bodyguards called out in unison. Lin Shiyin was stunned for a moment and then her face turned red. That damn bastard must have done it on purpose. However, since we had already arrived at the villa, we had no choice but to go in. Meow meow. A pleasant and doting voice was heard, and Meow Meow, who was playing, ran towards the source of the sound without thinking. Hee hee, Mommy is here. When the maids came to their senses, they couldn't help but look over there curiously. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared before their eyes, but when the maids saw the figure, they did not hide their shock at all. This is Goddess Shiyin. Little Queen of Pop, I am not dreaming. No, the young lady just said she was Mama. Could it be that Goddess Shiyin is the young lady? After the heated discussion, the maids were completely upset. Lu Menjing was not surprised to see the maids' surprised looks. After all, they finally found out. Do you want to be numb? At this moment, Lin Shiyin does not have the aura of a little diva at all. She is just a mother full of the radiance of maternal love. Yes, of course. The little chick pecked at the rice and nodded its head, which made Lin Shiyin feel very relieved and felt that all the hard work was worth it. But before she could continue to feel relieved, she heard the little guy heading towards the villa's living room. Daddy, come quickly, Mommy is here to see us. Lin Shiyin. Hearing what the little guy said, Lin Shiyin's forehead was full of black lines. What does it mean to come and see us? When Lin Shiyin followed Meow Meow to the living room, Yichen had already brought 2 bowls of noodles to the dining table. The aroma of the noodle soup immediately made Lin Shiyin's stomach rumble. The sudden scene made Lin Shiyin's face even redder, while Meow Meow's mouth corners curved. Mom, come and eat. Dada's cooking is so delicious. Looking at Meow Meow's innocent look, Lin Shiyin wanted to refuse, but the taste buds swallowing the sweet saliva did not give her any chance to refute. Good. After saying that, Lin Shiyin felt a little regretful. She originally wanted to intimidate someone, but the taste of this noodle soup was indeed very tempting. Slurp. After taking a bite of noodle soup, Lin Shiyin and Wang Quan's beautiful eyes were stunned. That guy's cooking skills were better than she thought. As her taste buds were stimulated, the top young diva no longer cared about her image and started eating faster. After all, she had not eaten since noon. Seeing that their goddess had such a good appetite, the maids couldn't help but have a new understanding of their idol, that their goddess was such a big eater. Undoubtedly. This was the unanimous thought of the maids. Half an hour later. Lin Shiyin drank the last mouthful of soup with satisfaction on her pretty face. The little guy's voice came at the right time. Mom, the noodles cooked by Daddy are delicious, right? Well, not yet, just average. Lin Shiyin almost uttered something subconsciously, and quickly changed her words, her face slightly dizzy. Damn it, it seems that the plan of showing off her power is not working. The saying you should be grateful to the one who feeds you and you should be grateful to the one who gives you is exactly like this. Hee hee. Meow Meow doesn't indulge her mom, so she exposed her mom's shortcomings. Mom, you're lying. I ate 2 big bowls and there was no soup left, but you still said it was just average. Lin Shiyin, #@. Hashtag. Listening to the little girl's actions as a filial daughter, Lin Shiyin wanted to hang the little girl up and beat her for a moment. That guy, he's just a good cook, but he's so heartless that he betrayed me like this. After dinner, it was night time. Meow Meow yawned and held her parents' hands. Daddy and Mommy, let's go back to the room and sleep. Lin Shiyin, who hadn't had time to find an excuse, was hesitant to let the maids know Meow Meow's life story, so she said, okay. For a moment, Lin Shiyin's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. How could this happen? The script is not like this. What should I do? Am I really going to sleep in the same room with that unfaithful man? Click. As the bedroom door closed, Lin Shiyin's heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment. The forgotten encounter 4 years ago emerged in her mind, and her face immediately turned red to the back of her ears. Soon, I finished washing up. Lin Shiyin was wearing a thin nightgown, her perfect figure was fully revealed under the light. She seemed to sense someone's burning gaze, and she glared at him fiercely, but there was a hint of hidden joy in her heart. As for why, she couldn't say it. Perhaps every woman wants to receive this kind of attention from the opposite sex. Yichen, I'm warning you. If you cross the 38th parallel, I won't be polite. Meow Meow ignored her mother and continued to act coquettishly with her father. Daddy, Daddy. Can you please continue telling me the Wizard of Oz? Mommy's stories aren't good at all. Lin Shiyin, I. As expected, Lin Shiyin was despised by the little guy. She felt mixed emotions for a moment. She had only been away for a few days, and that guy had surpassed her in importance. After a long time, the three people in the bedroom fell asleep one after another. However, Yi-Chen had a very realistic dream that night. He dreamed of a scene similar to the encounter 4 years ago. Chapter 21 Mom is Jealous. The next day. The golden morning sun poured into the room through the window, dispelling the last trace of darkness. Lin Shiyin struggled to get rid of her sleepy eyes and woke up from her dream, but when she saw the guy she was hugging, all her sleepiness disappeared instantly. She stared with her beautiful eyes wide open, looking in disbelief at the head buried in the abyss and the huge hands covering both sides of the mountain. That guy, bastard. Lin Shiyin clenched her slender hands and really wanted to punch him, but when she saw the little guy at the other end of the quilt, she glared at someone. Damn, what a loss. Lin Shiyin couldn't believe it. How did she get through the night? She had always thought she was holding a little kid. How could this happen? Also, why do I feel sore all over? She frowned and thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. She could only blame it on being too tired in the past few days. Yesterday, I actually had such a dream. Lin Shiyin, what are you thinking about? Then, he struggled to escape from the guy's hand, tiptoed to put on his clothes, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the guy was still sleeping soundly. Come to the living room. The maids were all looking at the bedroom at this moment. When they saw Lin Shiyin coming out, they hurriedly avoided her gaze and went back to their work. Morning, madam. The maids bowed and greeted them, looking at the still blush on their young mistress's cheeks, as if she had thought of something. Several maids couldn't help but whisper envy and gossip. Wow, I see the young lady looks very well. Yeah, I heard that it will be like this after that. No way, the young lady is still in there. Could it be that after the young lady fell asleep? Thinking of this, everyone looked at their goddess, the young lady, again, and couldn't help but imagine scenes in the second dimension in their heads. At this moment, they really wanted to say, if anything happens in the future, you can just come to them. After breakfast, Yi-Chen drove Lin Shiyin and her daughter away from the villa. Dad, are we really going to the amusement park? The little guy blinked his eyes as if they could speak, looking forward to it. Of course. He scratched the little guy's nose lovingly. He was already familiar with this kind of loving behavior, but Lin Shiyin rolled her eyes at this invisible wave of dog food. Didn't I tell you yesterday? When has Dad ever lied to you? Long live Daddy. Feeling the strong fatherly love, the little guy smiled and kissed his father on the side of his face with a moa. Then he did not forget to praise his father. I know that my father loves me very much. Of course, you are Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. He. Listening to the two of them talking back and forth, Lin Shiyin's voice came out at one point. Are you two going to stop? You talk too much. Listening to his mother's words, the little guy shrank his head. Dad, is Mommy angry? The little girl asked her father curiously. As far as she could remember, her mother rarely lost her temper before. No way. Yi-Chen glanced at the stunning beauty in the back seat and said, Mom is jealous. Pft, cough cough. After hearing what someone said, Lin Shiyin, who had just taken a sip of water to calm down, immediately spat it out, then glared at someone and stopped talking. I secretly hated that guy in my heart. How could he be so narcissistic that I would be jealous? Joke. As for why she didn't refute, it was because she was afraid that if she saw someone, she would lose control of herself and strangle him to death. Soon, Disney was within sight. Wow. Dad, Mom, there are so many people here. When we arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, the little guy's eyes were full of excitement as he watched the tourists coming and going. This was the first time he came out to play with his parents. Hey, I heard there's no free play. Free? Is that true? Is this another gimmick? Of course it's true, you see it's being broadcast live there. Many tourists were talking about it. The little one's eyes rolled when he heard it. When the family came closer, they heard the beautiful lady on the stage, wearing a deep V-neck slit dress, hosting the show very attractively. This beautiful lady just sang a very good song, but the audience was not enthusiastic enough. Here is a 100 Kwai participation prize coupon. Thank you for participating. Next. The beautiful young lady said in a sweet voice, "Are there any handsome guys or beautiful girls who would like to come up and try it out?" Us. When the little one heard the singing, his eyes sparkled. Daddy is really good at singing. Lin Shiyin. Lin Shiyin was shocked when she heard the little guy was making trouble. She was only wearing sunglasses, and it would be bad if people found out. Hee, Mom, Daddy sings so beautifully. Seeing the little guy's clever look, Yichen smiled dotingly. Ding! The host triggers a random task, a sweet song fills the audience, and the reward is a mysterious blind box X1, with 3 billion renminbi as a gift. Oh! Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yichen's smile deepened. This system is becoming more and more discerning. Thinking of this, Yichen walked towards the stage. Lin Shiyin's eyelids twitched slightly. This bastard is going to die. Is it really okay to pamper that girl like this? Chapter 22. Why is such a handsome guy married? Woohoo! On the stage, the beautiful young lady's eyes lit up. Handsome guy. I don't know, what song should I sing? Obviously, such a handsome guy will undoubtedly be of great benefit to their activities, and she feels that this handsome guy is very much like the Prince Charming in her dreams. Yichen thought about it, a sweet song to fill the whole place. This is easy, please play the accompaniment for me, thank you. I wrote this song to commemorate my first encounter with a girl 4 years ago. I also hope to have her in my life for the rest of my life. The song is called Love Is Not My Choice. I hope you like it. The corners of his mouth are curved, and his looks are far better than those of the popular young actors. Come on, Daddy, you're the best. The little guy clapped his hands excitedly to cheer his dad on. You. Hey. Lin Shiyin held the little girl, fearing that she would rush onto the stage accidentally. Her heart was pounding with anxiety. After all, her identity could not be made public now, otherwise, who knows what would happen. The light and joyful melody makes people relax. I will never forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. Your image in my mind. Can't go away. Hold your hands and feel your tenderness. I want to cherish your innocence. It's really a bit suffocating. Lin Shiyin was startled by the singing of a certain guy, but she soon realized something was wrong. That bastard, the girl 4 years ago, was not her, but the lyrics. Lin Shiyin couldn't help but think of the encounter that night, the first time they met. Could it be that this guy at that time also felt his tenderness in my hands? Lin Shiyin's face suddenly turned red, not knowing what she was thinking about. The hit that night could be said to have changed her life, and it also almost caused her to break up with her family. Oof. Don't think that singing a song will make me forgive you. Lin Shiyin hummed softly as she made up her mind, but soon she was captured by the singing and all the fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. Oh my god, this guy is awesome. Wow. His skills are no less than those of a legendary singer, oh my god. My goodness, it seems he is the original singer. It would be a shame if this guy doesn't become popular. You're so handsome, but why are you married? Woohoo. 4 years ago, that girl couldn't be the mother of that cute little Lolita. What a happy family. It would be great if I could get the good genes from a handsome guy. I really want to kiss him. Shuaiguagua, stop singing and come home with me. As Yichen started to increase his influence, the number of tens of thousands of active fans directly exceeded 100,000, and the speed was still soaring. Hee, Mommy, look. The little guy turned his head towards his mother with a smile and said, Daddy sings really well, I like it so much. In an instant, the little guy became a loyal fan of his dad and felt that his dad was the most awesome person in the world. Tisk. It's okay, just a little better than the average person. Lin Shiyin glanced at the stage with a confused look on her face, but before her voice fell, the singing began again. I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you. Don't dare get too close. I'm afraid I don't have anything to give you. Loving you also requires a lot of courage. I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you. Maybe one day I won't be able to help myself. Wow. The little guy didn't hear what Mom said and opened his mouth wide. Although he didn't quite understand what was said, he felt that Dad must be confessing his love to Mom. So sweet. I feel like my dad is so great. The tourists around saw this and were moved. Who is this guy? His singing skills are amazing. In particular, many cute girls who came to Disney looked at the handsome guy singing super sweet love songs, their eyes full of love and admiration. Pity. Why, such a handsome guy is married, woo woo. It would be great if they were not married, maybe I could have an encounter with him. If not, one night is not unacceptable. After all, he is not responsible. At this moment, Lin Shiyin's face turned red. She didn't dare to get too close because she was afraid of falling in love with herself. What's more, she said she couldn't help herself. This bastard was just lying. Lin Shiyin, you must not give in. Do you hear me? She made a secret decision and encouraged herself, but every time she looked at the guy on the stage, she felt something strange in her heart, which made her just frown. He looked at Yi Chun with a complicated expression. That guy was actually quite good apart from what happened in the past. Chapter 23 He, Mom, you are bullied by Dad again. A little. The song ends and everyone is silent. Although the singing has ended, everyone's thoughts are still lingering in the artistic conception of the song Love is Not a Choice, unable to extricate themselves. He thought of the goddess he liked, and the feeling of wanting to confess but being afraid of being rejected was perfectly interpreted by this song. Ah. Pa 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 pa. It lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the scene was filled with thunderous applause mixed with cheers. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen again changed. This guy is so awesome. With such ability, he still fights with them for free tickets. Damn, this guy has more than enough money to hold a concert. Ha, thunderous applause. The beautiful lady came to the stage, with the microphone to her lips. Awesome handsome guy, this is the first time I've won so many applause. Congratulations handsome guy, you can bring your family to play for free. After a pause, the pretty lady asked tentatively, by the way, handsome guy, we want to use your song to promote it outside the amusement park. Is that okay with you? Can. Yi Chen smiled slightly. He would naturally not refuse something that was convenient for him. Hiss. What a talented young man. It would be a shame if he didn't sing. What's this handsome guy's name? I like him so much. Try harder, maybe you can snatch the handsome guy away. Zhou Kai, this handsome guy belongs to me, no one can snatch him away. The tourists at the scene were chattering, and the people in the live broadcast room were also reluctant to leave, but it was a pity that they would never see that handsome guy again. Dad, you were so handsome just now. The little girl's face was full of admiration, and it was obvious that she had completely become her father's most loyal fan. That is. Hearing his lover's words, Yi Chen lovingly scratched the little guy's nose. Daddy can do anything. Poof. Lin Shiyin snorted and rolled her eyes. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Chen put his big hands around her slender waist and said, actually, being handsome really allows you to do whatever you want. Just imagine, a handsome guy and an ugly guy hit on the same girl at the same time. If it's a handsome guy, it might be a chance encounter, but if it's an ugly guy, it's probably just a hooligan show. Lin Shiyin. Wrong logic, I don't want to bother with you. Although she said so, Lin Shiyin was secretly discussing it in her heart. In fact, there was some truth in it. TSK, how handsome do you think you are? Lin Shiyin was really speechless about this guy's narcissism. What should she do if she really wanted to give him a beating? Of course your man is handsome. Yi Chen then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Let me put it this way, tens of millions of years after my death, when posthumans were born, they restored my bones and buried them in the Arctic. Above my tombstone, there is a cloud floating all year round, changing from one thing to another, with only one word, handsome. Puff. Hearing the guy's crazy narcissism, Lin Shiyin laughed out loud without acknowledging the owner. I really want to rip your head open and see how it looks like. I glared at a certain guy. Is that bastard behaving properly? It feels harder to make that guy suffer than to become a diva. Oh, what an enemy. Although the little guy didn't quite understand, he thought it was fun to see his mom going crazy. The invisible dog food made many tourists behind him choke. Showing affection will lead to death soon. This buddy will have no friends if he keeps doing this. Mom, you're being bullied by Dad again. The little fellow was saying something shocking at this time, but Lin Shiyin's face turned red after hearing this. What nonsense are you talking about, girl? Lin Shiyin, with a red face, pounced towards the girl with her teeth and claws bared. This was outrageous. Did she really think she could do whatever she wanted with that guy protecting her? Yeah. The little guy saw that his mother was very fierce, and hid behind his father. Daddy, please save me, mommy is catching me. Lulu. The little guy stuck his head out and made faces at his mom, which made people laugh, but it made Lin Shiyin very angry. Lin Xiaomiao, come here. I promise I won't kill you. Lin Shiyin hummed and circled around someone. If you didn't know, you would think that the two of them were sisters instead of mother and daughter. After turning around a few times, the little guy ran away. Seeing the mother and daughter chasing each other, Yi Chen's mouth curved up, and the tourists not far away were envious. Damn it, are you trying to trick me into giving birth to a daughter again? I won't be fooled. Enter the playground. Dad, shall we play this? The little guy was looking at the vertical roller coaster not far away, his eyes full of anticipation, but Lin Shireen's pretty face turned pale. No one knew that she was actually afraid of heights. Okay. Yi Chen naturally didn't know Lin Shireen's habits, so he agreed casually. Lin Shireen wanted to say something but didn't say it in the end. After all, she couldn't bear to disappoint the little guy, especially in front of a certain guy. Chapter 24. Mommy's legs are weak, can daddy carry mommy on his back? Why, are you nervous? Seeing Lin Shireen's slightly unnatural expression, Yi Chen asked suspiciously. Nervous? How is that possible? This queen has seen all kinds of storms. However, after saying that, she looked towards the vertical roller coaster in the distance, her beautiful eyes flickered with panic, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Only. She absolutely cannot lose face in front of that guy. A few minutes later. Lin Shireen's pretty face turned pale and she felt her stomach churning. It was horrible. Daddy, this is so fun. The little guy's face was full of excitement, and even Yi Chen was slightly stunned. This little guy was very brave. Mom, let's play this, okay? Meow Meow excitedly pulled Lin Shireen, whose pretty face was pale, and pointed at the high-speed bungee jumping machine not far away. Lin Shireen's pretty face turned black when she saw it. This girl was going to kill her. Ahem. Okay. Lin Shireen coughed dryly and said. Yi Chen looked at the backs of the mother and daughter as they left thoughtfully. That girl, she won't be afraid of heights, right? Thinking about the scene on the vertical roller coaster just now, and then looking at the beautiful woman who was holding on, the corners of his mouth curled up in a mysterious arc. This girl is quite cute. Ah. The little guy screamed excitedly as the high-speed bungee jumping machine descended, unaware that Lin Shireen's head was buzzing. As for Yi Chen, he just smiled and said nothing. Super pendulum, canyon swing, flying trapeze. After a series of exciting projects, Lin Shireen was exhausted. It was so exciting. She will never forget today's experience. Mom, are you okay? The little guy realized it later and looked at his mother with weak legs and asked with concern, but Lin Shireen was already in tears at this moment. This girl finally thought of him. Ahem, it's okay, just that my legs are a little weak. Lin Shireen said this hatefully, glaring at a certain guy. Why did this bastard bring the kid to the amusement park instead of doing anything else? She would never come to this damn place again. It's horrible. Daddy, mommy's legs are weak, can you carry her on your back? A sweet voice was heard, and the little guy smiled innocently at his father. After all, how could a child have any bad thoughts? That's okay. Looking at Lin Shireen who was holding on, Yi Chen smiled slightly. She couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Shireen wanted to refuse, but her legs would not obey her. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and give in to someone again. However, Yi Chen did not carry Lin Shireen on his back, but instead held her up like a princess. Wow. It was a super sweet scene. The little guy couldn't help but cover his mouth in amazement. After playing around a lot, the boy with an unnatural expression looked at Yi Chen with surprise in his eyes. That buddy, aren't you scared at all? The princess hug is so steady. You. Lin Shireen felt herself being held in the arms of someone, her face flushed, and she naturally noticed the attention from the people around her, especially the girls who were talking about her with envy. This bastard only knows how to show off. You have a nice figure. Yi Chen felt the touch of the perfect body and joked with a laugh that only the two of them could hear. Poof. You tell me. Lin Shireen rolled her eyes and howled in her heart, damn it, I've been taken advantage of so much on only the first day. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of Sweetly Blast the whole audience. You will be rewarded with 1 mysterious blind box and 3 billion renminbi. The system reward sounded in his ears at this time, and Yi Chen's mood improved again. Ding. Detection, the host has a mysterious blind box. Do you want to open it? Open. Yi Chen naturally didn't think too much about it and directly agreed to the khaki mysterious blind box. After all, what is in your hands is king. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning an Apollo supercar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Ferrari LaFerrari supercar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini Venom supercar. 3 voices sounded in succession, and Yi Chen was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that the mysterious blind box would actually produce 3 supercars. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneto, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% shares of Junlin Hotel, 100% shares of Kunping Security. Wealth, 4.09 billion renminbi. Looking at the items and wealth on the attribute panel, the corners of my mouth raised high. The happy thing is that you never know what you will get in the next second. However, Lin Shiyin saw a guy's mouth curled up, and her pretty face turned red. That bastard smiled so obscenely. Sure enough, this guy is a big pig's hoof, hee hee. Lin Shiyin thought so. If Yi Chen knew about this, he would fight her for 300 rounds. That would be a great scene. Chapter 25 Fundraising to Save the Day, Dog Food in Progress. In Super Sports Car. Ding-a-ling. After putting Lin Shiyin in the back seat, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. Lin Shiyin calmed down a lot at this moment, and the little guy showed the curve of a cunning little fox. Hey, boss. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Zihan's anxious voice came from the other end. Are you free now? It's urgent. Today is the annual school angel fundraiser. The singer who was supposed to perform with us suddenly wants to pay more and walk out. Do you think it would be helpful if you have time to save the situation? Listening to Wang Zihan's words, Yi Chen was stunned. The singer walked out of the show? And asked himself to save the show? Such a bloody plot actually happened to him. Sure enough, once the life with the cheating system begins, it will not stop. Yi Chen also wants to keep a low profile, but his strength does not allow it. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen looked at the little guy. Meow meow, are you going to Jiangnan University with your dad to save the situation or go back to the villa? Save the day. When the little guy heard what his father said, his eyes lit up without thinking. Of course I'll go to daddy's school. How can she be left out when dad is in the spotlight? Don't look at me. Lin Shiyin felt the gaze of a certain guy and said, I can do anything. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shiyin spoke out, wondering if she felt that the guy was working so hard to accompany the little guy, which was a bit tiring. 20 minutes later. Jiangnan University, playground entrance. Squeak. The supercar stopped suddenly at the entrance. Wang Zihang and the other 2 had been waiting for a long time. Boss, you are finally here. After pushing the door and getting out of the car, Wang Zihang and the other 2 widened their eyes when they saw a goddess wearing large sunglasses, with her perfect figure and facial features exposed to the air. Goddess Shiyin. Oh my god, boss, you even brought your sister-in-law here. Wang Zihang and the other 2 were shocked. It was obvious that the scene before them was far beyond their expectations. However, they were even more impressed by how powerful their boss was, as he had captured the goddess Shiyin in such a short time. Hello. When Lin Shiyin heard the 3 people recognize her, her face flushed and she greeted them politely. Ahem, hello, sister-in-law. Wang Zihang and the other 2's faces flushed with excitement. Just kidding, this is the most beautiful campus beauty in the history of Jiangnan University. It would be strange if they were not excited. If the news that Goddess Shiyin was coming to the school spread, the entire Jiangnan University would probably be turned upside down. Before Li Bin could speak, Yi Chen rejected him directly. Don't set your sights on your sister-in-law. Don't you think today's incident is not big enough? Hey, what about that, boss, I'm just saying it. Li Bin smiled awkwardly. He was very clear about Lin Shiyin's status. If the outside world knew that she had a child with his eldest boss, it would definitely be an unprecedented blow to her star career. Boss, it's your turn soon, is that okay? Wang Zihang thought of something and turned his attention back to the main topic. Don't worry. Yi Chen waved his hand, then handed Wang Zihang a USB drive, and Li Bin understood. This guy, is he going to sing again? Seeing the guy in front of her perform, Lin Shiyin couldn't help but twitch her lips. Although she didn't like the guy, his singing was really amazing. A little. On the playground, host Chen Xianer picked up the microphone and looked at the announcement card with her eyes lit up. Good. Next, let's invite classmate Yi Chen to perform a song for us called Where Are We Going, Dad? Everyone welcome. Wow. When the students of Jiang University heard that the school idol Yi Chen was coming on stage, they were all stunned. They invited the idol to save the situation through a fundraising activity. For a moment, many students who were originally disappointed were now looking forward to it, and the number of people in the Dosha live broadcast room that was broadcasting simultaneously also increased a lot. After all, Yi Chen had gained a lot of loyal fans in the live broadcast room with one song. Mom, I'm going to sing with Dad. Offstage, Miao Miao said to Lin Shiyin in a playful way. When Lin Shiyin realized that the father and daughter had already gone to the stage, she was stunned. Is that guy crazy? You actually brought the little one on stage and sang with him? On the way here, Yi Chen learned that the Angel Fund's fundraising was for the purpose of helping poor children. It just so happened that he had been rehearsing a song with the little guy these days, which was quite appropriate for this situation. Oh my gosh. Wang Zihang and the other two were looking at the little guy on the stage. The boss seemed to be about to cause trouble. When the host Chen Xianer saw this, she was also worried. After all, this fundraising was of great significance. There's a cool guy in my family. 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and guns. His palms are a little rough. Holding my hand, I learned to walk. As everyone was worried, a pure and pleasant voice was heard, which instantly attracted everyone's attention and then fell on the little guy. Even Lin Shiyin herself was stunned. This is that girl. I didn't realize before that she has such a lovely side. Lin Shiyin fell silent for a moment, looking at the father and daughter on the stage. Could it be because of fatherly love? 5,000. 8,000. 10,000. As Miao Miao started singing, the number of fans in the live broadcast room started to skyrocket. The fans in front of the screen felt their hearts melt. Oh my god, is this another attempt to trick them into giving birth to a daughter? Chapter 26. Damn, I am convinced by this dog food. What a cute little baby. Yeah, it would be even better if I could give you a kiss. That handsome guy has such strong genes, it would be great if we could meet him. I want a daughter like you, aw. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement for a while because of the little guy, and the host Chen Xianer in the corner of the stage was stunned by the unexpected joy. Amid the heated discussion, Yi Chen's doting voice was heard again on the stage. This is the first time you're my dad. We all have mixed feelings. You're trying so hard to grow, but my hair is turning white. Let's write one stroke at a time. Listening to Daddy's super warm singing voice, the little guy's face was full of happiness and sweetness. The sweet dog food poured all over the venue along with the musical notes, making the audience feel both pain and happiness. When Lin Shiyin heard this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It was obvious that she couldn't imagine that the guy could write such a song. And it seems that this guy is not as hateful as I thought. At this moment, Lin Shiyin quietly forgot all the times she was taken advantage of, and she didn't even notice that her attitude towards Yi Chen had changed significantly. The girls from Jiang University at the scene all looked at Yi Chen with changed eyes. God, Yi is so handsome and he is so good at pampering people? Finished. It seems I have fallen hopelessly in love with Yi Chen. What should I do? That little guy's mom is so happy. What kind of extraordinary woman could win the heart of someone as outstanding as Yi Chen? She could have made a living solely on her looks, but she chose to rely on her talent. More importantly, Yi Chen himself is a super rich man. After a while, the song ended and everyone fell silent. After the audience was silent for more than 10 seconds, thunderous applause and cheers broke out. At this moment, everyone present felt the charm of music. The number of fans in the live broadcast room has surpassed 100,000. Ha, it turns out that the boss's moves are extraordinary. Wang Zihong looked at the live broadcast room and sipped his lips. Wow, the 100,000 mark was even more shocking than the welcome party. Damn it, I am convinced by this dog food. Li Bin coughed dryly and swallowed his saliva, feeling like he had eaten another bite of dog food from the boss and his daughter. Dong Cohen glanced at the stage and said sourly, "Boss, you are trying to trick me into giving birth to a daughter, but I don't even know where my girlfriend is." These two people. Lin Shiyin looked at the boiling scene, feeling filled with emotion for a moment, and then looked at Yi Chen with complicated eyes. There was no doubt that this guy's singing level was not inferior to hers at all. At the same time, Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Ding dong. Yi Pengfei picked up his wife and was in the car returning home when he received a push message from Li Wanting's phone. It was from Dosha Liv, and the two people in the message were Yi Chen's parents. When she clicked on the video, Li Wanting saw a cute little baby on the screen, and Old Yi! Stop the car, something's wrong. Hearing Ye's mother's voice, Yi Pengfei was startled and stepped on the brakes and stopped at the side of the road with a squeak, leaving a half-meter mark on the ground. What's wrong? Yi Pengfei's face was full of solemnity. Mother Yi then placed the phone in front of Father Ye's eyes and said, "Look, we have a granddaughter." Yi Pengfei? Yi Pengfei was unable to react for a moment and looked over, only to see his son. There's a cool guy in my family. 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and guns. His palms are a little rough. A pleasant and healing voice was heard, especially the cute and adorable appearance of the little guy, which made Yi Pengfei's eyes fixed. Wanting, this little guy looks a bit like you. Yeah. When Mother Yi heard what Father Yi said, she narrowed her eyes and looked at the two people showing off their affection on the screen. That brat actually did such a big thing without telling us. Hey, but look at this little guy, our daughter-in-law must be very beautiful. Yi Pengfei nodded in agreement, not bad. This kid is quite like me back then. For a moment, Yi Pengfei thought of his college days. Didn't they also get pregnant before marriage, so it was not difficult to understand such a familiar operation. Tisk. Mother Yi rolled her eyes at Father Yi, virtue. This little guy looks about 3 years old, which means 4 years ago, our son is much better than you. These fierce words left Ye's father speechless. In other words, this kid gave birth to a granddaughter for them when he was 17 years old 4 years ago. It must be said that he is better than himself back then. That brat is hiding too well. I'll break his legs when I see you back. Yi Pengfei said this with a ferocious look, but the satisfaction on his face completely betrayed it. Mother Yi glanced at Father Yi and asked, "Break his legs?" In this age of more monks than meat, the old guy couldn't contain his joy. Moreover, his daughter-in-law looked good at first glance, and his son's action saved the old guy a lot of money. Just you? Just be happy. Ye's mother said this, and Ye's father laughed when he heard it. Then he thought of something and said, "Oh, right, call that brat and ask him. Don't be happy for nothing." Chapter 27: A Strange Mission, to Destroy the Tiger Gang? Jiangda, a corner of the playground. Ding-a-ling. Looking at the mother and daughter talking not far away, Yi Chen's cell phone rang and he saw the caller ID. "Hello, Mom." After answering the phone, I felt particularly relaxed while feeling the gentle breeze. "You're so bold, you little brat." Then came the mother's questioning voice from the other side, "You kid, did you hide from us that you had a granddaughter, and you sang with us?" Yi Chen was stunned when he heard his mother's words. He obviously didn't expect that she would know the existence of the little guy in this way. He originally planned to confront his mother in a few days. "Ahem, Mom, you know everything." With a dry cough, Yi Chen did not hide anything. This is what happened. 4 years ago. Then, Yi Chen recounted what happened 4 years ago in general. Listening to her son's narration, Ye's mother became more and more stunned. "You kid, you must have had shit luck in your last life." After listening to it, Li Wanting couldn't help but admire her daughter-in-law. It was hard to imagine how much determination she had and how much grievance she had endured to raise the child alone. "Stop doing that useless thing. I want to see a photo of my daughter-in-law." A few minutes later. Ding dong. After hanging up the phone, Li Wanting received a message, which turned out to be a video of Lin Shiyin and her daughter playing. Click on the video. At this moment, Ye's mother was stunned. "Oh gee, this girl looks so familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before." Ponder for a moment. Suddenly, Ye's mother thought of something and looked at the girl in the video again with disbelief in her eyes. "No way. I remember this girl. She is the popular little queen Lin Shiyin. Many students in Yangcheng No. 1 Middle School like her. The ancestors of our Yi family are very proud of her. The little queen of the music world, Lin Shiyin?" Father Yi was also quite familiar with the name. "Are you saying that our daughter-in-law is a top-tier singer?" 9 times out of 10 it is true. Ye's mother nodded seriously. This video couldn't be fake. It seems that I need to go to Jiangnan when I have time. Ding dong. Before returning, Yi Chen received a message on his mobile phone. When he clicked on it, he saw that it was from Zhou Guoping, the head of Kunping Security. Young Master Yi, intelligence shows that someone is secretly ambushing outside Zhang University and is suspected to be harmful to you. Looking at the message on the phone, Yichen was slightly stunned. It seemed that he had not offended anyone. Soon, the event ended. Dad, won't you come with us? The little guy asked his dad with a pitiful look, while Lin Shiyin glanced at someone. She wished that this guy would stay away from her. No. He pinched the little guy's face lovingly. Daddy has something to do later. Oh well. After being nagging for a while, the little guy finally agreed and then waved his little hand. Goodbye, Daddy. You should go home soon. Don't worry. Yichen replied with a smile, and Lin Shiyin stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the field. A few minutes later. Buzz. At the gate of Jiangnan University, a Lamborghini Veneno roared like a beast. It was one of the 3 supercars that Yichen opened in the mysterious blind box. As the whistling sound faded away, the person who was hiding in the dark immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Master Zhang, the fish is in the net. Very good. A familiar voice came from the other side. Follow that kid. If I don't make him pay the price today, I won't be called Zhang Zitao. Yes, Master Zhang. In the business car, a young man with a tiger tattoo on his arm looked in the direction of the supercar. If he offends Master Zhang, he's done for. About 10 minutes later. These people are quite professional. Yichen looked at the business car with good tracking ability in the rearview mirror, and was quite curious about who was targeting him so openly. Ding! The host triggers a random mission. He defeats Zhang Zitao and his group and personally destroys the Tiger Gang. He will be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Phantom Entertainment and a god-level bone-setting massage skill. Out of curiosity, Yichen heard the system's task sound in his ears, which made him stunned, and then he understood something. Zhang Zitao? Tiger Gang? It seems, this is the person who did it, but his last name is Zhang? Thinking of this, Yichen's mind flashed back to the scene at the shopping mall. Could it be that dude? Squeak. Not long after, Yichen braked suddenly and stopped. There was a truck blocking the middle of the road in front of him. It was already night. Swish. The lights came on and the whole place was brightly lit. Snap, snap, snap. The rhythmic sound of leather shoes tapping on the ground could be heard, and it was obvious that the people coming down were well trained. There were about 40 or 50 people on both sides, and the lineup was quite large. Boy, long time no see. At this moment, a young man with bruises on his face came from the front. When he saw the person coming, it was indeed the person from the shopping mall that Yichen had guessed. Let me see how good you are at fighting. Zhang Zitao snorted coldly, then looked at Yichen, cut off his hands and feet. I will be responsible if anything goes wrong. Master Zhang, please hold it. One of the leaders of the Tiger Gang sneered, destroy him. He glanced at Yichen and gave the order directly. At that moment, 40 or 50 people rushed forward. As the underground emperor of the Jiangnan area, their Tiger Gang had never been afraid of anyone. There were about 40 or 50 people holding batons, and various attacks came quickly. At this moment, Yichen, with the corner of his mouth raised, moved. Chapter 28, Kill 10 people in one step, leaving no trace. Boy, you're not going to die this time. Zhang Zitao sneered. The boy's miserable appearance with broken arms and legs already appeared in front of his eyes, especially his face, which was bound to be disfigured. Pa! While he was imagining, a crisp sound of a slap in the face was heard, and the next moment, he saw a member of the Tiger Gang being slapped and flew 5 or 6 meters away. Fuck! The faces of all the Tiger Gang members who rushed forward changed drastically. That boy was so fierce. Bang! Bang bang bang! Within a few seconds, 40 or 50 people in the field were wailing everywhere, and only Yichen was standing in the field, with his clothes not wrinkled at all. These people are too weak. You! Before Zhang Zitao could say anything, Yichen appeared in front of him, slammed his palm forward, and hit the front of the truck with a thud. There was a loud crackling sound and he broke countless ribs. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Gulp! Seeing Master Zhang's miserable condition, everyone's eyelids twitched wildly and their faces were filled with fear. That guy is a devil. Asshole. An elite leader of the Tiger Gang looked at the direction where the supercar left with resentment. If you mess with someone from the Tiger Gang like this, you're dead. Click. His fists were clenched and his face was ferocious. Their Tiger Gang was the underground emperor in the Jiangnan area. Now that the Tiger Gang had suffered such a big setback, it was definitely not over. But they didn't know that a disaster was about to happen to their Tiger Gang. Paradise on Earth, the headquarters of the Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Squeak. The club was brightly lit, and at some point, a Lamborghini Veneno stopped in front of the club. "Boss, Master Yi is here." In the darkness of heaven and earth, a master spoke solemnly to a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Zhou Guoping, the head of Kunping Security. "Should we take action?" After hesitating for a moment, the master looked towards the Tiger Gang headquarters to ask. "Hold still." Zhou Guoping looked at the field. Young Master Yi came here alone, so he must be confident. And at this point, Zhou Guoping narrowed his eyes. "I also want to see how skilled Yi Xiao is. However, Master Yi's safety is the most important thing." He paused and took a breath. "If anything unexpected happens, follow me and destroy heaven and earth immediately." "Yes, boss." Zhou Guoping's trusted subordinate responded solemnly. "Who is it?" In front of the Paradise Club, 2 Tiger Gang members shouted to stop them. "This is a private club, no parking." Bang! Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. He slapped the subordinate so hard that he flew out and was stunned on the spot. "How brave! Boy, you're looking for death." After another member of the Tiger Gang called for help, he swung a baton, but was slapped back by Yi Chen and flew 5 or 6 meters away, unconscious on the spot. Crash! At this moment, hundreds of people poured out of the Paradise Club. "How dare you come to the Tiger Chamber of Commerce to mess things up? Destroy him!" Hundreds of soldiers rushed towards Yi Chen without any hesitation. Zhou Guoping's heart tightened in secret. "Everyone, get ready, start." "Wait." Just as they were about to ask someone to take action, Zhou Guoping hurriedly stopped them because he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Pa! Papa Papa! The sound of slapping people in the face was intensive, and every time one of his men was slapped, one of them flew sideways. Kill 10 people in one step, and leave no trace after 1,000 miles. Half a minute later, hundreds of people were wiped out, and everyone looked at Yi Chen with a different look in their eyes. Is that guy still a human? At this moment, there was a man standing at the entrance of the club. This man was the president of the Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Menghu, the underground emperor of Jiangnan. At this moment, he was twirling the Buddhist beads in his hand, and was indifferent to the scene here. Whoosh! Bang! Also in this room, a firework rose into the sky and eventually transformed into a ferocious tiger pattern, which was the emergency call of the Tiger Gang. Is this a call for the Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Guoping's confidant was completely confused, but Master Yi's skills are too good. "Boss, why don't we take action yet?" Zhou Guoping looked at the field and saw no sign of nervousness on his boss's face. "Wait a little longer," the confidant said. As the two were talking, the sound of squeaking brakes could be heard from all around, and then the first group of about 300 or 400 members of the nearby Tiger Gang arrived. When several key members arrived at the entrance, Zhao Menghu nodded slightly, and then they led 300 or 400 people to rush forward. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. I don't believe that kid can make much of a difference. After more than a minute, 300 or 400 people fell to the ground. The core members of the Tiger Gang were dumbfounded. "It hurts so much. Who dares to act wildly in my Tiger Gang?" A rough voice was heard, and then the second in command of the Tiger Gang came to the field with the main force. There were about 1,000 people. Although their fighting power was not as good as the elites of heaven and earth, they were numerous. Superior. With a wave of his hand, the second in command rushed forward first. "Boss, should we take action?" Zhou Guoping's confidant asked again. "Oh my god, the Tiger Chamber of Commerce is mobilized in full force." Wait. Zhou Guoping didn't say much, but watched the scene silently. A few minutes later. As expected, all members of the Tiger Gang were wiped out, including the second in command. Gulp. Watching the scene, Zhou Weiguo's confidant was shocked. "Oh my god, this is not a dream." Chapter 29, Conquering the Tiger Gang, mission completed perfectly. "Boss, this." Zhou Guoping's confidant looked at the scene in disbelief. Young Master Yi, he actually destroyed the Tiger Chamber of Commerce alone. Although it was a bit unexpected. But it is true. Zhou Guoping was extremely shocked at this moment. He obviously did not expect that the boss of Kunping Security, whom he met for the first time, would be so powerful. One man defeated more than 1,000 people from the Tiger Gang. He is not embarrassed at all, no wonder, he was able to acquire Kunping security, amazing. Good boy. At this moment, Zhao Menghu put away his Buddhist beads. The young man in front of him was far beyond his expectations. Heaven on earth, Booth. What do you want to do in my Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Menghu was sipping the fragrant tea. Behind him stood Lei Bao, the second in command of the Tiger Gang, with a bruised face. He looked at Yi Chen with fear in his eyes. Nothing. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Menghu drinking the fragrant tea and said, I want the Menghu gang to be removed from Jiangnan. How brave. As the voice fell, a secret attack came. The person who came was a graceful figure with a sharp dagger in her hand. The speed was fast and the attack was tricky. Zheng. However, the next moment, the dagger in the man's hand was directly flicked away by Yi Chen's finger, and then almost half of it penetrated into the wall, and then he slapped Xianying's heart with his palm. Phew! Blood spurted, and the beautiful figure turned into a stream of light, broke through the window and flew out of the club. It can be seen how powerful the palm was. Your Excellency, you have amazing skills. Zhao Menghu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had shown mercy. Your Excellency's request should not be limited to just removing the Tiger Gang from the list. Brother! At this moment, Xianying came in from outside the club and looked at Yi Chen with fear in her eyes, but did not attack again. Good. Looking at Xianying's tricky attack just now, that assassination method was definitely extremely powerful. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise when destroying the Tiger Gang this time. From now on, the Tiger Gang will be disbanded and merged into Kunping security to work for me. Impossible. Before Zhao Menghu could say anything, Zhao Ziyan had already spoken. The second in command wanted to agree, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Shouyan. Zhao Menghu interrupted his sister, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Chen. Kunping security, could it be that it was acquired by you? Old Zhou, come in and meet someone you know. Yi Chen did not answer directly, but spoke to himself. Just as Zhao Menghu was suspicious, a figure appeared in the club. It was Zhou Guoping, the head of Kunping security. Meet Master Yi. Zhou Guoping bowed and greeted him to show his respect. Although he did not answer, his actions spoke volumes. Good. Zhao Menghu weighed the pros and cons for a moment and made up his mind. I agree to disband the Tiger Gang and join Kunping security to work for you. Boss, you. The second in command of the Tiger Gang was anxious, but was stopped by Zhao Menghu. But I have a condition. You have to ensure that my brother and I are safe. This. Hearing the words of the big boss, the second in command of the Tiger Gang thought of something and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Oh. Zhao Menghu's words attracted Yi Chen's attention. Zhao Menghu continued, to be honest with you, sir. My sister Xiaoyan was originally ranked 7th on the 7 Kills organization's killer list. A month ago, the 7 Kills organization wanted me to sell drugs to the Tiger Chamber of Commerce, but I directly refused. Xiaoyan also left the 7 Kills organization in anger. After hearing Zhao Menghu's narration, Yi Chen's eyes fell on Zhao Ziyan. No wonder this girl's assassination skills were so high. And he also understood the situation of the two. Now the 7 Kill organization has issued a kill order against the brother and sister, hoping to make an example of them. Can. Yi Chen agreed without thinking too much. After all, he didn't take the 7 killing organization seriously. Brother, I have made up my mind. Zhao Menghu was also a decisive person. He then looked at Yi Chen and said, I will immediately announce the disbandment of the Tiger Gang, and the personnel will be selected according to Kunping security rules. Although Zhao Menghu is tall and strong, he is very smart. From now on, Kunping security will be developed by you and Lao Zhou together. Yes, Master Yi. After clarifying his identity, Zhao Menghu couldn't help but feel a lot less pressure. After all, he himself was fine, but he couldn't let his sister be in danger with him. Then, Yi Chen's eyes fell on Zhao Ziyan. Ziyan, right? Your killer skills are pretty good. From now on, your task is to train killers for me and you will only be responsible to me. Cultivating killers? When Zhao Ziyan heard the task Yi Chen gave her, her eyes lit up. She had long wanted to start her own business. Yes, Master Yi. Yi Chen nodded slightly. You can discuss the next thing. I'll go first. It's not good for the little one to wait for too long. Soon, there were only 4 people left on the field. Zhao Ziyan's eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. Zhou Guoping and Zhao Minghu looked at each other and both smiled bitterly. They had fought for so many years but never expected that they would become each other's people in the end. As for the second in command, Lei Bao, he looked at the scene with admiration in his eyes. Young Master Yi is truly a remarkable man. Chapter 30. I have been a wise man all my life. Why did I give birth to a loser like you? Lamborghini Veneno, in the car. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of beating up Zhang Zitao and his group and personally destroying the Tiger Gang. You will be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Phantom Entertainment and a god-level bone-setting massage skill. As Yi Chen drove towards the villa, he heard the sound of system rewards arriving in his account, which made him feel better. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage. Items, 100% shares of Rose Cafe, Pagani Wind God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% shares of King's Landing Hotel, 100% shares of Kunping Security, 100% shares of Phantom Entertainment. Wealth, 4.09 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, he is getting closer and closer to the peak of his life. Phantom Entertainment is one of the top entertainment companies in the country, creating over 30 to 40 billion in value every year. Otherwise, Su Jiaya wouldn't have thought she could reach success overnight by hooking up with Feng Kuei. At the same time, at the Zhang family villa, Zhang Tianlai looked at the equity transfer contract beside him with a serious expression. Yi Chen, a student from Jiangnan University, became the new boss of Phantom Entertainment. He lit a cigarette, swallowed and exhaled smoke. This Yi Chen is not simple. Phantom Entertainment is a very profitable business, with his share of the profits alone amounting to hundreds of millions each year. Being able to fully control the company, one can imagine how powerful the power behind it is. If we can establish this relationship, we will benefit in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. With a bang. At this moment, the arrival of the prodigal son interrupted his beautiful dream and brought him back to reality. What? Seeing the object approaching, Zhang Tianlai was so scared that he almost kicked it. Dad, it's me. Zhang Zitao had a frown on his face. That damn boy beat him so badly that he couldn't even recognize his old man. Zhang Tianlai. Xiao Tao. Hearing the sound, Zhang Tianlai took a closer look and immediately became furious. Asshole, who beat you up like this? Tell me, I'll dig up his 8 generations of ancestors' graves. Woo woo woo. Listening to his father's words, Zhang Zitao was so moved that he burst into tears. Dad, please make the decision for me. That bastard is called Yi Chen, and he's a student at Jiangnan University. Zhang Tianlai was unable to react for a moment after hearing his son's words. What? A student dares to hit my son, Zhang Tianlai. This is outrageous. However, Zhang Tianlai soon realized something and his heart jumped into his throat. He asked to confirm, no, who did you say was the one who hit you? Seeing his father's puzzled look, Zhang Zitao thought he didn't hear clearly. That bastard is Yi Chen, from Jiangnan University. Bang! Before Zhang Zitao could finish his words, Zhang Tianlai couldn't help but slap him hard in the face. Ah! The wound that had just healed was beaten by the old man and made him doubt his life. Dad, you! Bang! You bastard! Zhang Tianlai had already realized that his son had gotten into trouble. I don't have a rebellious son like you. I have been so wise my whole life, how could I have given birth to a loser like you? Boom! This slap directly slammed Zhang Zitao to the ground, his ears buzzing. Dad, I. As he spoke, Zhang Zitao protected his face, fearing that the old man would slap him again, which would probably beat him to death. Shut up! Zhang Tianlai cast a sharp gaze at his son. He really wanted to strangle him to death. You evil creature, do you know how much trouble you have caused? That Yi Chen, he is not an ordinary person. Boom! Hearing the old man's words, Zhang Zitao's mind suddenly buzzed. Thinking of the scene in which the old man beat him to death just now, he realized the seriousness of the matter. As expected, Zhang Tianlai collapsed on the sofa, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. Just now, Phantom Entertainment was acquired by someone with 100% control. The acquirer is called Yi Chen, and he is from Jiangnan University. What? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Zitao stood up suddenly, his eyes widened, thinking about the guy's expression that had not fluctuated at all before. Could it be that? Plop. His legs went limp and Zhang Zitao fell to the ground immediately, his face ashen. How could this happen? How could that guy be the boss of Phantom Entertainment? Dad, I hired someone to beat him up before. You. Zhang Tianlai was furious when he heard what his son said, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that his son was beaten. You deserve it, you evil creature. Zhang Tianlai gritted his teeth. If he hadn't been badly injured, he really wanted to kick him a few times. This bastard was more of a hindrance than a help. If I had known this 20 years ago, I should have thrown it against the wall along with hundreds of millions of its brothers. Chapter 31. During the massage, the relationship heats up. Ding-a-ling. Zhang Tianlai was extremely angry when a cell phone rang. He glared at his evil son and answered the call. What? The Tiger Gang was wiped out by one man. Upon hearing the information coming from the other side, Zhang Tianlai's face changed drastically. You know, the Tiger Gang is the underground emperor of Jiangnan City. How could such an existence be destroyed by one person? Impossible. In an instant, Zhang Zitao's face turned pale, and he was filled with anxiety and fear. Seeing the look on the face of the evil creature beside him, Zhang Tianlai's face turned cold. What's wrong? Dad, I. Explain. An extremely bad feeling came over him. What on earth had this bastard hidden from him? Those captivating eyes frightened Zhang Zitao so much that he shuddered. Dad, the one I asked to teach Yichen a lesson before was the Tiger Gang. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Tianlai's mind suddenly buzzed. Asshole. He kicked him directly with a bang, not caring at this moment that his son was seriously injured. This was a big disaster. This evil creature just offended Master Yi, and the next moment the Tiger Gang was destroyed? This is what a coincidence. If the Tiger Gang is really destroyed by Yichen, my Zhang family will be in great trouble. Zhang Tianlai has been in both the black and white worlds for many years and knows this point too well. Although he is very successful in both the black and white worlds, he knows very well that there are some big shots whom he and the Zhang family cannot afford to offend. Because in the eyes of those people, they can make the Zhang family disappear quietly with just a flick of their fingers. Dad, what should I do? Zhang Zitao crawled to his father's feet, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, completely terrified. What to do? Zhang Tianlai glared at his useless son and said, kneel down and apologize. Until Master Yi forgives me, there is no other way. For a moment, Zhang Tianlai seemed to have aged more than 10 years. I'm glad Yichen can forgive you, otherwise, my Zhang family will be wiped out. Zhang Zitao felt extremely regretful for a moment, his head hung, his face full of self-blame. Dad, I'm sorry. You. Seeing his son apologizing to him in a rare way, Zhang Tianlai didn't know what to say for a moment. It's not all your fault. I spoiled you since you were a child. Kowloon 1 Villa. After dinner, Lin Shiyin was exhausted after a busy day. She took a quick shower and lay down on the bed, feeling tired in every part of her body. Dad and Mom, you two should sleep together tonight. I'm going to sleep with Aunt Menjing. After saying that, he closed the bedroom door with a snap. Yichen was speechless looking at the little guy's great assist. Lin Shiyin was startled immediately. She was so tired that she just wore pajamas and forgot about this thing. She thought she was going to sleep with the little guy at night. How? Are you afraid that I will eat you? And looking up and down at someone in pajamas, it's not like I haven't eaten before. You. When Lin Shiyin heard this, she wanted to rush up and beat him up. This guy couldn't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. After a few words, I thought about the torment the girl had gone through today. You must be exhausted. Yichen suddenly spoke softly, and Lin Shireen's heart trembled when she heard it. Come, I'll give you a massage. I guarantee you'll have a good sleep tonight. Itching to show off his skills, Yichen decided to practice on Lin Shiyin. Lin Shiyin, who was about to refuse, suddenly felt the incredible level of massage, and even her spirits perked up. She couldn't help but be surprised that Guy actually knew massage. Moreover, this technique seems to be very good. I was just wearing pajamas, so I don't know if it's a bit inappropriate, but it feels really good. Never mind. In the end, emotion triumphed over reason, and that guy got away with it this time. As the massage technique continued, Lin Shiyin felt drowsy and comfortable as if she was floating into the clouds. There is no doubt about it. This guy's massage was definitely the best she had ever seen. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Shiyin groaned and tried to turn over, but her pajamas slipped off her shoulders. The abyss and the mountain peaks are unobstructed. At this moment, the distance between the two was less than 3 centimeters, and the charming atmosphere instantly filled the room. Curious coincidence. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Yichen couldn't help but kiss her. Lin Shiyin was in a daze and was reluctant to resist. By the time Lin Shiyin came to her senses, they had already been kissing each other for a while. Yichen, you dare, Before Lin Shiyin could finish her words, her red lips were blocked, and the encounter happened again. Lin Shiyin could never have imagined that a mere massage would lead to such a sudden change. If she had known that this would happen, she would never have agreed to a massage even if she was beaten to death. This night is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 32, Ye's mother comes online, and the divine assist begins. The next day. The sun is shining brightly and the day is high in the sky. These words were like sunlight falling on her beautiful eyes. Lin Shiyin opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the person in front of her. Memories in her mind came flooding out like a torrent, and her face flushed. She knew very well that she had been awake every moment last night. Hateful. Lin Shiyin said angrily, how could this happen? Nizi, wake up. At this moment, someone's voice came from her ear, which made Lin Shiyin crazy. Yesterday was an accident, I must forget it. Rest assured. Yichen looked at the beauty in his arms, with a smile on his face. I will remember what happened yesterday. Yichen, you. Ding-a-ling. Before Lin Shiyin could teach someone a lesson, Yichen's cell phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID showed her mother, Lin Shiyin's beautiful eyes widened and she didn't dare to make a sound for a moment. Yichen clearly felt that someone's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He didn't expect that this girl would get nervous sometimes. Hello, Mom. I turned on the speakerphone, but Ye's mother's voice came from the other side. You little bastard, you're still sleeping. Hurry up, I'll be at the villa you sent me in 10 minutes. What? Yichen was stunned when he heard Ye's mother's voice, and Lin Shiyin beside him widened her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Ye's mother hung up the phone with a beep. Yichen. You actually gave the address to your mother. At this moment, Lin Shiyin was dumbfounded. What should she do? For a moment, she felt as flustered as an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Ahem, I didn't expect my mom to be so fierce. Yichen said with a dry cough, but at some point Lin Shiyin's face turned red. Don't let go. Apparently, someone is still taking advantage and hasn't had enough time to feel his own opinion. Hey, that thing is not obeying my orders. Yichen quickly put on his clothes and left the room in embarrassment. Feeling the burning shamelessness of the scene, Lin Shiyin's face flushed for a moment, and then she burst out laughing. How come? That guy took advantage of you so much, and yet you're still laughing, Lin Shiyin? Are you crazy? Quietly, Lin Shiyin was shocked by her own reaction. How could this happen? She must be dreaming. Wrong. That guy's mother is coming, hurry up and get ready. Dada put on her clothes skillfully, but no one appreciated her perfect figure without any clothes on, only the air was appreciated. 10 minutes passed quickly. Hello, ma'am. Li Wanting, who arrived at Kowloon 1 Villa by taxi, was frightened by the sudden scene, but after all, she was a special teacher who had seen storms and waves, so she quickly calmed down. But I was secretly shocked. Is the configuration of the villa of the top little queen so high? Mom, you're here. Seeing his mother suddenly attack, Yichen greeted her with a smile. You little brat. It would have been fine if Li Wanting hadn't seen her son, but when she saw him, she was furious. If I don't come, my granddaughter will be old enough to help with cooking. You've grown wings, kid. You kept such a big thing a secret from your family. After a few words, Li Wanting's eyes fell on the little girl. You must be Meow Meow. Hello, Grandma. Meow Meow, who had been told by her father a long time ago, called Li Wanting sweetly, and was very happy to be called Grandma. Ah, my dear granddaughter. Li Wanting held the little one in her arms, her face full of joy. This happiness came too suddenly. They were originally worried about their son finding a wife after graduation. Now, not only does he have a daughter-in-law, but he also has a granddaughter. They are happy just thinking about it. That's right. Putting the kid down, Li Wanting took out a red envelope from her bag. This is our first meeting. There's a card with about 100,000 yuan in it. It's a gift for you. Wow. When these words came out, the maids around were stunned. My God, giving 100,000 on the first meeting is so generous. Yi Chen was stunned when he saw this. His mother was really generous. Auntie, this is too expensive. Lin Shiyin knew that Yi Chen's parents were actually from an ordinary family, and 100,000 was not a small sum of money. Hey! Li Wanting pretended to be angry and said, "This is for my granddaughter." Thank you, Grandma. The little one called out in a sweet voice and immediately accepted the big red envelope given by her grandmother. Seeing this, Lin Shiyin wanted to say something but finally didn't say it. After some pleasantries, Li Wanting's eyes fell on Lin Shiyin. You must be Shiyin. It's hard to imagine that the brat actually found a big singer for the Yi family. Come, let me talk to you. As she spoke, she held Li Wanting's slender hand and said, "Come to think of it, I'm still half a fan of yours. It's been hard raising a child alone these years." The two of them sat on the sofa, and their caring looks made Li Shiyin feel both nervous and touched. Yi Chen knew that his mother was about to start something. As expected, Mother Yi took out a brocade box from her bag. When she opened it, she found a jade green bracelet inside. This is a family heirloom of my Yi family. It was passed down to me by Grandma Xiaochen. Now I pass it down to you. Lin Shiyin. Ah, this. Auntie, it's too expensive. Before Lin Shiyin finished speaking, Ye's mother said, "Silly child, this is a good thing, and it is estimated to be worth hundreds of thousands. It doesn't matter whether I like that brat or not. I should consider it as compensation from our Yi family that I have raised the child by myself for so many years. But that's it." With the aura of the special teacher, she used both soft and hard methods to put the jade bracelet on Lin Shireen's bracelet. After doing all this, Li Wanting's mouth corners showed a cunning arc like a fox. She came here just to give her son a helping hand. If her daughter-in-law couldn't catch her, she would definitely beat that brat so hard that he wouldn't recognize herself. Chapter 33, Brat, Such a Spendthrift. A delaying tactic. As a second best option, Li Wanting has already mastered this kind of skillful operation to perfection. Although Lin Shiyin is a top young queen, she is still experienced after all. What's more, Li Wanting has been teaching for more than 20 years and has seen all kinds of troublesome students. It can be said that she has eaten more salt than Lin Shiyin has eaten rice. This result is not surprising. Now that the future daughter-in-law is wearing the heirloom bracelet, it means that she has a bond with the Yi family other than the little one. With a bond, this is the beginning of a close relationship. Of course, this is just her first step here. Seeing Lin Shiyin accept the bracelet, Li Wanting continued to take out something from her bag. The dark brown cover was the household registration book. Shiyin, this is the Yi family's household registration book. If you have made up your mind, register with this brat. If you haven't made up your mind, I'll leave it with you. Lin Shiyin, this. Obviously, this wave of operations will not be able to deal with Lin Shiyin. Even the household registration booklet was handed over to herself. Doesn't that guy have any initiative at all? Retreat to advance. Watching his mother's actions, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Is it really okay for his mother, a 1,000-year-old fox, to treat a little girl like this? This mother-in-law, oh no, auntie, is she a little too open-minded? However, Li Wanting soon lost her composure. What? Meow meow, you said this house belongs to your father? Li Wanting looked at the luxurious house. Although she didn't know how much it was worth, it was definitely beyond her imagination. Of course. Seeing his grandmother's surprised look, the little guy continued to show off his dad. Not only the house, but also the Rose Cafe and the King's Landing Hotel are all dad's. The little guy spoke like a treasure, and Li Wanting looked at her son again with a changed look in her eyes. That kid, how did he do it? Master Yi, are the 3 supercars parked outside yours? At this time, Lu Menjing came in from outside the villa and asked her boss. Good. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Park them. Yes, Master Yi. Lu Menjing bowed slightly as she spoke, and Li Wanting smacked her lips. This brat really knows how to enjoy himself, finding such a beautiful girl to be his housekeeper. Supercar? But then she was puzzled, and Lu Menjing naturally did not dare to neglect her wife's words. Yes, madam. All 3 cars are top-notch supercars, namely Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, and Lamborghini Veneno. The 3 supercars are worth about 100 million. 3 supercars? Worth 100 million? Mother Yi listened to Lu Menjiying's words, and then looked at her son, stinky boy, such a spendthrift. With that money, why don't you buy some clothes for Shireen? As she spoke, Ye's mother took Lin Shireen's hand and said, "Come on, Shireen, I'll take you shopping for clothes and let that brat pay for it." After lunch. In the back seat of the Pagani Huayra, Ye's mother was whispering to Lin Shireen. "Shireen, if that boy dares to bully you in the future, I will take care of it for you." Ye's mother never missed any opportunity to assist. When the time comes, Auntie will break that brat's legs. Mom, you. Shut up. Before Yi Chen could say anything, he was interrupted by Ye's mother. "Drive your car." "Shireen, Xiaochen was very naughty when he was little, you don't know." Then Ye's mother began to tell her future daughter-in-law about her son's childhood football experiences, such as fighting with Shiba Inu, robbing bird nests, and poking hornets' nests. All those football incidents appeared vividly in Lin Shireen's mind, and she couldn't help but smile. She didn't expect that guy was so naughty when he was a child. "You don't know, even now in my hometown, Daweishu village, all the dogs run away when they see Xiaochen." Phew. Hearing what her future mother-in-law said, Lin Shireen couldn't help laughing, which made Yi Chen frown as all his great achievements were revealed by his mother. "Hee, Grandma, Daddy was so naughty when he was a child." The little guy also listened with great interest, especially when he heard his dad fighting with the Shiba Inu, which must be very interesting. Not really, but more than 10 years have passed in a flash. Li Wanting was quite emotional. The atmosphere was cheerful along the way, and the pleasant laughter of Lin Shireen and her daughter could be heard. 20 minutes later, Chenjun Square. Jiangnan City's luxury shopping center is ranked among the top 3 and is in no way inferior to the commercial center we visited before. Enter the Chanel flagship store. "This dress is great. Shireen, try it. And this bag. Purchase. Buy. Buy." Li Wanting likes the style and buys the most expensive ones. Since the brat is not short of money, he might as well spend more on his future daughter-in-law. Such a luxurious scene is really enviable. The little guy watched his grandmother's operation, especially his mother's helpless expression. "Grandma is so generous, I like it so much, ha." If Lin Shireen knew what the little one was thinking at the moment, she would probably beat her until she cried daddy. It was obvious that Ye's mother was worried sick about her son's happiness in the second half of his life. Chapter 34. My mother always wants me to get married, don't mind. After browsing the flagship stores, we came to the Bulgari jewelry area. "Shireen, this pendant is nice." When Ye's mother arrived at the Bulgari jewelry area, she was attracted by the most eye-catching display cabinet, the huge heart of the ocean, at first sight. Of course, the most important thing was that it must be extremely expensive. "This, Auntie, no need." Lin Shireen was really scared. She happened to know that this Bulgari exhibit was designed by the world's top designer Master Saya, and the sapphire weighed 56 carats, and its value was inestimable. "How can we not use it?" Ye's mother naturally would not miss this opportunity. This was also her last gift to her daughter-in-law. "Please pack this for me." This. After hearing what Ye's mother said, all the shopping guides in the Bulgari store were stunned, and then they looked at Lin Shireen with envy and jealousy. This mother-in-law is too generous. Ahem. The beautiful store manager coughed dryly. "Auntie, are you sure you want it? This heart of the ocean is the most valuable treasure of our Bulgari store, worth 30 million. I bought it." Ye's mother interrupted him directly. Although she was shocked, for the sake of her son's happiness in the second half of his life, she would not blink an eye even if it was 300 million yuan. Hiss. The shopping guides around all gasped, truly shocked by Ye's mother's domineering actions. Miao Miao looked at her grandmother in admiration. It turned out that her grandmother was so powerful. This. Until Yi Chen paid the bill and the whole family left Bulgari, Lin Shireen's mind was still confused. Thinking back to what Ye's mother said about someone being a spendthrift, it seems that my aunt is not thrifty either. To be honest, even if she was the daughter of the Lin Group and a top diva, she would not buy such expensive things. Seeing her daughter-in-law's shocked expression, Ye's mother curved her lips. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Spending a large amount of money will naturally solidify their relationship. Of course, the most important point is that the son doesn't lack this little money. By the way, Miao Miao. Grandma will take you shopping. Let your parents go shopping together. Mother Yi knew that her granddaughter was smart, and with a glance the little girl understood. "Yeah, thank you Grandma, hee. The dramatic grandparents and grandchildren quickly disappeared from the scene, leaving only Yi Chen and Lin Shireen. Ahem, that. My mother has always wanted me to get married, don't mind. Lin Shiyin rolled her eyes at someone. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved by such an action. Moreover, after experiencing what happened last night, Lin Shiyin's mood had subtly changed. At least, now she thinks that guy is not as hateful as she thought before. She also had some understanding of Ye's mother's actions. On the one hand, it was to make up for herself, and on the other hand, it was for someone else. As a mother herself, she can better appreciate the selfless maternal love. But she didn't deserve it. It's getting late, why don't you go eat something first? With a dry cough, Yichen ended the somewhat awkward topic and made a suggestion. Lin Shiyin's face flushed slightly and she felt weird in her heart. This should be their first date. Bah, let's eat alone. Well, I just happened to have something to tell you. Yichen thought about it and said, but Lin Shiyin was stunned by what he said. That guy had something to say to her. Could it be that he wanted to confess to her? But that's not possible. Isn't it too fast? I'm not ready yet. If he really confesses his feelings, should I accept or refuse? For a moment, Lin Shiyin's heart couldn't help but beat violently, as if it would jump out at any time. On the other side, around the corner. Grandma, isn't this a good idea? A mischievous little kid stretched his neck and stared at his parents who were talking in the field with great curiosity, wanting to listen to what they were saying. What's wrong with that? After hearing this, Ye's mother said nonchalantly, we call this caring about them. Don't you also want your parents to be together soon? Hearing what her grandma said, the little chick nodded her head, pecking at rice. Of course she thought about it. That'll do. Ye's mother and grandchildren followed the two people, be careful, they are leaving. Oh. The little guy nodded thoughtfully, and followed his parents to a Western restaurant. This feeling of following my parents is pretty good. While tracking, the little guy was thinking. About a few minutes later. Western restaurant, booth. Beef Wellington. French foie gras. Fuji Fipian. After ordering a table full of dishes and a bottle of red wine, Lin Shiyin's heart was in her throat. This guy. I've never seen him so gentlemanly before. Fine wine, beautiful women, and candlelight. The atmosphere was just right. At this moment, the two of them looked like a young couple. It would be a lie for Lin Shiyin to say that she didn't like this feeling. Perhaps no girl could resist this kind of atmosphere. Thinking about what the girl had experienced over the years, Yichen felt quite guilty, and his long-planned plan quietly unfolded. Chapter 35. This brat has finally gotten the hang of it? Western restaurant, the atmosphere is here. Under the dim light, he looked at the girl with stunningly beautiful face opposite him. Although her face was covered by sunglasses at the moment, her identity could not be known in this place after all. At least, not now. Nizi, you have worked hard over the years. The affectionate eyes and the words that were spoken with a hint of doting were like the warm sunshine pouring into the heart. The feeling was wonderful. For a moment, the suffering of the past 4 years seemed to melt away like ice and snow, and even tears were flashing between her beautiful eyes. She thought that the guy didn't feel sorry for her. Master Yi. Here is the file you requested. At this moment, a graceful figure came to the dining table from not far away, holding a document in her hand. The person was none other than Lu Menjing. Go ahead. Yichen took the document. Lu Menjing bowed slightly and left, but before leaving, she looked at her young lady with envy in her eyes. This is a gift for you, take a look. He handed the document to Lin Shiyin and spoke softly, but this change made Lin Shiyin feel a little uncomfortable. This is? Lin Shiyin took the document and looked at it. When she saw the share transfer contract, she was stunned. 100% of the shares of Rose Cafe. What are you doing? I want to transfer the Rose Cafe to my name. Indeed, after reading the contract, Lin Shiyin was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to feel. She never expected that the so-called gift from that guy was to make her the owner of the Rose Cafe. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? According to the contract, the market value of Rose Cafe was more than 10 billion, and this guy just gave it to her? Although it's vulgar to talk about money, I still want to transfer the Rose Cafe to you, just as. Then, Yichen looked at the person in front of him. This is my compensation for not being with you and the little guy for so many years. Although, it's pale, this is the most direct way to express my apology now. Listening to Yichen's words, Lin Shiyin fell silent. No, to be more precise, she was a little choked up. In fact, she couldn't blame him for what happened back then, and it was she who insisted on raising their child alone. Looking at the transfer contract in front of me, it has already proved the sincerity of the guy on the other side. Actually, I should have let Meow Meow meet you earlier. Lin Shiyin naturally knew that she had done something wrong. After all, it was unfair to both the little guy and Yi Chen not to let them recognize each other. Nizi, I'm so glad I met you 4 years ago. Yi Chen looked at the beautiful lady opposite him and said, from now on, you will no longer face all this alone. So, next, I have another gift. After a pause, Yi Chen stood up and walked towards the stage in the corner of the Western restaurant. Yi Chen, you. Lin Shiyin was about to say something when the background screen slowly lit up and a short film was playing on it. It turned out that it was a misunderstanding that led to an encounter between the two people. It looked exactly like the scene when she first met that guy. But the video that played next made Lin Shiyin realize that this was a video that the guy had deliberately taken based on them, probably because he was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble by using his own photos. Next, I want to dedicate this song to the girl in my life. When the magnetic voice came out, Yi Chen's gaze had already made everyone in the Western restaurant look at Lin Shiyin. The girls were even more envious because that handsome guy was so handsome. The name of this song is Forget Time. I hope everything for us can go back to the starting point. As the voice fell, cheerful and joyful accompaniment suddenly sounded in the Western restaurant. How far can I go if I walk in silence? I looked up and suddenly found out. Keep going backwards to the starting point. Stubbornly persist against time. We agreed to disconnect forever. I expected things to remain unchanged, but everything has changed. The beautiful voice and superb singing skills can be said to have interpreted this popular love song to the extreme, and it is also an acquaintance of Lin Shiyin 4 years apart. At this moment, the song is elevated to a new level. That guy. Lin Shiyin was also stunned by the beautiful music ringing in her ears, especially the familiar background video and the mood of the lyrics. He wrote a song about their experience, and it was obvious that this was a confession. From Lin Shireen's perspective, that guy was really handsome, and it didn't seem like she was at a disadvantage. Wow. At this time, his mother and the little guy, who had just arrived at the Western restaurant, were stunned when they heard the sweet voice of the confession. They wondered what they had missed during this period of time. This brat, has he gotten it? Ye's mother watched her son confess his love to his daughter-in-law. As expected, the boy's singing skills were amazing. Looking at her handsome son's high emotional intelligence, Ye's mother couldn't help but sigh. If the old man at home was 1/10 as romantic as this boy, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. As expected of his own son, he is quite good at this operation. Chapter 36. Since you are so happy, why not sleep with me tonight? There was silence in the Western restaurant. What should I do if all the girls are staring at the handsome and super talented boy like they are in love? Although, their boyfriends and husbands are right next to them. But, it still can't stop them from secretly loving each other. How great it would be if that boy was their boyfriend or husband. It makes them so happy just thinking about it. Under everyone's attention, the brewing emotions finally materialize at a certain moment. Gradually forgetting that I can't catch up with tomorrow. Just hold on to the longing tightly. Tomorrow I won't see your smiling face anymore. Gradually I forgot the time. I just have to go down memory lane. This kid is really good at spreading dog food. Ye's mother nodded with satisfaction, eating the dog food about her son's confession and his relationship with his daughter-in-law. To be honest, she would eat as much dog food as possible. Phew. Lin Shiyin couldn't help laughing out loud when she saw the handsome face of a certain guy, especially when she saw the background video on the screen. She felt deeply moved. Quietly, the resentment accumulated over the years also dissipated into thin air. Amidst the dog food everywhere, two people were panting and arriving late outside the Western restaurant. Ms. Liu, what is Master Yi doing? Looking at the scene in the arena, Zheng Tianlai was confused for a moment, and everyone in the boiling arena was questioning with suspicion. Master Yi is confessing his love to Madame Young. Lu Menjing looked at the two of them and knew their intentions very well. Young Master Yi just transferred the Rose Cafe to young Madame's name. What? Hearing Lu Menjing's words, Zhang Zitao's pupils widened. The Rose Cafe was given to the young lady? How is that possible? Obviously, Zhang Zitao was not calm at this moment. Others might not know, but he naturally knew that the coffee shop previously managed by Lu Menjing was worth hundreds of billions. Even Zhang Tianlai was stunned, and then looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Billions of coffee shops, given just as he said, what a generous deal. As expected, they acquired Phantom Entertainment in a snap. Zhang Tianlai sipped his lips, and Zhang Zidao finally realized what kind of person he had offended before, who gave billions to his woman without even blinking an eyelid. Right? Zhang Tianlai suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Menjing curiously, Miss Lu, who is Mr. Ye's wife? Obviously. This is very important to him. After all, if he wants to get close to Master Yi in the future, his woman is a good breakthrough. Director Zhang, you actually know my young lady. Her name is Lin Shiyin. When the calm voice came out, Zhang Zitao's pupils suddenly froze, and his face was obviously filled with disbelief. The top little queen in the music industry. Zhang Tianlai was also quite solemn. Others might not know it, but he was very clear that the company behind Lin Shiyin was the Lin Group. Although the Lin Group was not as good as Phantom Entertainment, the Zhang family absolutely could not afford to offend it. So, today's apology? Looking at the scene, Zhang Tianlai fell silent for a moment. He could naturally see that Yi Chen was doing something very important. If Yi Chen was in a bad mood or his plan failed because of him, the consequences would definitely be quite serious. Some other time. Lu Menjing looked at the field and said, Young Master Yi is in a good mood today. Don't let you guys disturb his mood. Listen to Miss Lu's arrangements. After saying a few words, Zhang Tianlai took his evil son and left the Western restaurant, fearing that he would be seen by Yi Chen and his mood would be affected. At this moment, the song ended. Ah! After a dozen seconds of silence, thunderous applause broke out, mixed with sky-high howling sounds, and the whole place was filled with noise for a while. This guy is awesome, I love him. Wow, why are all the good men from other families? Handsome Appa, come home with this beautiful lady, please. I have 7 thorns on my leaf. The little cow sat on the power line, sparks and lightning all the way, awesome buddy. The customers in the venue were talking about it enthusiastically. Lin Shiyin breathed a sigh of relief. That guy finally finished singing. Listening to the confessions of love from the girls around her, she couldn't help but glare at someone. That guy only knew how to show off. But, this feeling is pretty good. Return to your seat. How is it? It's okay. Seeing the girl opposite him looking quite moved, Yi Chen smiled. Oof. Not bad. Lin Shiyin said insincerely, but after struggling for a moment, her pretty face flushed. Yi Chen, thank you for your gift. Today is the happiest day I've ever had. Thinking about the scenes of today, Lin Shiyin recalled that she seemed to have gotten used to this kind of life unconsciously, or someone had become a part of her life. Real. Yi Chen looked at the stunning beauty, his lips curled up. Since you are so happy, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Lin Shiyin. After hearing someone's words that ruined the mood, she was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Yi Chen. You, bastard. She originally had a good impression of a certain guy, but suddenly her impression was as bad as a mountain collapsing, and she wanted to bite him to death. Hateful. That bastard, is he crazy? He actually said such vicious words. What should I do if I really want to kill him? Chapter 37. Whose man are you? You are so shameless. Outside the Western restaurant. Grandma, are we going to look for Mom and Dad? The little guy was full of admiration for his grandmother and asked. Of course not. Mother Yi looked at the young couple meaningfully. As someone who had experienced this, she knew their current state too well. Mom and Dad are in a period of warming relationship now. What they need most is to be alone. We would disturb them if we go there. We'll go back with your Aunt Menjing later. Ye's mother then called her son, and on the other side, Yi Chen, who had just left the Western restaurant, unexpectedly received a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. What? You brought Miao Miao back to the villa, let us have fun. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shiyin, who was listening to what her future mother-in-law said, blushed slightly, and obviously guessed what her future mother-in-law meant. Hey, my mom won't let us go back to the villa, saying she wants us to have a baby. Lin Shiyin. Put. You big head ghost. Lin Shiyin rolled her eyes at someone, thinking that he was an innocent little girl. After joking for a while, Yi Chen thought of something. Nizi, why don't you go to the King's Landing Hotel to have a look? That's another property of your man. That's okay. Lin Shiyin breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the guy would say something vicious again, so she nodded in agreement. In her opinion, as long as the guy didn't say anything vicious, it didn't matter where he went. Come to the car. Yichen called Zhou Zitian, the person in charge of Junlin Hotel, and said, "Hello, Zitian. Boss." After receiving a call from his boss, Zhou Zitian naturally did not dare to slack off in the slightest. "My wife and I will go to the hotel later. Please help me make the arrangements. Young madam is coming." Hearing his boss' words, Zhou Zitian was shocked. Oh my goodness, this was his chance to show off. "Okay, Master Yi, I'll arrange it." After hanging up the phone, Lin Shiyin's face turned red. Who is your daughter-in-law? Don't talk nonsense." Lin Shiyin glared at a certain guy, and that look of charm was so beautiful that even Yichen couldn't help but sigh that God was really kind to him. "Of course it's you," Yichen said seriously. "You can only be mine in this life. If anyone dares to snatch you from me, I will destroy him." Lin Shiyin rolled her eyes when she heard his ferocious look, but she felt sweet in her heart and snorted on her pretty face. "Tisk. Who cares about you?" After saying that, Lin Shiyin turned her head to the window with an expression that said, "I don't care about you." That expression was just like someone who was in love and is being petty with her partner. In response, Yichen smiled but said nothing. This girl, it seems that her attitude towards him is getting different. Yeah. Seeing the top little queen, Yichen also had a joke in his mind. "Why not, let your man tell you a story." Casual. Lin Shiyin said perfunctorily, but soon realized something. "Whose man are you? You are so shameless." As she spoke, Lin Shiyin's face turned red. That guy kept saying he was taking advantage of her. Was it really good for her to do that? It was so hateful. In the park, a young man has been observing a beautiful woman for a long time. She sits there quietly, drinking beer by herself, with red eyes, as if she is worried. In an instant, all kinds of questions flash through the young man's mind about this mysterious beautiful woman. Seeing her finish the third can of beer on the bench, he looks around and sees that there are still many people waiting for an opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. He can't hesitate any longer. The young man mustered up his courage and stepped forward, asking with concern, "Girl, do you still want this jar?" Puff. Hearing about the guy's sudden change of mind, Lin Shiyin couldn't help laughing out loud. "What do you mean by waiting for an opportunity and not hesitating anymore?" It turns out that the purpose is not to comfort others but to get a jar. Sure enough, this guy has bad intentions and is definitely doing it on purpose. Then he snorted and ignored that guy, as if to say, "Don't think I can pay attention to you just by making a joke of you. It's not funny. Then change your man." Seeing a girl listening attentively, Yichen smiled slightly. It turned out that women always say one thing and mean another. The day I met her, she was always looking down at her iPad, which was out of tune with the atmosphere at the table. Later, he took great care of her, ran around for her, and made her smile, but he was still too embarrassed to ask. Then one day, someone came to cause trouble and made a scene at the company. The broken glass cut her, and he carried her to the hospital like the wind. She asked him tearfully why he was so nice to her. He finally asked without hesitation, "Can you lend me your iPad for 2 days?" Lin Shiyin, ahem. The sudden turn of events almost made Lin Shiyin choke on her own saliva. She then glared at someone fiercely. "Yichen, you wanna die? This guy is so mean. He actually used this method to retaliate against me for ignoring him." Wrong. "I don't want to die, I want you." Before Lin Shiyin could get angry, Yichen's words caught her off guard again. "You treat me like this, don't you feel guilty?" As the two talked, night had already fallen, and the supercar arrived at the hotel. Chapter 38, a top-tier sissy who can't make waves. King's Landing Hotel. Lin Shiyin got out of the car with a flushed face. It was completely because she was teased by someone. Oof. Lin Shiyin snorted and put on her sunglasses. After all, if the paparazzi caught her entering the hotel with this guy, she could imagine what would be on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow. Lin Shiyin, who wanted to complain about Yichen, suddenly saw several familiar figures in the hall. "Yichen, are those your roommates? It looks like they're having some trouble. I saw him having a conflict with a young man opposite me who looked like a fake girl." "It's true." Looking over, he suddenly saw 3 LSPs clashing with 2 people. "Let's go and take a look." In the field. Apologize to Master Cohen. A Korean taekwondo genius looked at Wang Zihong and his 2 companions with contempt. His name was Chi Mingxian, a 3rd-degree black belt in taekwondo. Naturally, he looked down on the three students in front of him. Fart. It's obvious that he was walking without paying attention. Li Bin was the first one who didn't tolerate the retort. Just now, Dong Koan was almost knocked down because of it. Uneducated thing. How brave. Chi Mingxian narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and raised his hand to slap Li Bin. He wanted to let this kid know that there are some people they cannot afford to offend. Ding. The host triggers a random task and is given a chance to draw a popular young man and is rewarded with god-level chess skills and 5 billion renminbi. The system voice rang in his ears, and Yi Chen had already taken action. Pa! Before Chi Mingxian could succeed, Yi Chen slapped him and he flew out, hitting the ground with a bang. Fuck! The hotel security captain who was about to step forward looked at his boss in bewilderment. Wow, Master Yi is so skilled. When they got the news, they were about to help the boss's friends, but they never expected the boss to take action himself. Captain, shall we go? A security guard looked at the field and asked. Fuck. The security captain swallowed his saliva and said, Boss Joe has instructed that Master Ye's identity must not be exposed. Just watch. The security captain looked at the people in the field and said, this kind of person is no match for Master Yi. Boss. Wang Zihang and the other two were worried, but when they saw their boss show up, they immediately felt reassured. Wang Zihang then told them what had happened. It was obvious that the two people in front of them had bumped into others and were blaming them instead. Boy. Kai Kunkin narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Chen unkindly. I advise you to apologize to my friend, otherwise, you will regret it. Yeah. After hearing what Kai Kunkin said, Yi Chen looked at the sissy in front of him. This was probably the target of the system task. You take a step forward. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Kai Kunkin sneered and stepped forward. I'm going to take a step forward. What do you want? Bang. Kai Kunkin originally wanted to show off his face to make the other party afraid, but Yi Chen knocked him down with a palm. Nothing, I just want to beat you up. Oh my god. When Wang Zihang and the other two saw this operation, they were so happy. Damn, the boss is so awesome. Cool. When the security captain saw what Kai Kunkin did, his face was full of contempt. Is that sissy an idiot? He dared to offend young Master Yi. This guy is finished. Snap. Kai Kunkin knew that his face was disfigured because of his facial bone comminuted fracture. If you dare to hit me, believe it or not, I will make sure you can't leave the hotel. Oh? Hearing the top sissy's nonsense, Yi Chen smiled. I can't leave the hotel. Who do you think you are? Yi Chen smiled coldly, and the taekwondo genius Chi Mingxian's mouth twitched. He hurriedly helped Kai Kunkin up. Mr. Kai, you have a tough idea. It's better to leave first. Kai Kunkin wanted to say something, but thinking about what had just happened, he could only let Chi Mingxian pull him away. This was his last act of stubbornness. Boss, that's awesome. Watching Kai Kunkin and the other two leaving in shame, Wang Zihang and the other two surrounded them, and the scene just now played before their eyes like a movie. Soon, a group of people arrived at the box. My sister-in-law is here too. Wang Zihang and the other two looked at Lin Shiyin, who took off her sunglasses, and they couldn't help but envy her stunning beauty. Yi Chen, the person you just beat up is not simple. As a pop diva, Lin Shiyin naturally knows more about the entertainment industry. That man is called Kai Kunkin. He is the son of Kai Qianyu, the chairman of Kai's real estate. He is also a first-line star. Although his acting skills are not that good, he has a strong background. He is one of the stars that Phantom Entertainment strongly supports. Listening to Lin Shiyin's words, Yi Chen was stunned. An artist under Phantom Entertainment? Thinking that he is now the boss of Phantom Entertainment, he can't help but smile meaningfully. It's really a coincidence. What? When Wang Zihang and the other two heard this, they immediately lost their composure. That guy turned out to be a top star, and his father was the chairman of a real estate company. This was bad. Boss, we've got you in trouble. Wang Zihang and the other two said guiltily that such an existence was not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. Fine. Yi Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, he is just a top-tier sissy, he can't make any waves. After talking for a while, Wang Zihang and the other two were relieved to be sure that the boss had the ability to solve the problem. If the boss was in trouble because of them, they would never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives. It's getting late, so, old man and sister-in-law, you guys should rest first. Lin Shiyin's face turned slightly dizzy after hearing what the three people said. She glared at a certain guy imperceptibly. It was all this pervert's fault. He should have known not to come to the hotel. What should she do now? Thinking about what might happen next, my heart couldn't help but beat fast. Chapter 39. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. In the box. Bang! At a certain moment, the door opened and a man came in anxiously from outside. This man was Zhou Zitian, the person in charge who had just returned to the hotel. Master Yi, are you okay? Zhou Zitian asked with a panicked look on his face. He rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Zitian, it's okay. Yichen shook his head slightly, obviously quite satisfied to see him rushing over in such a hurry. After a brief exchange of greetings, Zhou Zitian's eyes finally fell on Lin Shiyin. He was stunned. Master Yi, this is the young lady, right? I didn't expect that. The young lady is actually Miss Shiyin, the little queen of the music world. At a certain moment, Zhou Zitian realized something. Thinking about the cute 3-year-old baby that young Master Yi had taken care of before, could it be that young Master Yi already had a 3-year-old child with his wife? Oh my god. You go and help. I'll show Shiyin around the hotel. Yichen looked at Zhou Zitian, and Zhou Zitian understood and took his leave from the hotel. He naturally would not let himself become a light bulb here. Yichen, how much have you hidden from me? Looking at the guy next to her and Zhou Zitian's attitude just now, it was obvious that she was becoming more and more confused about Yichen. How much? Yichen smiled mysteriously. You will know this in the future. We talked while visiting the magnificent 7-star hotel. Nizi, what do you think of the King's Landing Hotel? This. Looking at the hotel's supporting facilities and service quality, Lin Shiyin nodded. Not bad. Yeah. Yichen took Lin Shiyin's slender hand, which made Lin Shiyin's body stiffen, but she did not refuse, just her face flushed slightly. It was obviously the first time for them to hold hands like a young couple, which made her a little nervous and expectant. Although their child is 3 years old, Lin Shiyin is still a novice when it comes to love. How about I transfer this hotel to you? After holding hands for a while, Yichen said casually that he had made countless hotel staff envious along the way. Give me. Hearing someone's words, Lin Shiyin was stunned. You are crazy. This 7-star hotel is estimated to be worth tens of billions. You're giving it to me? Yichen tapped Lin Shiyin's smooth forehead lovingly. What's wrong? As long as you like it, why not give it to you? Lin Shiyin was surprised by these light words, but more importantly, she felt relieved and touched. She knew very well that although this guy was usually not serious, he never joked with her when it came to big things. Lin Shiyin was inexplicably moved, and she pretended to roll her eyes at someone and waved her hand. Forget it. I don't have the time to think about that. But. After a pause, Lin Shiyin took a breath and said, thank you anyway. Before they knew it, they arrived at the presidential suite. It is now night time. Click. As the door closed, Lin Shiyin's heart skipped a beat, as if she knew what she would experience next. I will go take a shower first. Lin Shiyin's face turned a little red, and she walked towards the bathroom with her little feet, while Yichen smiled like an uncle. What follows will surely be a night of spring worth 1,000 gold. A little. The two of them were lying on the bedding, and the sound of a message broke the charming atmosphere. Lin Shiyin took the phone and opened it quickly to calm her heart that seemed like it might jump out at any time. This is. However, when Lin Shiyin opened her phone and saw the push message clearly, she froze in place, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. It was nothing else but a statement from the official website of Phantom Entertainment. In view of the improper conduct and undisciplined lifestyle of the first-line star Kai Kunken, he is hereby banned. Phantom Entertainment will never hire him again and will terminate all cooperation with Kai's real estate. This is hereby announced. What? After seeing this, Lin Shiyin couldn't believe her eyes. Kai Kunken was banned. How is this possible? You know, if a company wants to cultivate a first-line star like Kai Kunken, it has to invest a lot of resources. Now he is banned without any sign. So weird. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Could it be because of someone? Thinking of this, Lin Shiyin's beautiful eyes fell on Yichen again. Yichen, could it be you did it? Obviously. Lin Shiyin realized the most suspicious point. You know, Kai Kunken had just had a conflict with this guy before. This. Hearing Lin Shiyin's words, Yichen shook his head slightly. Instead of answering directly, he said, Nizi, have you ever heard of a saying, I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me? Lin Shiyin, Hearing someone's words, Lin Shiyin was stunned. What the hell? You mean, you didn't ban Kai Kunkin, but Kai Kunkin was banned because of you? Obviously, Lin Shiyin was even more confused. Seeing the beauty in front of him like this, Yichen did not keep her in suspense and directly revealed his cards. Let me put it this way, actually. I am the current boss of Phantom Entertainment. The calm voice was like a thunder in Lin Shiyin's mind, and then she stared at Yichen in astonishment. What did you say? You are the boss of Phantom Entertainment. Chapter 40, Improper Poker is online. Lin Shiyin plays badly on the eve. How is that possible? Lin Shiyin's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. This matter was truly too unbelievable. But this guy had never taken it to heart from the beginning to the end. Did he already know that Kai Kunkin would end up like this? After a while, Lin Shiyin came back to her senses and her heart finally settled. Originally, she thought there would be a cyberbullying. I never thought that the farce would end in this way. Ha! At a certain moment, Lin Shiyin saw a deck of golden poker cards placed in a conspicuous position in the room, and she couldn't help but feel curious. There are poker cards in this room? Obviously, the eye-catching poker caught Lin Shiyin's attention, and she took it and said, why not? Let's play a game of poker. Lin Shiyin suggested that if nothing was done the atmosphere would feel weird. Okay. Yichen nodded slightly. While he was talking, Lin Shiyin had already taken out the poker cards. However, when he took out the cards and saw the pictures on the cards, he realized that he had underestimated the hotel service after all. Embracing the moon, spreading the wings of the rock, and getting the concubine drunk. Wait, looking at the poker cards, Lin Shiyin's face turned red. You pervert, you are shameless. How dare you put something like this? Indeed, Lin Shiyin lost her composure and directly pushed the responsibility onto Yichen, saying that it must have been that guy's doing. Looking at the cards, Yichen was also confused. Zhou Zitian, that fellow, has arranged so many ways that he can even find this kind of unorthodox poker. This assist is really laughable. I don't want to take the blame for this. Yichen looked at the eye-catching cards and said, it was definitely Zhou Zitian who did it. Besides, do you think I look like that kind of person? For a moment, Yichen spoke seriously, but Lin Shiyin rolled her eyes, as if to say, aren't you that kind of person? All right. How about I give you a full body massage first? I have nothing to do anyway. Although Lin Shiyin was wearing pajamas, her proud figure could not be concealed, especially with the 3 pieces of cloth arranged by Zhou Zitian. No one would believe that she had no other intentions. Oof. You have a conscience. Lin Shiyin naturally noticed the guy's gaze and couldn't help but snorted. Perhaps because the guy's massage technique was really good, she didn't bother with him. Just like that. Under the skillful bone-setting massage technique, Lin Shiyin's fatigue disappeared, and the indescribable feeling of comfort made her even less resistant. While the full-body massage was going on, Lin Shiyin thought about the guy's singing level. It would be a shame if more people didn't hear it. Pervert, I have a concert soon, why don't you sing a song for me? Obviously, Lin Shiyin is eager to recruit talents, and her studio is in need of people right now. Not interested. Listening to Lin Shiyin's words, Yichen shook his head slightly. If I have that time, I might as well spend some time with the little guy. At the very least, it would be good to discuss life with you. Lin Shiyin, Pa. What nonsense are you talking about? She glared at someone fiercely. This guy was getting bolder and bolder. What the hell was he thinking? She knew exactly what he was thinking. Seriously. Obviously, Lin Shiyin didn't want to continue the guy's unscrupulous topic. You really want to invite me to your concert? Yichen looked at Nizi, whose pretty face was full of enjoyment. He pondered for a moment, his eyes fell on the poker, and a bold plan came to his mind. It's not impossible for me to attend your concert, but we play this poker game. If you win, not only will I be able to attend your concert, I'll even work for you for free. You. Hearing that a certain guy was still harboring evil intentions, Lin Shiyin's beautiful face flushed, but when she thought of the conditions that guy offered, she had to admit that she was tempted. Good. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shiyin finally agreed to someone's unreasonable request. It was obvious that she was trying her best to get someone to work for her for free. Don't regret it. Yichen didn't expect that this girl would agree so easily. It seemed that she really wanted him to work for her for free. Let's get started. Lin Shiyin's idea was very simple, which was to defeat this guy and then exploit him well. It's just that her idea is good, but to defeat Yi Chen is almost impossible. Ha, since you are so eager to explore life, your man will help you. Yi Chen laughed, then looked at the poker between the two of them. Well, let's do a simple one and compare the size directly. Watching a guy shuffling playing cards, Lin Shiyin narrowed her eyes and secretly made up her mind to beat this guy in one go. If she lost, then if you want to execute the key points of poker, it will be very troublesome. Thinking of this, I don't know what Lin Shiyin was thinking about, but her heartbeat suddenly quickened by several points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging and using the lucky card, which costs the host 100 renminbi. 8 hours. With skillful operation, Yi Chen exchanged for the lucky card possessed by the European emperor. After doing all this, Yi Chen's mouth curled up meaningfully, but Lin Shiyin had no idea about it, and no one knew what would happen next. Chapter 41, Watch Your Man Kill You. A few minutes later. The poker cards were lined up in a row with their backs facing upwards, and Yi Chen and Lin Shiyin each took one. You go first. She was not nervous when she agreed, but when it came time to flip the cards, Lin Shiyin's heart beat faster and she was quite nervous about letting someone flip the cards first. Good. Yi Chen naturally would not refuse. After all, with the blessing of this lucky card, he could not lose. If he lost, Yi Chen would definitely beat the system to its knees and call it daddy. Turn over the poker in front of you, and the cards will appear before your eyes. 5 of hearts. Cards, swallows copy water. Seeing that it was just the 5 of hearts, Lin Shiyin was delighted. After all, it was a very small number in a deck of cards. However, when she saw the instructions for the card moves, her face turned red and a picture that shouldn't have appeared in her mind emerged. It's a sure win. He made up his mind fiercely, then gritted his teeth and turned his poker cards face up. 4 of spades. The card hit the bull from behind the mountain. Boom! Looking at her own cards, Lin Shiyin's mind suddenly buzzed. She stared at her cards in disbelief. 4 of spades, how is this possible? That guy is a little bigger than me, doesn't that mean I lose? It's over. Looking at the girl's face, Yi Chen's mouth curled up as expected, but he didn't expect the system to be so cruel, just a little bit short, tsk. However, compared to the system's kindness, this swallow's cheating is undoubtedly good. Nizi, you should accept the loss if you lose the bet. For a moment, Yi Chen was not too satisfied with Zhou Zitian's arrangement. The old guy was quite good at handling things, but it felt pretty good. Looking at the poker moves, Lin Shiyin's mouth twitched. That bastard, let him die. Just like this, one operation takes half an hour. Come again. After a while, Lin Shiyin was in a desperate mood. It was obvious that she had suffered a great loss and she vowed to make a comeback. When Lin Shiyin thought about what she had just done, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ahem. Nizi, are you sure? Yi Chen coughed dryly. To be honest, the feeling just now was extremely good. He had never dared to even think about it before. This deck of cards completely refreshed the cognition of this veteran driver. What nonsense! Hurry up! Lin Shiyin urged. She wished she could immediately make that guy her free laborer, let him do all the dirty work for her and make endless money for her. Thinking of this, Lin Shiyin felt much better. Here we go. Lin Shiyin shuffled the cards herself to prevent someone from cheating. Of course, Yi Chen was very happy about this. After all, he would not lose. Lin Shiyin stared at the poker with her beautiful eyes, not moving away for a moment, as if she was afraid that the guy would switch it. Don't worry, I'm not as shameless as you think. Yi Chen glanced at the girl who was guarding against him like a thief, and said unhappily. Oof. You bastard, you can't do anything. With a snort, Lin Shiyin finally carefully turned over a corner of the cards. After seeing the cards, her beautiful eyes lit up with joy, and then she pretended nothing had happened. Pervert, are you done? Obviously, Lin Shiyin has a lot of cards, otherwise she wouldn't be so confident in her words. All right. Yi Chen picked one at random and didn't worry too much. After all, the system lucky card was really amazing. Hey, pervert. Lin Shiyin was overjoyed and couldn't contain her excitement. You're definitely going to lose this time. After saying that, Lin Shiyin turned over the cards, and the cards appeared in front of the two of them. King of spades. Card, monkey reaching for the moon. Looking at the cards she had, Lin Shiyin couldn't contain the excitement on her face. She had already imagined herself exploiting someone. This guy had just bullied her so much, and now the situation had changed. Nizi, are you so sure you'll win? Seeing Lin Shiyin's delight, Yichen smiled and said, to be honest, my luck has always been very good. Just a king of spades. After a pause, Yichen turned over his cards and said, look, your man will kill you. Then, the deck unfolded and a card suddenly appeared before his eyes. Your Majesty. Card, Azure Dragon's Claw. Looking at the cards held by the guy opposite, Lin Shiyin stood up suddenly, her face full of surprise. The card is actually the king. This. Lin Shiyin was completely upset. The script shouldn't be like this. She had the king of spades, so how could she lose? Seeing this, Lin Shiyin gritted her teeth and said, you cheated. Oh. Hearing the words of the beautiful girl in front of him, Yichen was stunned, and then looked at the poker cards on the bed. You were the one who did it from shuffling to finishing the poker. I just picked a card. If it's cheating, you are more likely to be suspected. For a moment, Lin Shiyin was speechless. At this moment she had to admit that the pervert was really lucky. But, what should I do next? Do I have to obey that guy? Chapter 42, This girl, I didn't realize, she has quite enough firepower. Half an hour later. The key points of the green dragon claw were completed. At this moment, Lin Shiyin wanted to kill someone. Thinking about what happened just now, she knew that she had lost money at her grandma's house. Nizi, I think that's all. Yichen was massaging a girl, and it felt really good, but it made Lin Shiyin suffer. No. Let me rest for a while, I will definitely beat you. Yichen smiled bitterly when he heard this, the happiness was indeed too intense. Swallows skimming the water, fairies pointing the way, overlords raising their flags. It was late at night, but the presidential suite was still bustling with activity. Lin Shiyin would never forget this day. I don't know how long it took. After completing some movements, Lin Shiyin leaned on someone's arms and fell asleep. If the outside world knew what happened here, they would definitely be shocked. I didn't realize this girl had quite enough firepower. Yichen was thinking back over the actions and key points just now, and he felt so happy. No wonder those wife-doting madmen were so energetic. It turned out that they had some tonic food every day. At this moment, Yichen had some taste of the happiness of those crazy seniors who doted on their wives. If Lin Shiyin knew this thought, I wonder if she would get up and strangle him to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of drawing the popular young idol. You will be rewarded with god-level chess skills and 5 billion renminbi. While Yichen was feeling happy, he heard the sound of system reward in his ears. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Good things really came one after another. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yichen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level chess. Items, Pagani Wine God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Venom, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% of King's Hotel shares, 100% of Kunping Security shares, 100% of Phantom Entertainment shares, Lucky Card X3. Wealth, 9.08 billion renminbi. The changes in the attribute panel instantly made Yichen feel better. Holding the beauty in his arms, the peak of his life was within his reach. But what the hell is this god-level chess technique? Yichen looked at his new ability. Could it be that he was allowed to play chess with others? However, at this moment, Yichen's chess skills were as good as those of a chess god. As for how good his chess skills are, let us put it this way, the so-called professional 9th dan chess players are not even worthy of Yichen's shoes. Never mind, let's get some sleep first. After thinking for a while without figuring it out, he fell asleep beautifully, smelling the beauty's fragrance, holding her slender waist and the mountain beside the abyss. Such treatment will surely make countless people envious. Unfortunately, Yichen was the only one who benefited from this. It was also because of Ye's mother's actions that the relationship between the two of them heated up like a blowout. I'm afraid Ye's mother could not have imagined such an effect. On the other side, Kai Kunken's villa. Bang! Kai Qianyu looked at the online comments and was so angry that his lungs exploded. Asshole. What a phantom entertainment. You dare to ban my son, Kai Qianyu, you are seeking death. Kai Qianyu's face was grim. Although he was the chairman of a real estate company, few people knew that he was a well-deserved underground king before he was whitewashed. Even though Zhao Menghu today is his descendant, he is not a native of Jiangnan City. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Kai Qianyu's cell phone rang. He saw the caller ID and answered it. How's the investigation going? Yi Chen, sophomore in the music department at Jiangnan University. Suspected to be a hidden rich second generation. After hanging up the phone, Kai Qianyu smoked a cigarette and then stood up to look at the starry night view outside the large floor-to-ceiling window. It can make Phantom Entertainment ban Koiner, and it can also defeat a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo in seconds. I don't care who you are. If you bring ruin to Koiner's reputation, I'll make you pay with your life. A resentful voice was heard, and at this moment Kai Qianyu's face was covered with hideousness. But I don't know the background of this Yi Chen, so I need to borrow a knife to kill him. Although Kai Qianyu wanted to tear Yi Chen into pieces, he knew better than to be cautious. 7 Killing Organization, it seems, the relationship that has not been used for many years will finally be used. A few minutes later, Kai Qianyu called the 7 Killings Organization's mission release phone number. Hello, I want to kill a person named Yi Chen, a sophomore at Jiangnan University. Yes, the hiring price is 30 million. After a skillful conversation, Kai Qianyu hung up the phone and immediately transferred a deposit of 15 million. This time, even the Lord can't save you. I wanted to live a peaceful life, but there are always some people who are looking for death. Kai Qianyu sneered, obviously not taking Yi Chenji to heart. After all, even if the mission failed, it would not be traced back to him. This way, not only could he achieve his goal, but he also didn't have to take any risks. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, this operation is also one of the most important reasons why Kai Qianyu was quickly whitewashed. However, Kai Qianyu did not know what kind of existence his protective son had offended this time, which led to the tragic extermination of the Kai family shortly afterwards. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 43, Nizi, do you think you can marry someone other than your man? The next day. The golden morning sun was shining, and Lin Shiyin, who was sleeping soundly, made a sound and struggled to open her sleepy eyes. Then she saw a guy who had woken up early and was looking at her quietly. You are awake. Lin Shiyin's face turned red. She couldn't even imagine what happened yesterday. Who could have imagined that she had played the game so many times but never won once? You must be exhausted. Why don't you get some more sleep? Holding the slender waist of the beauty in his arms, Yi Chen laughed. I really don't know what kind of blessing I had in my previous life to be able to marry such a beautiful wife. Tisk. Who is your daughter-in-law? Lin Shiyin snorted and then rolled her eyes at a certain guy. She was so beautiful, but he treated her like that yesterday. Didn't he feel guilty? I don't know if it's an illusion, but the conversation between the two has a faint sweet taste of dog food. The damn author values money more than his life. Hey, it's not a matter of sooner or later. Yi Chen said in a serious and domineering manner, Nizi, do you think you can marry anyone other than your man? If you dare to have such thoughts, be careful that your man will regain his power as a husband. As he spoke, Yi Chen caressed Lin Shiyin's nose lovingly. I feel like I have the potential to be a wife-loving maniac in the future. Put. No one would believe that. Lin Shiyin said this with a light puff, but her attitude towards someone was obviously completely different from before. Really? Then you'll know if you try it. Then he openly kissed the beautiful lady on the lips, which made Lin Shiyin push him away. You are never satisfied. Hey, a lifetime isn't enough. The sweet dog food was instantly sprinkled to the readers without mercy. At this moment, countless readers were on the road with machetes, ready to cut Yi Chen into pieces, and then hug the beautiful woman in their arms and enjoy the sweet tenderness. Snort! Lin Shiyin felt the pampering of a certain guy, and suddenly she understood why the little guy liked to be attached to this guy so much. Under such overwhelming sweet words, I am afraid that no woman in the world can escape. Then how do you plan to show your sincerity? Lin Shiyin herself didn't realize that her tone had a hint of the coquettish charm of a young couple, and Yi Chen quite enjoyed it. How about your man agree to attend your concert, and then sign it under your studio's name, and the duration will be indefinite. Feeling the mountain peaks lovingly, Yi Chen's eyes were full of tenderness. Feeling the gaze of a certain guy, Lin Shiyin's heart felt a sweet feeling surge up like a spring for some reason. This feeling was very wonderful. She had never experienced it before. The taste of love? A word appeared in Lin Shiyin's mind, and she felt that every breath was sweet. It was over. Could it be that she had fallen in love with this guy? Otherwise, how could I have this feeling? But, Lin Shiyin, that guy bullied you yesterday, and you still like that pervert. You have a masochistic tendency. So angry. For a moment, Lin Shiyin's heart was in a mess. How could this happen? You've only been with that guy for a few days. Lin Shiyin, that's all the self-control you have. You're a top little diva, can you please be a little more promising? A girl in love has an IQ of 0. This applies not only to ordinary girls, but also to top little divas. Are you really willing to sign a lifelong contract with my studio? Lin Shiyin raised her swan-like neck and looked at the handsome boy in front of her. She felt that this guy was more handsome than before, which was very strange. Of course. Yi Chen then exchanged the contract from the system and took it from the bedside table. Here, this is the contract I printed and it's already signed. Just wait for my wife to sign it, in duplicate. After she signs it, you will be my boss, hee hee. Lin Shiyin. Looking at the contract in front of her, Lin Shiyin was stunned. Pervert, you are serious? Obviously, Lin Shiyin thought that the guy in front of her was teasing her on purpose. Certainly. Don't you want your man to be your free laborer for the rest of his life? Yi Chen joked with a wicked smile. Lin Shiyin didn't feel disgusted when someone called her his wife. She picked up the pen that the guy handed over and said, "Sign it." Thinking about how I spent so much effort yesterday but failed to complete the operation, now that guy is delivering it to my door for free. If I don't accept it, wouldn't it be a shame for the effort I put in yesterday? Signing completed. Lin Shiyin looked at her contract and said, "Humph, you pervert. From now on, you will be my free laborer, Lin Shiyin. Please pay attention to your identity." After a pause, Lin Shiyin's pretty face revealed a charming smile. "Otherwise, boss, I will squeeze you dry." Really? Then I'll just wait for my wife to squeeze me dry. Lin Shiyin blushed at the hidden meaning in his tone. Yi Chen, you. Can you please speak properly? Believe it or not, I will bite you to death. As she spoke, Lin Shiyin bared her teeth and made gestures. This kind of expression was something her fans had never seen before. It was estimated that Yi Chen was the only one in the world who could see the goddess Shiyin in this expression. The sweet dog food continued to pour out, and Lin Shiyin felt unprecedented sweetness at this moment. She felt that she must be the happiest girl in the world at this moment. Chapter 44, You evil creature, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Yi? A little tenderness. Lin Shiyin went to the concert venue, recalling the scenes that Yi Chen had touched last night. It must be said that the girl's performance far exceeded his expectations. Hotel, with restaurant. Boss, enjoy your meal. The restaurant lobby manager bent down respectfully and brought breakfast nervously. Yi Chen nodded slightly, which made the lobby manager feel as if he had been pardoned. He breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure was too great. Not long after they left, a middle-aged man came up with a young man who looked familiar. You evil creature, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Yi? The middle-aged man slapped the young man on the back of the head, knocking him to his knees on the ground. The man was none other than Zhang Tianlai and his son. Plop. Zhang Zitao knelt on the ground, his face no longer showing his superiority, but only fear. Master Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind and offended, Master Yi. I deserve to die. After saying that, he slapped himself several times without mercy. Joke. It's not that he doesn't want to show mercy, but he doesn't dare. Who are you? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment by the familiar actions of the young man in front of him. Zhang Tianlai coughed and explained, Young Master Yi, I am a director of Phantom Entertainment. This evil creature offended your daughter in the shopping mall and spoke rudely. I brought this evil beast here to apologize to Master Yi. After a pause, Zhang Tianlai glared at his rebellious son and said, You bastard, you can do whatever you want with young Master Yi's broken legs and feet. I have no objection. Zhang Zitao, Dad, I. When Zhang Zitao heard that the old man was going to cut off his hands and feet, his eyes widened. Is he crazy? All right. Seeing Zhang Tianlai's self-torture trick, Yi Chen waved his hand to interrupt. Look after your son from now on, not everyone is as easy to talk to as me. Yes, yes. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Tianlai's eyes lit up with joy, and he slapped his evil son hard. Why don't you thank Master Yi? This slap directly knocked Zhang Zitao's head to the ground with a dull thud, which was obviously full of sincerity. Oh, thank you, Master Yi. Zhang Zitao realized something belatedly and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He knew very well that the man in front of him was most likely the culprit who destroyed the Tiger Gang. If he were to deal with their Zhang family, they would probably not even know how they died. How could he dare to slack off? Then Mr. Yi, we will leave first. Zhang Tianlai bowed and said, sorry to bother you while you're eating. Afterwards, he did not forget to kick his evil son and said, go home now. Apparently the self-torture tactic is still being used, for fear that the big shot will go back on his word. Worry. Using the restaurant entrance, the LSP trio stared at the scene in amazement. It was Wang Zihong and his two companions. Oh my goodness, isn't that the boss? Wang Zihong looked at the field, rubbed his eyes, and thought he had just seen it wrong. I know the man who knelt before the boss. He's called Zhang Xiao. I heard his father is a director of Phantom Entertainment. Li Bin frowned slightly and said something as he thought of it. What? After hearing Li Bin's words, Wang Zihong and Dong Kuan looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes, and then looked in the direction where Zhang Tianlai and the other disappeared. The director of Phantom Entertainment brought his son to apologize to his boss in such a manner. Good job. How did that young Master Zhang offend the boss, causing his father to be so cruel? Not long. After some investigation, the three of them realized that the guy had offended their niece. But, boss, you are awesome. Of course not, the infamous Master Zhang kneels down to apologize to you. Hey, if you kneel down and apologize to me, I will be so excited that I won't be able to sleep. Listening to the three people's complaints, Yi Chen served 3 more breakfasts. But soon, the style of painting changed. Boss, you look so rosy-cheeked. You must have slept well with Sister Shireen yesterday. The three of them looked at their boss like they were eating melons, trying to analyze clues about yesterday from his micro-expressions. Not bad. It feels much better than 4 years ago. He looked at the 3 people with a smile. How could he not know what bad things these 3 guys were planning? Wang Zihong and the other 2 shouted. Boss, you are a beast. Why be so direct? The damage was not great, but the insult was great, and the 3 of them instantly envious of having endured the impact of tens of thousands of tons. Ding dong. At this moment, Yi Chen received a message on his phone, young Master Yi, someone may have hired a killer to attack you. Ziyan is in place, be careful. Oh? Looking at the message on the phone, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, hiring a killer, the other party is really willing to spend a lot of money. However, they were naive enough to think that they could kill him by hiring Xie Xiugo and Xiao Mao. The gleam in their eyes made Wang Zihong and the other 2 shudder. Boss, are you okay? Wang Zihong swallowed his saliva, because every time the boss had that expression, someone was bound to be in trouble. It's okay, let's eat. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Li Bin winked at Wang Zihong, quickly finished his meal and left, obviously realizing that the boss must have something to deal with. Watching the 3 people leave, Yi Chen also took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor of the hotel, raised his lips and walked out of the hotel. I want to see who the killer who came here is? Chapter 45, the assassination failed, and Phantom Entertainment was in chaos. Phantom Entertainment on the way. Squeak. The car came to an abrupt stop on a sparsely traveled road blocked by a huge rock. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen knew that the killer in the dark could no longer hold back. Push the door and get out. After arriving on the ground, the next moment a series of figures appeared around Yi Chen. Each of them was very powerful and they were obviously well-trained professional killers. Especially the leader, his strength is quite good, although not as good as Zhao Ziyin, but not bad either. You took money from others to help them get rid of their misfortunes. You are to blame for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. Ghost Slayer, who ranked 18th on the 7 Kill Organization's assassin list, smiled cruelly and coldly. He could get 20 million in commission for this mission, which was already very good. I heard that you are good at fighting, let me give it a try. Sniff. As the voice fell, Demon Slayer had already approached and was about to succeed. The scene of getting a commission of 20 million had already emerged in his mind. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise when he came to investigate the whereabouts of the Tiger Gang. Zheng. But at this moment, a sound of metal collision was heard, and the next moment, Demon Slayer was directly knocked away by the terrifying force, sliding half a meter on the ground before stopping. A person appeared in front of Yi Chen at some point, and when Guemia saw the person, his pupils suddenly shrank. Blood rose. It's you! Seeing the person coming, Demon Slayer and many assassins from the 7 killing organization around him all swallowed their saliva. They never expected that the target would appear in this way at this time. 7 killing organization. Seeing the person coming, Zhao Ziyin narrowed her eyes. It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Since you're here, don't leave. Zhao Ziyan was filled with murderous intent, which made Gui Miegu swallow his saliva. He knew that he was no match for this woman. Blood rose. If you dare to touch me, the 7 Killings organization will not let you go. Puff. Before Gui Slayer could finish his words, blood was already spurting from his neck. It was obvious that Zhao Ziyan had already made her move without her knowing. Ranking 7th on the killer list was no talk. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. A cold voice was heard, and then no less than 30 figures rushed out from the surroundings, and in an instant all the men of the 7 Kill organization brought by Demon Slayer were wiped out. The speed was extremely fast. The 7 Killing organization? Seeing the dead bodies all around, Yichen looked calm and said, "Well done. You come and clean up after this." "Yes, Master Yi." Zhao Ziyan bowed and spoke in a low voice to show her respect. She knew that if she hadn't taken action, the Ghost Slayers would have died a more miserable death. "Master." "That's Master Yi. Even though he didn't make a move, he looks very strong." The women behind Zhao Ziyan looked at the direction where the supercar left with fear. Their instinct told them that if Yi Xiao made a move, they would definitely not be able to survive a single move. "Deal with the body quickly." Zhao Ziyan didn't say much and directly ordered her subordinates. She knew very well how powerful Yi Xiao was. Before, she had no power to resist at all in Yi Xiao's hands. With this strength, even the number 1 on the killer list may not be Yi Xiao's opponent. 10 minutes later. Kai family villa, in the living room. Ding-a-ling. Kai Qianyu, who was sipping red wine and waiting for good news, saw the caller ID and answered the call with a smile on his face. However, when he heard the message from the other end, he couldn't help but freeze in place. "What? The assassination attempt failed. How is that possible?" Kai Qianyu knew very well what the 7 Kills organization was. It could be said that half of the credit for his current achievements came from the 7 Kills organization. Even the 18th ranked assassin failed in the assassination, so that kid. Kai Qianyu narrowed his eyes, thinking about his son being banned for the rest of his life and his reputation being ruined. The murderous intent in his eyes was stronger than ever. "How much money do you need to continue the assassination?" He was very familiar with the operations of the 7 Killings organization and went straight to the point. 50 million. The other side received a quotation and then continued, "For this price, we will send out the top 10 assassins on the list to do it." "Good. I'll add an assassination." After the conversation, Kai Qianyu's face was grim and he paid another 10 million yuan as a deposit. He naturally knew that he would never get the money back regardless of whether the assassination was successful or not. But none of this matters. What matters is that he wants Yi Chen to die. Yi Chen knew nothing about what was happening here. Now he has arrived in front of the Phantom Entertainment building. Looking at the towering building, Yi Chen is in a good mood because this is his property. Guo Xiaoting. "I'm warning you, you'd better obey me, otherwise you will never make a breakthrough in Phantom Entertainment." As soon as I parked the car, I saw a scene of unspoken rules being played out not far away. A playboy teased and threatened a girl who looked sweet and was a school beauty. This girl was a contracted artist of Phantom Entertainment. "Mr. Zhang, let me go. I just graduated and have never been in a relationship. Please." As she spoke, the girl knelt on the ground pitifully and helplessly, begging Zhang Xiao in front of her to give her a way out. The reason for this was that Zhang Xiao's father was the president of Phantom Entertainment. "You just graduated. Haven't you ever been in a relationship? Great, I'll let you have a taste of love tonight, hee hee." As he was talking, young Master Zhang had already taken action. The 2 bodyguards beside him looked at this scene and were not surprised. This was too normal in the entertainment industry. Their young master had seduced countless girls with his status. Of course, they also drank a lot of soup, which is why they are so bootlickers. Phantom Entertainment is really a mess. Yi Chen looked at this scene. The atmosphere of Phantom Entertainment was worse than he thought. It seemed that it was time to rectify it. At this moment, Zhang Xiao in the field had no idea that they were in great danger. Chapter 46, Rectify Phantom Entertainment, New President Lu Menjing. Underground parking lot. Zhang Xiao winked at the 2 bodyguards, obviously intending to execute them on the spot like he had done to the girl before. As for the follow-up matters, his father will naturally help him deal with it. Are all the people in Phantom Entertainment like this? When the girl was helpless, a voice suddenly came, which made Zhang Xiao, who was in high spirits, frown, and then looked at Yi Chen who appeared on the scene. Kid, what's wrong? Want to be a hero and save the beauty? The two bodyguards saw this and attacked him from both sides in an apparent attempt to control him. Don't worry, I'll do this little beauty in front of you later, and then let you drink some soup, hee hee. After a pause, Zhang Xiao's face turned cold and he continued, but before that, I will cripple one of your hands and one of your feet first. It will be more interesting later, right? Stop. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, and then a middle-aged man came to the scene, but his face turned pale when he saw Yi Chen behind him. Master Yi, why are you here? Indeed, Zhang Xiaoyu's face changed drastically after seeing Yi Chen. He naturally received news that his son was fooling around again, but this time it was unusual because his subordinates told him that they saw the boss suddenly come to the company. This news is like a bolt from the blue. I wanted to settle my son's matter quietly, but who would have thought that I was a step too late? Dad, this kid ruined my good thing. Bang! Before Zhang Xiao could finish his words, Zhang Xiaoyu slapped him in the face. Shut up. If you dare to say one more word, I will destroy you now. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu doing this, Yi Chen watched coldly. Long before he came, he had heard that Zhang Xiaoyu was capable, but he was very protective of his own people. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Boss Shang, Zhongzi's methods of committing crimes are really eye-opening. Yi Chen looked at the pitiful girl and continued, if I hadn't come today, what would have happened to this girl? Presumptuous. When Zhang Xiao heard this, he immediately exploded. Boy, who do you think you are to dare to talk to my dad like that? In his opinion, Phantom Entertainment belongs to their Zhang family, and he can do whatever he wants. Shut up. In a rage, Zhang Xiaoyu used all his strength to slap his beloved son to the ground, causing the corners of his mouth to be torn. Chairman, I failed to educate my son properly and I am willing to bear all the consequences. Zhang Xiaoyu bowed respectfully. He knew that he could not resist the boss in front of him at all. After all, he was very likely the one who could destroy the Tiger Gang. What? Zhang Xiao wanted to refute something, but when he heard his father's name, his mind suddenly buzzed. Chairman? Let my father call him the chairman. Could it be that he is the new boss of Phantom Entertainment, the one who controls 100% of the company's shares? Plop. For a moment, Zhang Xiao's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The girl looked at Yi Chen, tears and surprise welling up in her eyes. The man in front of her was the chairman, and she was saved. Day. At this moment, a girl with extraordinary temperament came to the scene with more than 10 Kunping security bodyguards, and then more than 10 bodyguards controlled the entire scene. Boss Zhang, this is how you have abused your position to seek personal gain for your son during the years you have been in charge of Phantom Entertainment. I think if this is handed over to the Ministry of Justice. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu turned pale and his men were also terrified. Chairman, I am willing to resign as the president of Phantom Entertainment and return all the money I have embezzled from the company. Zhang Xiaoyu knelt on his knees with a thud. Chairman, please let my father and I go. Go away. Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu. If he wanted to reorganize things thoroughly, he would have to fire Zhang Xiaoyu first. He had already planned this before coming. However, he never expected that Zhang Xiaoyu's useless son could help him so much. Soon, only Yi Chen, Lu Menjing and the girl who was almost succeeded were left on the field. Thank you, Chairman. The girl burst into tears of gratitude. She couldn't imagine what would happen if the chairman was not here today. She was afraid that her life would be over. Lu Menjing then handed the USB drive to the girl. Little girl, I think it would be most appropriate for you to hand this USB drive over to the Ministry of Justice. It's hard to change the nature of such a scumbag. If we don't get rid of him this time, many girls will suffer in the future. This. After hesitating for a moment, the girl took a deep breath and her eyes became firm. Okay. Watching Lu Menjing's operation, Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. Menjing, now you don't need to ask about the Rose Cafe. Why don't you come to Phantom Entertainment to be the president? Master Yi, this. Lu Menjing realized something and her pretty face changed slightly. President of Phantom Entertainment, this is not good. After all, she knew very well that Phantom Entertainment was much more complicated than Rose Cafe. The annual salary is 4 million, and I'll give you a supercar worth less than 10 million yuan. Seeing Lu Menjing in a daze, Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth. You only have 5 seconds to think about it. I promise. Lu Menjing agreed without thinking. This kind of treatment was something she had never dared to dream of before, so she naturally would not refuse. It was just that happiness came too suddenly. Then, after signing some documents, Lin Shiyin came to her office and sat down, overlooking the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan City. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became firm. Master Yi, don't worry, Menjiang will not let you down. Chapter 47. The maid is jealous. The young master is going to the concert to show off his love? Phantom entertainment, outside the building. The sky was clear and cloudless. After getting rid of a big termite, Yi Chen felt much better. It seems like it's time to go back to the villa. You know what, I really miss the little guy. Thinking of this, Yi Chen had a kind smile on his face. This charming smile really fascinated the cute girls around him. They wanted to go up to him and ask for his contact information but didn't dare to. Speeding all the way, Kowloon Villa is right in front of us. Hello, master. Tianlan's bodyguards all saluted respectfully. They had heard that their boss had wiped out the Tiger Gang single-handedly, which really made them admire him so much that they stood up straight as if they were being inspected by their boss. Daddy is back. Hearing the noise outside the villa, the little guy who was playing ran out with his little feet. Hee, Daddy. He threw himself into his father's arms, and Yi Chen picked up the little guy with ease, with a series of smooth movements. Ha! The little guy looked around and said, Daddy, where's mommy? At this time, Ye's mother also came out of the villa. Seeing that only her son came back, she frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. Hee, your mom is busy with the concert. Yi Chen scratched the little guy's nose lovingly and came into the villa while talking. How was yesterday, kid? When Ye's mother saw her granddaughter playing, she leaned over to her son's ear and asked. Rest assured. Wait for the wedding wine. Thinking about what happened last night, Yi Chen said with a slight smile. As someone who had experienced this, Ye's mother naturally noticed her son's secretive smile. It seemed that her assist yesterday was not in vain. That's good. Mother Yi knew that this boy would not lie to her about important matters, so she was relieved. Now that it's over, I'll go back. If they're not in school for a few days, who knows what kind of crazy things those kids will become. Although she is physically with her son, her heart is at school. Now that she knows that her son and daughter-in-law's relationship is on track, she naturally can't stay here anymore. Grandma, aren't you waiting for Mama to come back? When the little guy heard that his grandmother was leaving, he held her hand and asked reluctantly. After talking for a while, Ye's mother drove to the airport with Tianlang driving himself. Time flies and night is approaching. Squeak! A supercar stopped in front of the villa, and a beautiful figure suddenly got out of the car. It was naturally Lin Shiyin, who had not been seen for a day. Hello, madam. Tianlang and his group still called her the young madam, but Lin Shiyin couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth slightly, which made Tianlang and others stunned. They thought it was not an illusion just now, the young madam was actually smiling. Mom, you're finally back. The little guy spoke cutely when he saw Lin Shiyin, and Yi Chen personally cooked a table full of dishes that day. Now their relationship has warmed up a lot, and the natural conditions are also different from before. Oof. That guy has some conscience. Lin Shiyin snorted softly. She saw all of this, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up in happiness. It turns out, the feeling of love is so wonderful. In her eyes, each of these dishes seemed to be added with honey. Mom, Daddy said that he will be your free laborer from now on, is that true? The little guy thought about what his dad said during the day and asked his mom curiously. Of course. When Lin Shiyin heard her daughter's words, she said proudly, your dad is now an artist signed by Mama's studio, and he has a lifelong contract. Maids, wow. After hearing what the young lady said, they all looked at their young master in surprise. Signed a contract with Young Lady Studio, indefinitely? Oh my god. Young master, do you have to pamper me so much? Invisible dog food is the most deadly, and this is what I am talking about. Is that so? The little guy nodded his head in confusion, then blinked his big eyes. Did Daddy say you were going to hold a concert? Yes. Mom has been preparing for a long time. I don't know if it's because her relationship with that guy has warmed up, but Lin Shiyin seems to be particularly patient with the little guy, and even seems to like everything about him. And at this point, Lin Shiyin rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Your daddy will also sing at your mommy's concert when the time comes. Maids. What? Goddess Shiyin, your young mistress is going to hold a concert? And the young master can sing. Oh my god. What is this for? Showing love in the villa is not enough, do they have to show love in the concert too? It's terrifying when you think about it. For a moment, the maids' minds flashed the scene of their young masters showing off their love at the concert of goddess Shiyin. Such a scene was simply unimaginable. Chapter 48 Because I like someone and fall in love with a city. At night, in the room. The little guy was very smart and went back to his room with the maids, leaving some alone time for his parents. He was so sensible that the maids loved him very much. I have thought more than once how great it would be if I could get the young master's excellent genes. Whenever the maids looked at their young master's room, they were full of envy and hope. If they could sleep well enough to wake up with a smile in their dreams, the young mistress would be so happy. In fact, it is true. In the room, Lin Shiyin came out of the bathroom wearing a thin nightgown, her slim and proud figure presented in front of someone. Feeling someone's gaze, Lin Shiyin rolled her eyes at him, thinking that this pervert was really insatiable. Yi Chen, give me a massage. I'm exhausted today. While speaking, Lin Shiyin was lying on the quilt and talking to someone. Faced with such an excessive request, Yi Chen naturally would not refuse. After a while, Lin Shiyin leaned against a guy's chest, thinking about the time they had spent together. Are we developing too fast? At this moment, Lin Shiyin was completely naked, and what was even more terrible was that this lasted throughout the entire massage process. Quick! Yi Chen embraced the beauty and sniffed the pleasant scent. It's okay. Actually. Yi Chen paused and looked a little absent-minded. This look made Lin Shiyin's face smile. From her perspective, that guy was really handsome. 4 years ago, why didn't I notice it? While Lin Shiyin was daydreaming, Yi Chen's voice rang in her ears. I have always wanted to give you the best in the world, but I found that the best in the world is you. Is this true? I don't believe it. After hearing what that guy said, Lin Shiyin's heart somehow surged with honey, like a spring. She wanted to give the best to herself, but she found that she was the best. Why didn't I notice that you were so sweet before? You must have said the same thing to many girls. How could that be? Hearing the words of the beautiful lady, Yi Chen was not willing to take the blame. It's definitely you. TSK, I wouldn't believe you. Lin Shiyin said this insincerely, but her heart was pounding. She wondered how that guy could come up with such words. Nizi, do you know what the difference is between you and the stars? Seeing the beauty in front of me, I couldn't help but want to tease this girl when I was bored, especially when I saw the shy look on that guy's face. I felt a sense of accomplishment. What's the difference? After hearing what someone said, Lin Shiyin thought for a moment and couldn't help but look at Yi Chen curiously. Seeing Nizi looking at him, Yi Chen stared into her beautiful eyes. The stars are in the sky, and you are in my heart. Tug. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Shiyin's face turned red with embarrassment. Was that guy crazy? This sudden confession caught her off guard. Yi Chen, you are going to die. He was so sweet just now, and now he's teasing her again, so mean, But this feeling is pretty good. Shiyin, I remember you like Madhu, right? He ignored that girl and continued to tease her. Yes. Maybe it was because someone was teasing her. Lin Shiyin didn't care that someone was going to trick her. Actually, I like the Magic City, too. Yi Chen nodded seriously, which made Lin Shiyin quite curious. Why? Obviously, he was unaware that he had been tricked by someone. Just as Lin Shiyin was thinking hard, a loving gaze fell on her, because I love a person and fall in love with a city. Wow. Hearing that someone had succeeded in teasing her again, Lin Shiyin's face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. It was over. She had been fooled again. Hateful. While being cheated, enjoying. That feeling is full of mixed emotions. Yi Chen, I'll let you tease me, and I'll make sure you don't get into trouble. As she spoke, Lin Shiyin scratched someone's waist. Yi Chen naturally did not want to be outdone and started to fight back. During this time, he gained a lot of advantages. After all, at this moment, the two of them were completely honest with each other. It was an unknown amount of time since the commotion lasted, but at a certain point, what was supposed to happen happened. A quarter of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. 5/4 of an hour. As the battle continued, the two fell asleep in each other's arms late at night, and Lin Shiyin slept particularly soundly. At the same time, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. And all of this came from a man who held her in his arms as she fell asleep. If this scene was seen by the maids, I wonder if they would rush over with envy and carry their master away. It would be even better if they could get the master's favor. Of course, the maids will never know what happened that night. Chapter 49, Uncle Xiaoong, you are not allowed to talk about dad like that. The next day, early morning. As the sun rises, the melodious birdsong outside the window heralds the beginning of a new day. Ding-a-ling. Lin Shiyin was woken up from her sleep. Seeing that the caller ID was her mother, she glared at the guy who answered the call. Hey, Mom. What? Shaowang School requires parents to participate in interest competitions? Today I. Beep beep. Before Lin Shiyin finished speaking, Lin's mother hung up the phone. This gave Lin Shiyin a headache. She was busy with the concert and had no time to take part in any interest competition of that little ancestor. However, if that kid knew that no one was going there, I'm afraid. That's right. At a certain moment, Lin Shiyin thought of something and then rolled her eyes at the guy who was taking advantage of her. Yichen, if you have nothing to do today, go to Jinghua Middle School to participate in my brother's interest competition. Oh? Hearing Lin Shiyin's words, Yichen was stunned. Brother-in-law's interest competition? Yichen knew before that Lin Shiyin had a younger brother who was in junior high school. I see. It's okay to go, but you have to feed your man, otherwise you won't have the strength. Before he could finish his words, another wave of business worth hundreds of millions came. After a long battle, he finally agreed to participate in his future brother-in-law's interest competition. Taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters, you still understand this rule? After all the trouble, Lin Shiyin glared at someone, got up to wash up, but didn't say anything. After all, she needed help from someone. After breakfast. Dad, where are we going? The little girl watched her mom go to the concert while she was with her dad and asked curiously. Oh. Go and participate in your Uncle Xiaowang's interest competition. Thinking about the scene of receiving benefits in the morning, Yichen couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. He should have been more gentle earlier. Really? The little girl naturally didn't know about the private deal between her parents. When she heard that she was going to her uncle's school, she was very excited. It can be seen that the little girl has a very good relationship with her uncle. Dad, Uncle Xiaowang loves Miao Miao so much. The little guy said excitedly, Uncle Xiaowang will give me everything delicious and fun, haha. With the little fellow chirping beside me, I didn't feel lonely along the way. On the contrary, it was quite enjoyable. 20 minutes later. Jinghua Middle School, on campus parking lot. Wow. Apollo Sun God, good fellow. Oh my god, look, I'm not dreaming. There were chattering sounds and snapping sounds of photos. As one of the few aristocratic schools in Jiangnan City, it was not surprising to see junior high school students using mobile phones. Snap. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, the little guy listened to the envious and amazed voices around him. His face was full of smiles. He was so happy that he must earn face for Uncle Xiaowang today. Wow! What a handsome big brother. After Yichen got off the car, his extremely high looks immediately captured the hearts of countless cute girls in Jinghua Middle School. Daddy, I'll take you to Uncle Xiaowang's classroom. It was obviously not the first time for the little guy to come here, and he came to Uncle Xiaowang's classroom with ease. Grade 7-3 class. Yes, this is Lin Xiaowang's class. After knocking on the door, it immediately attracted many naughty children who didn't want to attend boring classes. This guy is so handsome. Lin Xiaowang's class teacher is a 23 or 24-year-old girl who just graduated. She is a school beauty and she is none other than the goddess Chu Yuqing of Jinghua Middle School. Parent, who are you looking for? Chu Yuqing asked directly. After all, she had never seen such a handsome guy in Jinghua Middle School. I'm looking for Lin Xiaowang. I'm his brother-in-law. Yichen showed a warm smile, and then his eyes all fell on a boy who looked somewhat similar to Lin Shiyin. Yichen looked and saw his brother-in-law. And this was also the first time the two met. Lin Xiaowang, brother-in-law? Hearing the handsome brother's address, Lin Xiaowang was a little confused. Obviously, he didn't know that his sister had arranged for Yichen and his daughter to recognize each other during this period of time. Uncle Xiaowang. At this moment, a sweet voice was heard, and Lin Xiaowang came back to his senses when he saw the little guy. Student Lin Xiaowang, please go out for a while. Chu Yuqing couldn't help looking a little disappointed as she spoke. Such a handsome guy turned out to be Lin Xiaowang's brother-in-law, which meant they were already married. Oh, what a pity he's so handsome. Soon, outside the classroom. After asking for leave, the three of them left the classroom. Lin Xiaowang tilted his head and looked at Yichen in disbelief. Are you really my brother-in-law? the heartless man who abandoned my sister. Uncle Xiaoang, you are not allowed to say that about daddy. Before Yi Chen could say anything, the little guy was unhappy. He looked fiercely at his favorite Uncle Xiaoang. Seeing his fierce look, Lin Xiaoang swallowed his saliva and said, "Ahem, meow meow, I just said that." Obviously, the brother-in-law was completely controlled by his own daughter. When the little girl heard this, she still snorted, as if to say, "I don't like you anymore." It was so cute. This scene made the surrounding teachers and students envious. That little Lolita is so cute. Chapter 50, Weird Mission, wanting Yi Chen to crush him? Good job. Lin Xiaoang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, wondering what kind of drug had his brother-in-law, no, that unfaithful man, given the little girl. Hey, meow meow, please forgive your uncle. Uncle is wrong. Lin Xiaoang apologized all the way. Well, I won't say brother-in-law. Poof. The little girl obviously doesn't buy it. Daddy is her bottom line, and no one can say anything against her daddy. Lin Xiaoang. Uncle will buy you a Barbie doll. The little guy turned his head away proudly and ignored his Uncle Xiaoang. 3. Uncle will use his pocket money to buy you 3. In order to please his aunt, Lin Xiaoang tried his best. Deal. When the little girl heard that her uncle bought her 3 Barbie dolls, her pretty face became much prettier. Huh. If you do this again next time, the 3 Barbie dolls meow meow will not forgive your uncle. The little guy counted on his little fingers how many Barbie dolls he had. The journey was fast and the chess training class was just around the corner. Play chess. When Yi Chen saw the chess training class in front of him, he obviously did not expect that his brother-in-law's interest class would be playing chess. This coincided with the god-level chess ability he had acquired not long ago. Damn system, this is definitely intentional. Unfaithful, ahem, brother-in-law. Just when he was halfway through his words, Lin Xiaoang glanced at the little guy, coughed dryly, and said hurriedly, "Let me show you how good I am at chess." When he arrived at the chess training class and saw that no one had arrived yet, Lin Xiaoang wanted to give the guy who let his sister down a warning. Yeah. Listening to his brother-in-law's words, Yi Chen smiled slightly, while Lin Xiaoang skillfully opened his mobile phone and quickly logged into the chess website. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Amateur 5th Dan. Looking at his brother-in-law's rank on the chess website, Yi Chen's mouth was bitter. He thought his brother-in-law was a talented king, but he didn't expect him to be a bronze. Match. As the brother-in-law started to match opponents, soon an amateur 7th Dan appeared on the opposite side, which made Lin Xiaoang's face bitter. As expected. After 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Xiaoang was at an absolute disadvantage in the chess game. The little guy stared at the screen curiously. Dad, did Uncle Xiaoang win? Lin Xiaoang, meow meow, Uncle made a mistake, I will definitely win the next game. Lin Xiaoang raised his fist and made up his mind, just when he was about to admit defeat. Wait a moment. When Lin Xiaoang heard the voice, he turned to the unfaithful man beside him. Brother-in-law, you're giving up already. You've only just got so far. Then, while Lin Xiaoang was confused, he took out his mobile phone, and then a black piece fell. Looking over, Lin Xiaoang was stunned. Is this chess alive? How is that possible? For a moment, Lin Xiaoang looked at his brother-in-law as if he had seen a ghost. This heartless man seemed to be very good at playing chess. At the same time, outside the chess training class. What? Student Xiaoang actually turned the tables. This is impossible, it's clearly a dead end. 3 or 5 classmates in the training class who were watching Lin Xiaoang playing chess had astonishment on their faces. In the next few minutes, Lin Xiaoang's chess game fought back with thunderous force and defeated the amateur 6th Dan chess player with ease. Tiga defeated Atlanta, and the victory was increased by 1. In the chessnet room, a congratulatory subtitle was issued and Lin Xiaoang opened his mouth wide. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. For a moment, Lin Xiaoang, who had been secretly criticizing the unfaithful man, immediately called him brother-in-law in a much more intimate manner. Squeak. At this moment, the teachers of the training class and parents of the classmates all walked in and were shocked to see Yi Chen holding Lin Xiaoang's mobile phone in his hand. I was wondering, how could Xiaoang be so amazing? That's right. To beat an amateur 6th Dan that quickly, his strength must be at least an amateur 9th Dan. The members of the society were chattering enthusiastically, and there was a hint of admiration in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen. It was very rare to turn the tide against the odds. That kid. The parents of the students who came saw that all the limelight was snatched away by that boy, and they suddenly felt competitive. If they could defeat this boy, all the glory would go to them. Ding! The host triggers a random mission. The chess skills crush all opponents and turn the brother-in-law into a fanboy. The reward is a mysterious blind box X1, with 8 billion renminbi as a bonus. Wow! The system voice rang in his ears, and Yi Chen was stunned. Such a simple task directly rewards a mysterious blind box, and also comes with 8 billion? System, are you complaining that you are taking too long to reach the peak of your life? Or what? Mr. Xiaowang, you are quite good at chess, why don't we have a competition? Soon, many parents came forward to challenge their children to a match, all wanting their children to admire them. Of course, they were all quite confident in their own chess skills. The teacher of the training class was a little confused when he saw this, as if today was just an interest competition for the students. However, what happened next was far beyond his understanding, and Lin Xiaowang became a loyal fan of his brother-in-law. Chapter 51, Strong Crush, Beating the Whole Way. Dear parents, I think we. Yi Chen interrupted the training class teacher before he finished speaking, saying, just kidding, it's absolutely impossible to stop me from completing the task. Good. I agree. Yi Chen then smiled meaningfully, but to save time, everyone come together. The training class teacher said? This guy. Many parents in the training class were furious. What does this kid mean? Provocative. Dear parents, what Xiaowang's parents mean is. However, the parents did not buy it and looked at Yi Chen with inexplicable hostility for a moment. Good. Since Xiaowang's parents are so confident, we won't be polite. With just a few words, Yi Chen succeeded in provoking the parents, and finally the parents selected 10 representatives to participate in the battle. Isn't that kid awesome? Let us see how good his chess skills are. Others may not know, but they all know that any one of these 10 representatives is at a professional level. Wow! Lin Xiaowang was stunned. There were already 10 chessboards set up around his brother-in-law in front of him. There was a parent in front of each chessboard, and his brother-in-law was right in the middle of it. 1 against 10. Brother-in-law, is he crazy? Obviously, Lin Xiaowang didn't have any expectations for his brother-in-law at the moment. What a joke, how could it be possible for one person to play 10 games of chess at the same time? Come on, Daddy, you're the best. The little girl didn't care about that. Although she didn't know what happened on the field, her daddy would definitely be in the spotlight again. As for what it was, it didn't matter. At least, that's the case for her. Ahem, are young people nowadays so competitive? The teacher of the training class looked at the field, smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that it was getting further and further away from the theme of their interest competition. I'll go first. With a snap, a parent took the lead and apparently took the position of Tian Yuan. Although he disliked the boy, he still adopted a safe approach. Pa. Pa pa. As expected, the other 9 parents did the same. They looked at each other and then their eyes fell on Yi Chen. Today, they would let this kid know that being too arrogant will not end well. Xiaowang, can your brother-in-law really win? Yes, my dad is a professional chess player. Listening to his classmates' words, Lin Xiaowang's mouth twitched and he was speechless for a moment. Although he knew that his cheap brother-in-law was good at chess, no one had ever tried playing chess with 10 people at the same time. Ahem, I should win. Lin Xiaowang coughed dryly, greased his feet and was ready to run away at any time. Pa. Pa. As the chess pieces of both sides fell one by one, the 10 chess games were completely different, but the looks of the 10 parents when they looked at Yi Chen changed, because they found that their respective chess games were at an absolute disadvantage. What, this? The training class teacher stood up from his seat, eyes full of disbelief, and then looked at Yi Chen meaningfully. With 10 things at once, you can still have an absolute advantage. Xiaowang's brother-in-law is at least a professional 5th dan in chess. Of course, the most important thing is that Xiaowang's brother-in-law looks to be in his early 20s. He is a chess genius. Looking at the 10 chessboards again, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that something big is going to happen today. Lin Xiaowang and his friends were all stunned and looked at Yi Chen with admiration as he handled the situation with ease. Xiaowang, your brother-in-law is so awesome. Yeah, one person can still have the advantage against 10 people. So handsome. How great it would be if this was my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaowang felt elated by the chattering of people. When had he ever attracted so much attention before? His impression of his brother-in-law soared. This brother-in-law, he gets angry with anyone who tries to snatch it from him. Quietly, the smile on Lin Shiyuan's face grew wider and wider, just like he was eating his favorite candy. If Lin Shiyuan's thoughts were known by Lin Shiyin, they would be beaten so badly that even their parents wouldn't recognize them. Hee hee, I knew that daddy is the best. The little fellow's voice was laughing at this time, his face full of pride, and he raised his white neck, looking like a victorious little peacock. This kid is not simple. It's totally not on the same level. All 10 parents had beads of sweat on their foreheads. Oh my god, who could have thought that this kid would pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Doesn't he feel guilty for torturing them like this? They are 10 people against one person at the same time, which means that my strength is not even 1/10 of theirs. This is fuck. Feeling the resentful eyes of the 10 parents, those who didn't know would think that they were done something by Yichen. This scene will become their nightmare for the rest of their lives. Chapter 52 Brother-in-law, you are much better than my sister. Is that guy the devil? The corners of the mouths of the parents in the training class twitched. With such a good level of chess, why didn't he go to the chess academy to serve the country? Don't you think it's too much to bully these rookies? Young people have no martial ethics. The parents looked at the 3 people who were leaving with complaints, and thinking about the abuse they had just experienced, they felt upset. So cool. In the future, I want to marry a big brother like this. The students looked at the handsome older brother with admiration, their faces full of love. Xiaowang must be so lucky. Brother-in-law, well done. Lin Xiaowang was so excited thinking about what had just happened. At this moment, his admiration for his brother-in-law was like the endless torrent of the river or the unstoppable flooding of the Yellow River. He has never been so impressive before, hee hee. Poof. Someone once said that my dad was an unfaithful man. The little girl glanced at her uncle and spoke in a snorting manner, but it was Lin Xiaowang who blushed immediately when she heard her niece's revelation. Ahem, uncle bought you 3 Barbie dolls. Tisk. When the little guy heard someone's words of bribery, he turned his head away proudly and made a snort, but didn't say anything else. Obviously, the 3 Barbie dolls played a significant role. As we were talking, we arrived at the parking lot. Wow, look, this is the supercar. Apollo, the sun god, is so rich. Woo woo woo, I dream of having a supercar like this. It was the time when school was over, and quite a few people gathered in the parking lot, all of them attracted by the cool Apollo supercar. Lin Xiaowang had obviously heard the heated discussion among his classmates and looked around. Apollo, the sun god. In addition to playing chess, Lin Xiaowang's other hobby is cars, and his house is filled with various car models. When did the school get a car like this? How can I? Swish. At this moment, Lin Xiaowang saw his brother-in-law take out the car key from his pocket and then pressed it. The lights of the Apollo car that shocked him flashed. Oh. Then, Lin Xiaowang realized something, and with his mouth wide open, he looked at the sun god Apollo and then at his brother-in-law. This brother-in-law. This sun god Apollo, ahem, is yours. Plop. Although it has been confirmed, Lin Xiaowang still asked in disbelief. Of course. Seeing his uncle's surprised expression, the little guy wondered how he could miss such a good opportunity. Uncle Xiaowang, Daddy has several supercars at home. It seems there are Pagani Wind God, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneno. The little girl counted on her little fingers and said, this is her father's achievement and of course she remembers it very clearly. Hiss. When Lin Xiaowang heard this, his eyelids twitched and he took a breath of cold air. My god, my brother-in-law is so generous. Even the old man was reluctant to buy those cars, but my brother-in-law owns several of them. If this wasn't a public occasion, Lin Xiaowang really wanted to kneel down in front of his brother-in-law and shout, my brother-in-law is so great, please accept my greetings. Let's go. Get in the car and go home. While Lin Xiaowang was excited and nervous, the sound of the beast supercar spread, and the next moment it drove towards the Kowloon villa. Long live my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaowang jumped 3 feet high with excitement. Such a scene really made the classmates around him envious. It happened that at this time, the parents of the students in the training class came to the scene. Was she? That kid actually drove the Apollo, the sun god. Nima, who the hell is that guy? The parents who were originally complaining suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. My god, the person who can drive such a supercar is definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Xiaowang's classmates in the interest class all had stars in their eyes. Oh my god, what a cool car. Dad, can we buy one too? One of the boys asked his father next to him, and the boy's father's mouth twitched when he heard it, and the envy in his eyes was not concealed at all. As for buying one, are you kidding? Although he has some money, he won't spend it on this. Besides, this kind of limited edition supercar can't be bought with money. Ahem, let's talk about it later. He made an awkward excuse and then stuffed his son into a Bentley and sped away. He was really afraid that this kid would say something weird again. Uncle Xiaowang, how about having face today? The little guy looked at his uncle and gave him advice. After hearing this, Lin Xiaowang's face was full of joy. Hee, it's so face-saving. Brother-in-law, you are so much better than my sister. Lin Xiaowang said this, but if his elder sister knew, he didn't know how she would react. He estimated that a beating would be inevitable. Chapter 53 Sister, you don't know that my brother-in-law is so handsome today. There was talk and laughter in the supercar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of crushing all opponents with chess skills and turning his brother-in-law into a fanboy. You will be rewarded with a mysterious blind box X1 and 8 billion renminbi. As expected. As Yi Chen was driving back to the villa, he heard the sound of the system reward being credited to his account. Open the mysterious blind box. Yi Chen was quite looking forward to this mysterious blind box. After all, the system would never let him down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of the karaoke music platform. Hearing the sudden voice, Yi Chen was stunned. Karaoke music platform. Isn't that the biggest sponsor of Lin Shiyin's concert? And they also have close cooperation with her studio. What kind of operation? For a moment, Yi Chen's mouth showed an intriguing arc. If that girl knew that he was the boss of a karaoke music platform, that's scene. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Lin Xiaowang called his brother-in-law several times, but there was no response, so he couldn't help but wonder. It's okay. Yi Chen's mood suddenly became better, and he was looking forward to what would happen next. By the way, that girl's concert should be tomorrow. Oh. Lin Xiaowang said oh and didn't think much about it. After all, what bad intentions could his brother-in-law have? Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 21. Skills, God-level cooking, God-level music, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level chess. Items, Pagani Wine God, Supreme Edition, Apollo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Lamborghini Veneto, Kowloon 1 Villa, 100% of King's Hotel shares, 100% of Kunping Security, 100% of Phantom Entertainment shares, Lucky Card X3, 100% of Karaoke Music shares. Wealth, 17.08 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Chen is more and more looking forward to the future. If he follows the system reward, the next wave of wealth rewards will be 10 billion renminbi. 100 small goals, just thinking about it makes people excited. Soon, Kowloon 1 Villa was in sight. Hello, master. Hello, young lady. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Xiaowang was frightened by a sudden scene. 20 burly men were bending over, which looked exactly like the image of the big guys on TV. My god, my brother-in-law is even more stylish than this old man. Poof. When the little girl saw her uncle's unworldly look, she snorted, with her arrogance not concealed at all, as if to say, I asked you to say daddy, now you are dumbfounded. Hello, master. Before Lin Xiaowang could react, the sweet voices of 8 super beautiful maids came from the villa, which made Lin Xiaowang's eyes widen. Oh my god. Sister, you are too careless. In an instant, the 8 beautiful maids made Lin Xiaowang's sense of crisis reach the extreme. By the way, Xiaowang, your nickname on the chess website is Tiga. What's the meaning of that? Yi Chen thought of his brother-in-law's online name during the day and asked curiously. Nickname. When he heard his brother-in-law mention his nickname on the chess website, he immediately perked up. Hey, brother-in-law, have you seen Ultraman? Ultraman Tiga in the movie is so awesome, he's my idol. Don't you think it's cool to use Tiga as your online name? Ultraman. Hearing his brother-in-law's words, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. He was not very interested in what children watched. Compared with this, he preferred Japanese movies. Ahem, it's quite domineering. After a dry cough and an evasive reply, Lin Xiaowang seemed to have opened up his conversation, right. My brother-in-law also likes to watch Ultraman. I said my brother-in-law is a fellow traveler. Yi Chen. Well, they are indeed like-minded people, as long as this kid likes it. The two brothers were talking happily, and at this time Lin Shiyin came in from outside the villa. Seeing the two people in the living room in a very good atmosphere, she couldn't help but frown. What the hell? Doesn't that kid hate that unfaithful guy the most? Why, that little ancestor is completely different from before. Yeah. Sister, you're back. When Lin Xiaowang saw her elder sister coming back, her face immediately lit up with joy. It was obvious that the two sisters had a very good relationship. Sister, you don't know how handsome your brother-in-law is today. Lin Xiaowang chattered with great relish. My brother-in-law is so domineering. Hearing Lin Xiaowang calling him brother-in-law affectionately, Lin Shiyin got goosebumps all over her body. What's wrong with this kid? Before, let alone brother-in-law, even saying unfaithful man felt like an insult to these three words, but now. That bastard, what happened during the time I took my brother to work? However, as Lin Xiaowang continued to talk, Lin Shiyin's pretty face became complicated, and then she looked at someone in surprise. How could that pervert be so good at chess? The little guy listened to his uncle's admiring words, his eyes curved into crescents with smiles. He knew that daddy is the best. Chapter 54 Yi Chen, you are going to die. A little. Lin Shiyin looked at someone with a strange look in her eyes. She asked this pervert to participate in an interest competition, but he swept away the students' parents? This guy will die if he doesn't show off. After dinner, Lin Shiyin washed up and put on her thin pajamas. She looked at someone lying in bed and said, I didn't expect you to be good at chess. That is. He looked at the beauty in front of him and took her into his arms. Your man is omnipotent, you know that. Tisk. What a boast. The shameless words of a certain guy caused Lin Shiyin to roll her eyes. With a thud, Chongyi's head crashed onto Lin Shiyin's fair and smooth forehead. How could that be? Even our baby can't blow it. Lin Shiyin. Yi Chen, you are going to die. Hearing someone's explicit hidden meaning, Lin Shiyin's face turned red. She was really hurt by that guy's vicious words. Poof. For a moment, Lin Shiyin snorted and turned her head away. That guy was so mean. Not only did he ask her to do that, but he also said it out loud. Damn it! Seeing the appearance of the beauty in his arms, it was obvious that at this moment she no longer had the demeanor of a top little queen. She was completely like a young wife being bullied by her own man, and her look was as if she was saying, I don't care about you. In response to this, Yi Chen smiled calmly without any worry. Nizi, let me tell you a joke. Holding the beauty in his arms, he then plunged into the abyss, his movements very skillfully. Who cares about you? Lin Shiyin rolled her eyes at someone, but did not stop him. After all, compared to his previous excessive behavior, this was nothing at all. Yeah. Listening to what the girl in front of him said, Yi Chen curved his eyebrows. That smile is from a puppy. A joking voice came out, and Lin Shiyin responded with a proud snort, which seemed to be saying come on. The wife went out to collect debts, but returned empty-handed after a few months. The husband scolded her, you are so incompetent. The wife was not convinced and retorted, although I didn't get the money, I took the boss's child hostage. The husband was overjoyed, where is the child? Seeing her husband's excitement, the wife proudly patted her belly and said, it's locked in there. Puff. Hearing the sudden turn of events, Lin Shiyin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everything was completely out of her control. But soon, her pretty face returned to her cold look. Oh. Looking at Nizi, who was still as proud as a peacock, Yi Chen raised his head slightly. Nizi, you seemed to smile just now, didn't you? Laughing? You heard it, no. Lin Shiyin said this with a flushed face. She would naturally not admit it. After all, if she admitted it, it would be like admitting that she was a puppy. Laughing is absolutely impossible. Yeah? Seeing a girl who was stubborn, it seems I heard it wrong. It is said that a rich second generation and a poor loser went on a blind date with a beautiful woman at the same time. The rich second generation said that his family had 30 villas, 2 gold mines, and 10 supercars. When it was the poor loser's turn, the poor loser took a leaf from the pickled fish he was eating and put 7 fish bones on it. Just like that, the beautiful lady left the restaurant with her arm around the poor loser, her face full of happiness. When Lin Shiyin heard this, her eyebrows slightly frowned. That girl actually chose the poor loser? Is this true love? Thinking of this, Lin Shiyin was certain of her conclusion. Nizi, do you want to know why? Seeing the determined look on the girl's face, Yi Chen knew that she had been successfully tricked. Tisk, isn't this true love? Lin Shiyin rolled her eyes at someone, apparently forgetting that she had just ignored that guy. No. Yi Chen shook his finger and held her slender waist with his other hand, because the girl knows what that poor loser meant by putting leaves and fish bones on the table. I think, maybe, no girl can refuse the confession of that poor loser. Leaves? Fish bones? Hearing this guy trying to persuade her, Lin Shiyin became even more confused. Good. After a pause, Yi Chen continued, or it can be easily understood in another way. Then let me ask you, how many leaves are there? How many fish bones are there? Nature has 1 leaf and 7 fish bones. Lin Shiyin blurted out, and it was obvious that her memory was still very good. Good memory. Yi Chen praised and said, that's 1 leaf 7 times. Why don't you try to read it quickly? Well, 1 leaf knight 7 thorns times. Lin Shiyin, who hadn't finished speaking, immediately had her face turn red all the way to the back of her ears. She turned over and pounced on a guy with her teeth bared. That bastard is crazy. Where did he learn to be so evil? For a moment, Lin Shiyin's heart began to beat violently, and certain images appeared in her mind involuntarily, which made her want to tear that pervert into pieces. Doesn't that bastard feel guilty for bullying her like this? Chapter 55, The young master is so handsome and doting, it would be great if I could have a baby with him. They met overnight and fell asleep in each other's arms. Ding-a-ling. The next day, a cell phone ring woke up Lin Shiyin from her deep sleep. She stretched out her fair, jade-like arm in a daze and answered the call. Hello. A sleepy voice sounded, and the urgent voice of Assistant Lily came from the other side. Sister Shiyin, something big happened. 10 minutes ago, the karaoke platform officially announced that they have booked all of your upcoming concert sponsorships. The karaoke platform officially announced, what did you say? Lin Shiyin realized something halfway through her murmur. The only trace of sleepiness she had was gone. The karaoke platform has booked all the sponsorship for the concert. Yes, Sister Shiyin, the studio and the internet are going crazy now. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shiyin took a deep breath and then frowned. The karaoke platform has taken over all the sponsorship. Are they crazy? Then her eyes fell on a certain guy and her face turned red. Thinking of what happened last night, this pervert only knew how to sleep. Pa! Just as Lin Shiyin was lost in thought, a crisp sound came from behind. Apparently someone was slapped in the face, which brought Lin Shiyin back to her senses. Nizi, what are you standing there for? Poof. Nothing. Lin Shiyin snorted and continued, I just got the news that the karaoke platform has taken over all my remaining sponsorships. Lily said that it was probably a decision made by the top management of the karaoke platform. Yeah? Seeing the look from the beauty in his arms, he naturally knew that she was testing him. It seems that my baby is so charming that even the top executives of KTV can fall at your feet. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Even if others didn't know, he knew it very well. The senior executive of the karaoke company was none other than him. Aren't you worried at all? Obviously, seeing the guy's indifferent reaction, Lin Shiyin was quite disappointed, and she didn't know that the entire karaoke music platform belonged to her man. Of course not. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said indifferently, your man still has this confidence. Besides, whoever dares to steal my treasure will be killed by me. The domineering voice sounded, and Lin Shiyin, who was originally a little disappointed, couldn't help but burst out laughing. If that kind of charm was seen by the outside world, it would surely fascinate many people. Unfortunately, this is just a benefit for someone now. Tisk. Look at what you can do. For a moment, Lin Shiyin's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, and she felt that everything in the world was so beautiful. Quietly, she didn't even realize that someone's attitude had affected her mood. That is. After a conversation, Lin Shiyin felt so sweet in her heart. It felt pretty good to eat the dog food she had spread. After breakfast, the little guy couldn't wait to urge, Daddy and Mommy, let's go. The concert is going to be late. The maids were so envious of the cute urging voice that they also wanted to go. It was not until the young master drove away from the villa that the maids gradually withdrew their gazes. Young madam and young miss, so happy. Yeah, the young master is very fond of people. I'm going to attend the young mistress's concert. I heard that the young master will work for the young mistress for free in the future. I am a man who dotes on my wife. I really want one too. What should I do? Oh. The young master is so handsome and doting. It would be great if I could have a baby with him. The sound of chattering was heard, and the bodyguards Tian Lang and his group outside the villa twitched their mouths when they heard it. Hey, it feels like Master Yi is going to be in the spotlight again this time. One of the bodyguards looked at his bosses departing back with admiration and said with certainty. Although the other bodyguards around him did not speak, their slight nods already made their attitude clear. On the other side, the concert venue. At this moment, 6 long lines have formed in front of the venue and are stretching far away. You should know that the venue for this concert is the Gangnam Stadium, which can accommodate 120,000 people. And this number is exactly the number of tickets for Lin Shiyin's first concert. Even so, the tickets were sold out in less than a minute after they were released for pre-sale, setting a new record for ticket sales in the music industry. Hey, I heard that the boss will also sing today? In the team entering the venue, a familiar figure was laughing expectantly. This person was Wang Zihong. Of course. These are VIP tickets. I heard that scalpers are selling them for 18,888 each. Li Bin held the ticket in his hand, feeling quite emotional. The scene of the boss's stunning debut seemed to have emerged in his mind. The boss's singing level was really beyond words. Damn it, I don't know why I feel like the boss is going to cause trouble today. Dong Kuan frowned, looked towards the stadium and smacked his lips. Wang Zihong and the other man were stunned when they heard it, and they couldn't help but look at each other. This? No way. Today is my sister-in-law's concert. The boss can mess around, but others might not. But if it's their boss, it's not certain? At one point, Dong Kuan looked down at his phone, logging into the live broadcast room of the concert, and when he saw the phone screen, he screamed in astonishment, "What? The number of fans in the live broadcast room has exceeded 100,000. Chapter 56 That pervert is too unscrupulous. Over 100,000. When these words came out, the audience queuing around were all stunned. Fuck, it's true. Wow, there's still half an hour before the concert starts, and it's already 100,000? Amazing, you are worthy of being my goddess Shiyin. My goodness, goddess Shiyin has such a strong appeal. If I can marry her in this lifetime, I would be willing to live 20 years less. Hey, I'm really looking forward to the concert today. Time passed quickly and all the spectators entered the stadium. All the Kunping security personnel immediately surrounded the entire stadium. It looked nothing special from the outside, but there were no less than 3,000 Kunping security elites ready to take orders in secret. After all, their young master Yi will be here today, and the concert is hosted by their boss lady, so they have no choice but to take it seriously. 120,000. 15,000. 80,000. By the time the live broadcast of the concert started, the number of fans in the live broadcast room had exceeded 300,000. One can imagine how popular this top young queen is. Backstage lounge. Nizi, didn't I realize you're so popular? Watching the live broadcast of the concert, Yi Chen raised his head and scratched the beautiful woman's nose, causing Lin Shiyin's face to faint slightly. She rolled her eyes at him fiercely. Humph, now you know how powerful this boss is. Hey, sure. My husband has long known how powerful Nizi is. Listening to some guy's indecent words, Lin Shiyin glanced at him. She was already accustomed to this and had to admit that he had been blackened a lot by Yi Chen. Virtue. Lin Shiyin took a deep breath and said, "It's going to start soon, so be careful." Pa. Lin Shiyin was about to leave the lounge when she felt a strong slap on her back, which made her body shudder. That bastard. I clenched my slender hands, and at that moment I really wanted to rush up and tear that guy apart. He was too unscrupulous. If fans saw the beautiful goddess going crazy, I'm afraid Yi Chen would be killed by everyone with machetes. Soon, Lin Shiyin started her first concert performance. Ah. As soon as he appeared, thunderous applause and cheers broke out from the audience, which in an instant sounded like waves. Goddess Shiyin, I love you. The goddess concert has finally begun, woo-woo. Oh my god, look, the number of fans in the live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000. There was a lot of noise, and many people were watching the soaring number of fans in the live broadcast room. At this moment, they felt the super popularity of the top little queen firsthand. Return to the place where we met. I just realized that I don't understand you. I thought that if I loved deeply, I wouldn't be afraid of sadness. Love turns the heart into snow. I walk alone on the long, lonely street. Memories replay themselves. A new song was presented, with superb singing skills fully displayed, and fans in the live broadcast room were completely engrossed in the song. Soon the song ended and thunderous applause broke out at the scene. The number of fans in the live broadcast room also soared to over 1 million at this time, which was unprecedentedly exciting. Yi Chen, who was in the backstage lounge, looked at the skyrocketing number of fans in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but sigh, "That girl is so popular." However, his singing level is far better than those young singers. 1.1 million. 1.3 million. 1.5 million. Half an hour later, with the help of Lin Shiyin's several songs, the number of fans once again exceeded 1.5 million, which was truly unstoppable. Finally, at a certain moment, the beautiful host smiled sweetly and announced, "Next, please welcome the first mysterious guest of this episode, Mr. Yi Chen, who will perform a song Rolling Pearl Curtain for us." Welcome everyone. Wow. In the VIP seats, the little guy's eyes lit up when he heard the announcement, "Daddy is going to go on stage." Hey, is boss finally going to start? Wang Zihan, LSP and other 3 members were also looking at the stage expectantly. They came to the concert to see their sister-in-law and the boss. Yi Chen? Upon hearing this name, the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room were all stunned. It seemed that there was no such person in the music industry. But, being arranged by Goddess Shiyin to be the first to go on stage, his strength is naturally beyond doubt. Lights focused. A handsome face looked even more handsome under the light at a certain moment, and his appearance alone was enough to dazzle everyone. However, before the audience could comment, a song as if from outer space reached their ears. Engrave every eyebrow and heart. Thoughts through the painting. Stained with ink. All the writings of thousands of families have turned yellow. The night is quiet and the window screen is slightly lit. What the hell? Watching the singing of the handsome boss on the stage, Wang Zihan and the other 2 were dumbfounded. This voice, was it really sung by the boss? Oh my god. So scary. In the backstage lounge, the expectant Lin Shiyin was staring blankly at a guy on the link screen. That guy, is it true that he can handle this kind of singing style? Every word seemed to have some kind of magic, plucking at her heartstrings. Lin Shiyin's gaze fell on a certain guy again, and her eyes were as if she had discovered a new world. If this pervert doesn't become popular, it's unforgivable. Chapter 57. What? I worship your man. So awesome. This is the unanimous thought of the audience, and every line of the lyrics has a strong ancient artistic conception. So beautiful. For a moment, it was as if a new window had opened in front of everyone's eyes. It turned out that Chinese-style songs could be so beautiful. Yi Chen, his singing skills are online at this moment. Dancing with sleeves waving, wandering in dreams. Love creeps into my heart. She is attached to the tears of pear blossoms. Who is waiting for the return of the red makeup? The beauty is left alone and becomes increasingly haggard. Fans in the live broadcast room listened to the captivating singing voice. They had never enjoyed such a Chinese-style divine song. All of a sudden, crazy comments flooded onto the screen of the live broadcast room, no less than 1,000 every second. As for the number of fans, at this moment, it has already exceeded 3 million. Good. It's just 3 million, which is totally insane and outrageous. Oh my god, who is this guy? He's so awesome. Damn, her singing skills are no less than those of the Goddess Shiyin. Ahem, not only the singing skills, but every word of the lyrics is extremely beautiful. Could it be that this song is also original? If this guy doesn't get angry, I'll dig my eyeballs out and use them as cannons for you to stomp on. Handsome guy, leave yourself a way out. You should just rely on your face to make a living. The audience was talking about it enthusiastically and were truly shocked by the song. The boys were so envious that their eyes were cracking with envy. Not only was the boy so handsome, but he was also so talented. How embarrassing it is for ordinary people like them. Boss, you are invincible. The LSP trio in the VIP seats were really shocked by the boss's amazing performance. Although they knew that the boss was a good singer, this was a little too good. Compared with my sister-in-law, she is not weaker at all. No. To be precise, it feels better than my sister-in-law's singing. I wonder if it's just their illusion. After all, their sister-in-law is a top-tier pop diva. They simply can't imagine what it means to be better than her. Brother-in-law, awesome. Lin Shiyin was in the VIP seat at the moment, and was extremely excited. For a moment, his admiration for his brother-in-law was so great that it was impossible to describe it with words. No wonder my sister likes my brother-in-law. My sister has such good taste. Looking at his brother-in-law shining brightly on the stage, Lin Shiyin completely fell for him and became a hopeless fan. He would definitely fight to the death with anyone who wanted to snatch his brother-in-law from him. Daddy is so great. When the little one saw his father's elegance and style, he naturally couldn't do without her presence. After a few flying kisses, the LSP trio almost exploded with envy. Damn my old man's girlish heart, the boss lied to them about having a daughter again. When the song ended, the whole audience was shocked. Backstage lounge. Squeak. As the door opened, Yichen came into the room. Lin Shiyin looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. Yichen, you can actually handle such a song? Lin Shiyin was surprised. Of course, the lyrics were impeccable. Just as Lin Shiyin was about to continue speaking, she slipped and sprained her ankle, screaming in panic. Yichen, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, skillfully grasped her slender waist with one hand and supported himself against the wall with his left hand, and the two of them did a beautiful waldong. The two of them were so close that they could even feel each other's breathing. Why, you worship your man? He looked at the beautiful woman who was being waldonged jokingly. Your husband can even control you, so a mere song is a piece of cake for him. You. After hearing someone's vicious words, Lin Shiyin really wanted to bite this guy to death. What was he doing talking about controlling her? That was too abominable. What to do when you are angry? But, I can't beat him. Get out of the way, hiss. Before it left Yichen's arms, it returned to someone else's arms in pain, and even the Abyss Mountain was deformed because of it. Seeing this, Yichen immediately hugged Lin Shiyin in his arms like a princess. Yichen, what are you doing? This is the backstage of a concert, how dare you? Boom. Before Lin Shiyin could finish, Yichen gave her a slap on the head. Nizi, what are you thinking about? Am I the kind of person who would do anything for a living? After hearing what that guy said, Lin Shiyin really wanted to say, isn't it? But she didn't dare, because she was really afraid that the guy would be so hungry that he would do anything, and it would be bad if he was seen by outsiders. Sit down. She carefully placed Lin Shiyin on the chair, then skillfully took off her high heels. It was obvious that she had done this countless times. Lin Shireen's face turned red and her heartbeat quickened. No one knew what this girl was thinking. Hiss. It hurts, go slower. Lin Shiyin glared at someone fiercely, as if she was being bullied by that person, but Yichen rolled his eyes at her. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, your husband will take over the husband's position right now. Chapter 58, Korean Taekwondo, only this much strength. Hateful. When Lin Shiyin heard the threat from someone, her face turned red. She naturally knew what the so-called restoring the husband's authority meant. I couldn't help but think of them in the lounge. All right. As scenes emerged in Lin Shireen's mind, Yichen's voice came to her ears. Take 2 steps and try. Take 2 steps? Hearing someone's words, Lin Shiyin was stunned. She had just sprained her ankle so badly that she needed to rest for at least 10 days or half a month, but this guy actually asked her to walk 2 steps. He showed no mercy at all. Lin Shireen's feet landed on the ground and she was stunned. This doesn't hurt anymore. How could it be, Yichen, you? Lin Shiyin looked at the guy beside her in surprise, which was really unbelievable, and Yichen smiled and doted on her. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Puff. Seeing the narcissistic look of a certain guy, Lin Shiyin was immediately amused and rolled her eyes at him. Tisk. Worship, you big-headed ghost. The two were flirting with each other, but unfortunately no one was interested in their sweet dog food. A little. Lin Shiyin continued with her concert while Yichen went to the bathroom. Director, that kid went to the bathroom. Not long after leaving the backstage lounge, a young man called to report, looking at Yichen with mocking eyes. This kid is finished. After hanging up the phone, the young man snorted coldly. He was the companion of the Korean Taekwondo genius Chi Mingxian and the elite of Fengxian Taekwondo Gym. After glancing at somewhere in the dark, Yichen curved his eyebrows. Not long after he left the lounge, he discovered that someone was following him, but the tracking method was very clumsy. Obviously, it is inferior stuff. As expected. Near the restroom, a group of dozens of people surrounded Yichen from front and back. They were members of Fengxian Taekwondo Gym, and the leader was the owner of the gym, Jin Jishio. Director, that's him. At this time Yi Chen saw a familiar face. This person was the Korean Taekwondo genius. Seeing this, he already knew the purpose of this person's visit. Oh. Jin Jishyo looked at the fair-skinned young man in front of him and said, "Is it him who defeated you with one move?" Ahem. Director, he's very skilled. Chi Mingxian coughed dryly. Although he had been a little careless before, he knew very well that the opponent's skills were definitely better than his. Yeah. Jin Jishyo looked at Yi Chen with interest in his eyes. Let's go together and give him a try. Yes, Director. Dozens of people heard the director's order and rushed forward. After all, the fact that he was able to defeat the genius of Fengxian Dojo with just one move was enough to show his extraordinary strength, so they naturally did not dare to be careless. Pa! Seeing dozens of people rushing forward, this scene was much smaller than the previous destruction of the Tiger Gang. With a palm strike, one of the Fengxian members was directly knocked flying and hit the wall, and a bone-breaking sound was heard. Then, a one-sided massacre began. Half a minute later, dozens of people fell to the ground, including Chi Mingxian. At this moment, Chi Mingxian's eyes widened and he looked at Yi Chen with disbelief on his face. What? That boy is so strong. In less than half a minute, he defeated all of them. Even their director couldn't do such a feat. Could it be that this guy is even stronger than the director? Good opportunity. Curator Jin Jishyo narrowed his eyes, apparently finding Yi Chen's distraction, and kicked him on the head, obviously intending to kill Yi Chen with one move. Hit. Chi Mingxian and others looked at the curator's unexpected action. Although it seemed like a sneak attack, it didn't matter. Yi Chen didn't even look at Jin Jishyo and slapped him casually. A lightning-fast palm strike hit Jin Jishyo's cheek accurately, and the 6th-degree black belt director was knocked to the ground. His head made a dull thud and he was stunned. Chi Mingxian and others. Impossible. That guy, when did he make his move? The curator had clearly succeeded, but how could this happen? That guy was so fast. Boy, you. With a slap, before Jin Jishyo could get up, Yi Chen slapped him to the ground again. Korean Taekwondo, that's all it is. It's really disappointing. Jin Jishyo was furious, his face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was just angry. This kid was too arrogant. Crash. At this moment, no less than 100 people rushed over from both sides and immediately surrounded the venue. The leader was Lei Bao, the second in command of the Tiger Gang. Master Yi, please forgive me for being late. Lei Bao's face was full of self-blame. As the chief conductor of this concert, he was naturally responsible for not supervising strictly enough. No problem. Yi Chen waved his hand. You take care of the aftermath. Yes, Master Yi. Lei Bao's eyes flashed. Damn it, it was all these bastards who made him take the blame. Not long after Yi Chen left, a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard from the back. Damn it, get thrown out of the stadium. Lei Bao glanced at the miserable scene. Everyone in Fengxian Dojo would not be able to get out of bed for a month or two. However, he did not notice that the director Jin Jishyo's eyes were filled with resentment. If that kid did not pay the price, he would not be called Jin Jishyo. A sinister plan emerged in his mind. However, he didn't know what kind of disaster this plan brought to the Korean country. Chapter 59, Changing Generals Before Battle, Explosion in Progress. Backstage Lounge. Not good. Teacher Meng fainted. Teacher Meng, who was making final preparations, collapsed to the ground without warning and lost consciousness. The concert medical staff rushed to the scene immediately. After preliminary examination, beads of sweat appeared on the back of his forehead. Mr. Meng has had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and must be sent to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. The venue immediately fell into chaos. You have to know that Mr. Meng is a legendary figure in the music industry, and many fans come for him. Now that he cannot perform, I am afraid, he will be in great trouble. After seeing Teacher Meng off, Lin Shiyin was worried about Teacher Meng, but she was even more worried about the upcoming concert. What should I do? Lin Shiyin's mind was working rapidly, thinking of various solutions, but, in the end she couldn't solve the problem well. Sister Shiyin. At this moment, Lin Shiyin's assistant Lily thought of something. Yi Chen's previous performance of a song was very good. If we let him sing one more song, maybe he can replace Teacher Meng's absence. Oh? Hearing Lily's words, Lin Shiyin's mind flashed with the figure of a certain guy, especially the song Rolling Pearl Curtain just now. She really looked at him differently. Just, in such a hurry, does he have any new songs? Lin Shiyin said this worriedly. The reason she asked Yi Chen to attend the concert was to make him famous. If he fails to perform well later, it will definitely be an unprecedented blow to him. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shiyin still called Yi Chen. Ding-a-ling. On the way back, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. He smiled when he saw it was Lin Shiyin. Nizi, you miss your man so soon. Obviously, Yi Chen had no idea what happened in the backstage lounge and was joking. Don't be funny, something went wrong at the concert. Lin Shiyin paused and continued, the legendary singer Mr. Meng suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and has been sent to the hospital for treatment, but he will definitely not be able to participate in the performance. It will probably have a significant impact on the concert. I think. Hearing Lin Shiyin's words, Yi Chen was stunned. Asking him to save the situation? Ding. The host triggers a random mission, perfectly saves the concert and blows everyone away, and is rewarded with god-level calligraphy skills and 10 billion renminbi. Hearing the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Chen couldn't help but sip his lips. Wow, not only is the reward a god-level ability, but there is also a bonus of 1 million renminbi. What a generous offer. It's not impossible to get your husband to agree, but... After a pause, Yi Chen revealed a fox-like cunningness, Nizi, you must serve me well tonight. Lin Shiyin. You. When Lin Shiyin heard the guy's excessive request, her beautiful eyes widened. That guy was crazy. He was still thinking about that at this moment. I didn't want to damage his reputation, so I stopped hesitating. Poof. With a snort, Lin Shiyin's face flushed for a moment, okay? However, you must have the ability to replace Mr. Meng, otherwise, it won't count. Hey, don't worry. Hearing that the other side had succeeded in taking advantage of the situation, Yi Chen didn't care at all. With your husband here, there will be no accidents. That's settled then. Lin Shiyin took a deep breath. She was putting the success or failure of the concert on this guy. Half an hour later. The beautiful host, with a slightly nervous face, said, Dear guests, Mr. Meng Kai is ill and cannot perform for you tonight. Now, please invite Yi Chen to perform a song, The New Drunken Concubine, for us. Welcome everyone. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience, and everyone looked towards the stage suspiciously. It's such a pity that Teacher Meng can't sing. But how can that young boy be compared with Teacher Meng? At this moment, there are more than 4 million fans in the live broadcast room, and crazy comments are pouring in, questioning the direction of the concert more and more. This is... Wang Zihong and the other two in the VIP seats were all confused, and they all thought something was wrong. They could clearly hear the doubts of the audience around them. If you are not careful, the boss will be doomed. Changing generals in the middle of a battle is a taboo in military strategy. Dong Kuan looked towards the backstage. What on earth happened? My sister-in-law actually asked the eldest brother to replace the legendary singer Meng Kai. Brother-in-law, hold on. Lin Xiaoan prayed silently, while the little fellow raised his little pink fist. Daddy, come on. Under everyone's attention, a figure appeared on the stage, and the screen lit up with the love scene of Emperor Minghuang of Tang and Yang Yuan in ancient costume exchanged by the system. The beautiful MV scene immediately caused the voices of doubt to gradually quiet down. That year, the snow fell and the plum blossoms bloomed. That year, there was too much sorrow beside the watching pool. Don't say who is right or wrong in a relationship. I just want to get drunk with you again in my dream. The golden hairpin and jade hairpin are the gift you gave me. The song of colorful clothes and feathered robes has been sung and danced for you for many times. The beautiful love story background and Yi Chen's superb singing skills instantly made everyone dazed, as if they were immersed in the era of Emperor Minghuang of Tang and Yang Yuan along with the singing. A strong ancient atmosphere blew over her. Lin Shiyin looked at the scene, her beautiful eyes flashing with ripples. Sister Shiyin, this Yi Chen is amazing. Assistant Lily looked at the stage in surprise. He must have put a lot of effort into this song. The MV shooting alone must have cost a lot of money. Maybe I can really shoulder the heavy burden of Mr. Meng. At this moment, Lin Shiyin's heart was slightly relieved, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. As expected, that guy would not let her down. He is worthy of being my man, but if this guy really takes on the responsibility, then don't I really have to sleep with him tonight to thank him? In an instant, Lin Shiyin's heart began to beat violently. No one knew what she was thinking about. Her shy face was so charming that it made many people fall in love with her. Chapter 60 is this opera? It looks so awesome. Daddy, great. The little guy was very excited when he saw the beautiful background and pleasant sounds. Wang Zihang and the other two looked at the stage in surprise, and exchanged glances with each other in suspicion. With this level, boss, could it be that you have been prepared for this? Hey, you are worthy of being my brother-in-law. Lin Shiyin chuckled, his brother-in-law's singing skills were absolutely amazing. Many viewers and fans in the live broadcast room also fell silent, and the comments were no longer questioning as before, but they did not know that the king bomb was coming quietly. Love and hate happen in a moment. Raise a glass to the moon and feel the love as if it were the sky. Love and hate are both boundless. When did you fall in love? The moon reflected in the chrysanthemum terrace. Who knows that my heart is cold? Drunk in the king's arms. Dream of love in the Tang dynasty. What? The sudden turn of events left Wang Zihang and the other two in the VIP seats dumbfounded. His eyes were fixed on the stage, his face full of astonishment. Oh my god, this is sung by the boss. Is this a drama? It's so awesome. The three of them were stunned. Lin Shiyin was also very devilish. The little guy covered his mouth with his two slender hands, his eyes full of admiration. Oh my god, Daddy is so good. This. Assistant Lily was shocked and stared at the stage in disbelief. Sister Shiyin, this song is simply unimaginable. Indeed, Lily, who had seen a lot of the world with Lin Shiyin, was also shocked. This guy. Looking at the guy on the stage who blended classical and popular opera into perfection, his talent was far beyond her imagination. His singing skills and cross-dressing skills were simply invincible. That bastard, how much ability does he have to hide from me? With such a solid foundation, let alone replacing Mr. Meng, I'm afraid he has already surpassed him. Drunk in the king's arms, dreaming of love in the Tang dynasty. Listening to the opera singing and looking at the beautiful background, she would not believe that bastard was not prepared to beat her to death at this moment. Could it be that this guy did it on purpose? Thinking about the conditions I just promised that guy, to sleep with him, well, what should I do? The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. 4.8 million. 5 million. 5.2 million. The fans who originally didn't think highly of Yi Chen at this moment rushed into the live broadcast room like crazy, heading straight for 6 million, killing gods and Buddhas who stood in their way. Comments flooded the live broadcast room like snowflakes. If the comments were not turned off, the entire screen would be as blank as a sheet of paper. The excitement was obvious. The audience at the scene was also delighted by Lei's performance. Wow, this guy is awesome. What an amazing singing skill. Is she a cross-dresser? I didn't know opera can be performed like this. Oh my god, this is what a singer is. Damn, he is 10,000 times better than those popular young stars. My male god is so handsome and awesome. I like him so much. Oh. Just now it was a song about rolling up the pearl curtain, and now it's a cross-dressing song, TSK. This guy is definitely the future of the music industry, a landslide that can destroy everything. Handsome boy, stop singing and come home with me. I will let you work 20 years less. Wouldn't it be nice to kiss each other every day? At some point, a figure stood up from his seat, followed by 10, 100, 1,000. Soon. The audience all stood up and looked towards the stage with burning eyes. The Kuanping security elites who were responsible for maintaining order looked at the excited audience with serious expressions. Oh my god, what is young master trying to do? If these audiences riot, their small bodies won't be able to stop them. Ahem, let me wipe it. Lei Bao spat out all the tea in his mouth and immediately called the 3,000 elites outside to come in. Damn it, we must not let the audience riot. No one is allowed to disturb Master Yi's highlight moment. Yes, Boss Lei. When the 3,000 elites heard what Boss Lei Bao said, they all swallowed their saliva, but when they saw the excited audience, they felt unsure for some reason. Oh my god, Master Yi is going crazy. Lei Bao retracted his gaze and looked at the figure on the stage. Yi Xiao was truly an extraordinary person. He defeated the Tiger Gang with ease and without any pressure, and he could even perform such tricks while singing. This kind of performance was unprecedented. Lei. Boss, it seems the number of fans in the concert livestream has exceeded 6 million? This was the voice of one of Lei Bao's confidants. Lei Bao looked over and his pupils shrank suddenly. The number of fans was clearly 6.1 million. Wow, it had soared by 100,000 in such a short time. He looked at the stage again and felt his brain explode.